Could I ask the council members to please take their seat? All right, we have 4. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Confirmation of a quorum, Assistant City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming quorum.
Thank you very much. We have a study session item this evening. It's a review of the proposed fiscal year 2026-27 and fiscal year 27-28 biennial capital improvement program budget and fiscal year 26-27 operating budget amendments. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of council. Javon Grogan, City Manager. As the item dictates, this is the first presentation of the proposed budget. As a result of the city's prudent fiscal management and strong revenue growth, the proposed budget accomplishes a number of specific objectives that align with your council priorities. These include notably 1, no reduction in city programs or services, resolving our general fund structural deficit, allocating $2 million for council priority initiatives, funding ongoing capital replacement and maintenance to the tune of $12.9 million for new projects. Also, it establishes a new infrastructure replacement reserve policy to set aside 3% of general fund expenditures for annual capital projects. That is a total of $10.4 million. Additionally, it funds administrative and project staff to support the implementation of Phase 1 for the Measure I capital projects. It restores a number of frozen positions and proposes adding positions across the organization to address organizational needs and performance expectations. Also important to note that there remain long-term fiscal challenges and risk. Our 10-year forecast does not fully address all of our infrastructure needs, nor does it fully accommodate all of the additional services for projected growth of the city. There are additional fiscal risks that remain, the risk of an economic downturn and fiscal uncertainty, as well as risks regarding future tariffs or other federal actions. With that, we have a comprehensive presentation to you tonight that will be presented by Finance Director Ken Lee. As in prior years, we will take questions on the presentation, respond to as many questions as we can this evening, but come back to you at the next study session for the budget with responses to those questions. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to Director Lee.
Thank you. Welcome, Director Lee.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Ken Lee, Director of Finance. Appreciate the opportunity to engage with you as council members and the public on such an important topic as our city budget. The agenda for tonight, I'll talk a little bit about our process, go through the highlights. I know our city manager talked about some of those in the introductions, but I do want to highlight that, this is mostly a positive budget, but as your finance director, always with some caution as there are uncertainties around our economy, as you may hear throughout the headlines on a daily basis. I want to provide an update to our 10-year financial general fund forecast, and then I'll get into a lot of the details, some of the very specific line items that this capital budget focuses on, and you'll see that a lot of those projects are projects that are required by our city departments to maintain our facilities, not a lot of I guess I call them lights and glamour, but a lot of what's needed to keep our city operating from a capital perspective. There are adjustments to our operating budget. As you know, we are in a biennial kind of budgeting process. There is a 2-year adopted budget, but in any given year at this point in time, we do bring forward budget amendments as part of this process to update the next fiscal year. And then as the city manager mentioned, an opportunity for you to give feedback on the budget itself, for our public to give feedback. We do have representatives from many of our city departments here that would assist with those responses. As far as the calendar, sometimes I'm asked, a budget, that's a 1 month or 2 week process, but really for our city staff, working very closely with our departments, it's almost a 6-month to 1 year process, and it's almost like we're budgeting all the time throughout the year without a break. Want to acknowledge just the work of our budget division to my right, Margaret, Tess, Libby, and Maxine, who put in countless hours, nights, weekends to get this 700-page document before you, hitting those dates there. And so as you see highlighted there, this is the first of 3 check-ins with you and an opportunity for the public and you as a council to provide input with the goal on June 9th to bring forward an adopted budget that incorporates some of the revisions from the feedback that we hear from you tonight and over the next couple sessions. By way of overview, just to show those at home just the highlight of our 2-year budgeting process. We're focused here for a June approval of a 2-year capital budget. We're amending our 2nd year of the operating budget. That does require 5 votes based on our charter. And then throughout the year, we're always tracking and reconciling our current year budget. I'm before you with monthly financial reports to report out on current year performance. But in the scheme of our budget calendars, that's where we're at. By way of themes for our proposed budget, as the city manager highlighted, there's a lot of positive news within this budget. So I want to talk about those within these 4 boxes on this slide. The first box in the upper left, Measure I GEO bond implementation. We all know that our city voters passed a bond to improve our city infrastructure. We've been before the council with the first tranche of that $100 million out of that $400 million bond program. This budget continues that program. It includes carryover dollars from that first tranche. It includes dedicated staff to continue the implementation, including some key engineering positions in our public works departments, and then also will contemplate over the course of the 5 years, while not detailed specifically in projects, the continuation of Tranche 2 and Tranche 3 for our GEO bond. In the upper right box here, capital project delivery, there are significant dollars that I highlight from a general fund perspective, albeit normally at a modest level given our tight general fund, but it also includes significant funding for our utility infrastructure, our electric, water, sewer department, very critical for a city our size to continue operating those utility pieces of infrastructure. And we'll talk in detail about the investments in there. Dedicated funds for transportation projects, mostly through restricted Measure B, SB1, and gas tax funding. So largely dedicated funds allocated through our public works department, through grants, to fund improvements in our transportation right-of-way to ensure safety of pedestrians. And then the capital project reserve, that's an allocation that by practice in our general fund, we've allocated to a handful of projects that this budget continues that practice. And I'll talk about those individual line items. In the bottom right, the focus around fiscal sustainability and planning for the future. We've heard feedback in multiple prior year budgets where we've had challenges around our structural deficit, our forecast, and through the update of our forecast, happy to report a generally solved structural deficit. While it looks balanced, there are other needs out there that we know that are not funded, mainly around capital infrastructure, and will take more work and more time and effort to fully fund those. The idea of a sinking fund, a capital fund that will allow us to set aside dollars annually as a percentage of our budget to ensure that in the future there's a fund or a pot to draw from to ensure that our capital projects are maintained once that bond program is complete, the significant improvements to our capital budget, a sinking fund to make sure that we have dollars in the future. And then around some of the staffing, in our difficult COVID years, there were some frozen positions, so this budget allocates the funds necessary to unfreeze those positions. It includes the remaining police department positions that were frozen, and so I'll talk about that as part of this budget. And then on the bottom left corner here, city services and organizational effectiveness or council priorities. I know there's a planned council priorities session later this month and into the next couple months, $2 million set aside in this budget. That acknowledges there are needs that will come out of that priority setting process. I want to allocate funds that are available for it. And then this budget includes a number of operating budget adjustments around service delivery. We hear from our departments. We've consulted with various consultants on our organizational review, and in some key areas are recommending a number of staff and/or reclassification of positions to reflect a more modern approach in those specific departments, and I'll talk about those adjustments in this presentation. Within the capital budget itself, over a 2-year focus, almost $600 million of capital funding, over a 5-year plan, $1.1 billion, so significant investment in our public infrastructure. This shows significant improvement since the last CIP. It includes Measure I projects, and so this is a part of that first tranche here, $63 million in the CIP. There are some dollars allocated to this current year, so that would total the $100 million. Our utilities, so 84% of our CIP is focused around our utility services and infrastructure. Projects with dedicated funding are transportation that I talked about earlier, and that new sinking fund, that infrastructure replacement capital fund. So these are highlights of our capital budget. And then I will talk in detail more about the last two bullets here, Measure I and the capital project reserves in the next few slides. Around our operating budget, our budget includes updates to all of our budgetary source and use statements, updates to our revenue estimates, revisions based on council-approved MOUs with our labor and bargaining groups, revisions to budgeted positions. I know in any given Tuesday, there are actions that amend kind of the operating budget and the needs. And so the general fund outlook has improved, and I'll talk about where specifics to specific revenue line items. The budget includes funding for council priorities, restoration of frozen positions, and dollars across the organization. Specific to the dollars, on an overall fund accounting type perspective here, wanted to provide a snapshot of our budget and the change from our current 25-26 adopted budget of close to $2 billion and our proposed budget here of $1.7 billion. Want to highlight a couple key areas where there are changes in the general fund here, growth in the budget size of roughly 10% or so, and I'll talk about how that occurred with additional revenues and where those dollars are allocated. Enterprise funds represent over $1.2 billion here. The large part of that is our Silicon Valley Power Electric Utility, and we'll talk about those very significant projects in that capital area. Internal service funds, debt funds, and so want to highlight the changes here. The larger number in our current adopted budget largely reflects SVP projects funded through debt, and so separate item that will be before the council later this fiscal year will appropriate and recognize some of the debt funds required for expansion projects. And then around capital funds, typically by the June 9th council meeting, we will include a recommendation working with all our capital program areas around carryover project funds at any given point in time. As that work continues at the end of the fiscal year, those projects don't end. We're required to kind of continue those projects, and typically in the $200 to $300 million range on an annual basis. Also within the budget, every year, the Finance Department brings forward the council-approved budget policies and principles, and want to highlight a couple key areas around budget policies here. Working with our City Attorney's Office on our charter review and amendments, some changes to the fiscal and budget policies to align with our current practice on our 2-year budgeting process. Include elements of that infrastructure capital replacement fund that I talked about as a percentage of the budget. And then budget principles, changes based on a change of our fiscal outlook from a budget where we were looking at deficits and cuts to one that's largely balanced, and so some of the language around the principles to reflect that new economic condition. With regards to our 10-year forecast, over this next section, I want to provide to the City Council and to the public where we are sitting at this point in time. And Want to caution, a 10-year forecast isn't a finance crystal ball. We don't have a secret magic sauce to what the economy is going to look like in 10 years, but it's a planning tool for us as a city to be disciplined around council priorities with the best information we have at the time. And so across our practice, we work with our UCLA Anderson forecast. That's a national forecast that provides trends around our national economy. The chart here shows an economy that was projected in March to grow around a 3% clip. That was a large consensus with most economists. Conditions have changed even since March, a couple months ago here, with Middle East conflicts with regards to gas prices, inflation. You've maybe hearing about adjustments to the interest rates, where we were in a downward trend for interest rates, largely flat, and even talking about a potential increase. And so some very significant changes in a short amount of time, so we'll continue to monitor that. And that provides caution. While we are in a stable economic outlook, that could change the consumers' confidence in terms of spending, can impact spending within the valley, within our city, and so something for us to track on a regular basis. And then within our city, strong sales tax growth. I'll show the numbers in a couple slides. With growth around our AI technology corporations in our community, we've been an outlier with regards to sales tax performance compared to our neighboring cities, and so our forecast reflects that growth and improvement. With regards to other tax areas, property tax, TOT, or transient occupancy tax with hotels, with our Super Bowl and large events, strong performance included. And then as our SVP utility grows, there's that ballot-approved 5% tax that's applied and includes support for our general city budget. When you look at the numbers across that 10-year, on this slide shows a largely balanced budget over the 10-year cycle. It does show 2 years of negatives in years 3 and 4. When you compare this outlook compared to the forecast last year, that those negative numbers were in years 2 through 6, so this does reflect improvement. And then in the out years, there are some capacity as our retirement costs are projected to slow as far as those grows, and it produces some capacity. And so I want to mention here in the box that this stronger position does include funding for new, that sinking fund for capital replacement, restores frozen positions, adds to our pension trust. Typically in December at the end of the year, we recommend those dollars. We've built that into this forecast, and then assumes the continuation of our GEO bond implementation as part of the forecast. The caveat slide, so just want to touch on, we do still have a large number of unfunded infrastructure needs within our city, so this forecast does not include that assumption. It does not keep pace with the growth of our city, so as our city grows and our services are needed in our city departments to keep up with the pace of the growth of our city population and economic activity, we'll have to find additional capacity in the forecast to fund those augmentations that would be required. To the extent there are new services and/or funding for pilot programs, I know out of the council priority sessions, oftentimes given direction for staff to explore new areas of service, and so that's not reflected here from an ongoing basis. So the forecast to forecast change from a year ago, we had a mostly balanced budget in April of 2025. We are recognizing about $35 million or so in additional sources reflected on this chart in that second box. Fund balance, $14 million, reflecting that at the end of any given year, typically I report to you additional dollars around vacancies, around revenue performance, and so we are recognizing that and acknowledging that and tightening the budget and allocating that out as part of our annual budget process to the tune of $14 million. Sales tax growth here from forecast to forecast, $8 million, or SVP transfer, $3.8 million, and then some of the other line items there, interest and TOT and property tax, significant improvements from a year-over-year basis. So overall, strong revenue performance. On the expense side, with the approved MOUs, there's an added cost to salaries and benefits, $3.8 million. It also includes updates to our health and retirement contributions as a CalPERS agency we're required to make. Non-personnel adjustments of $2 million. Interfund services, which includes our insurances, our risk, our gas and fleet maintenance, as well as technology. And then dollars set aside for capital replacements, that sinking fund to set aside from an ongoing perspective for our future improvements, and then allocations to reserves. On the source side, I talked about the revenue growth in different areas, just a different slice of the pie. 60% of our general fund revenues are allocated to 3 revenue sources here. Property tax, sales tax, our SVP transfer. When you include the 4th largest, our hotel tax, it's well over 2/3 of our budget. And so, we get a lot of revenue from some very key revenue sources, these 4 revenue sources. Drilling in here, sometimes people like to review the trend analysis of our key revenue performance in the general fund. This is a 10-year kind of outlook plus 11th year of our proposed budget. You can see property tax has been strong over that duration, almost doubling over 10 years here, largely reflective of the high property tax values of our city, as well as the development that's occurred, mixed use, data centers, industrial. Sales tax performance, which was largely flat for 7 or 8 years through that period, reflecting, a more transition to more of an online purchase environment. And so with a larger business-to-business growth, especially the last 2 years, it has improved that revenue source here of $76 million total for next fiscal year. TOT, highly sensitive with our economy in the COVID years there, a low of $2.9 million, a tenfold increase since the bottom of that COVID pandemic shortfall. And so a projection here of over $30 million. Now, included in that amount was the rate change approved by our voters from a 9.5% to a 13.5% TOT rate, so that is built in there, but strong revenue performance from our hotels. Business tax, this was also one that was affirmed by our city voters. Allocation here, roughly $6 million. That was the projection in the ballot. We are receiving that, and so a good clip from what was there historically. And then our SVP transfer as those that enterprise grows or it assists through that 5% tax to our general fund. On the expense side, we are a service-oriented agency, so our staff are the front line when it comes to our public safety, our parks, our libraries, our internal service departments. 70% of our budget is allocated to salaries and benefits, reflected on this slide. When you look at a department-by-department expense level, it shows the variety of expenditures here. Over 50% of that is in public safety, so the focus of our budget is around the safety of our community. When you include some of the event costs, which are allocated in that non-departmental level, that 51% allocation jumps to about 53%. Now, shifting gears to capital projects, we've been before you with Measure I projects. This slide just is a reminder of those different pots that were approved by the voters, $400 million. We are focused on tranche 1 of that pot, the $100 million, and planning to issue bonds within 3 phases. On this slide is an example of those tranches with some overlap as we design, as we award projects and start to build those projects in tranche 1. Some of the activities in tranche 2 will include the feasibility study, the design, and eventual construction. So because of the staffing bandwidth that's required to keep going with these projects, we've phased it in 3 different tranches. We will need to go out to bond holders to issue that debt as we move through roughly an 8 to 10 year cycle with this Measure I bond. On this slide, just a reminder to the public around the transparency and accountability measures that were included in that bond. It does require a unanimous vote of the council to allocate dollars from one bucket to another. There is also a citizen oversight committee that was formed, meets on a regular interval to oversee kind of the expenses that occur in that Measure I GO bond. Shifting gears to capital project reserve dollars in the general fund, I mentioned that this has historically been the main source of capital funding in prior budgets for a long time. It was a pay-as-you-go system with very modest dollars. Happy to talk about different sources, our GO bond, and as well as our restricted funds. But in this specific slide, $16 million allocated out of that reserve for very specific areas, just a variety of needs as we work with our city departments on anything from generators to building maintenance to our historic infrastructure. A lot of needs across the city required to be funded by our general fund dollars here. So we will highlight some of those line items over the next several slides. And so in this specific slide around administrative facilities, we have been before you through the Public Works Department. An ADA transition plan includes hundreds of millions of dollars of required improvements across city capital infrastructure. This is the start of some of those improvements. This is supplemented by bond project dollars as well as some other allocations included later in this presentation. EV charging, this is for city fleet, so some of the dollars required to expand EV charging as our fleet grows to more of EV-based, a need for chargers across different facilities within our city. Fleet shop retrofit, some of the historic and city building dollars here, our Triton Museum parking lot, and dollars needed to maintain that facility, as well as the City Hall infrastructure in this facility. So our building maintenance department has modest allocations included in here, focused in those 2 years of budgeting to maintain those facilities. On the next slide, a continuation of ADA dollars. Every so often that transition plan needs an update, so $50,000 allocated there. Working with our city librarian, a need for two very key areas of our Central Park Library, the paint within the facility that has not been done in a long time, as well as carpet replacement, so allocation of over $2 million across those two projects. And then in our Parks Department, whenever a park bench or a tot lot, a piece of equipment breaks, there's a modest amount here, about $500,000 a year, that our Parks Department goes to improve and repair those pieces of equipment at our parks. Around our storm infrastructure, there are significant dollars included in our GO bond. These general fund dollars help supplement those improvements. We do have a long way to go in terms of storm infrastructure. There was a master plan completed roughly 6 to 8 years ago that has identified hundreds of million dollars of needs. And so this $4.5 million over the 5 years continues that investment in very key storm infrastructure to ensure our streets and neighborhoods are protected from flooding. And then in the area of technology and equipment, working with our fire department around sprinklers, relocations within Fire Station 3, continued dollars around our Acela permitting program as we continue to invest in that system to improve the response for our development partners. And then our VoIP phone system, working with IT, just the system we use is dated, is out of life, and so a need to find a replacement. In our transportation infrastructure area, continued dollars towards ADA public right-of-way improvements, bikeway policy studies to advance some of the needs based on what we hear from both our BPAC as well as the public on bikes and public pedestrian safety. Median island conservation, both from a water and a resource towards maintenance. Some of our median islands, they look great, but are very resource intensive. So with the drought and with a focus here that some other cities have performed, our public works shifting to change out some of the landscaping here. And then with regards to that last line item here, every so often with updates to standards necessary as improvement dollars are set aside for our public right-of-way. Across city themes, so our budget is organized by theme areas here, administrative facilities, across all utilities here, our electric utility over 2 years, $400 million over 5 years, $740 million. I'll talk about each of these theme areas over the next handful of slides, but in total, about $600 million for a 2-year budget, $1.1 million here. Across the 5-year budget, and the footnote here, convention center. The zeros here do not mean that there are no needs. We are doing an independent study that's underway, and so we'll bring forward both funding and recommendations around our convention center separately from this process. In our electric utility theme, our 5-year CIP totals $740 million, focused work here in some very key areas. CAISO, third, 230 kV transmission line. Every year, our electric department interfaces with the state standard, the Cal ISO, with some key projects to help balance the electric grid across multiple jurisdictions within the region. In that last annual planning process, it was determined that the need for improvements around a 230 kV line into our northern receiving station. As a result, this budget includes a new project for that. As the northern receiving station is underway with some added improvements, this was an additional supplement based on that annual planning process. Transmission Loop 1 improvements, over $100 million here, is broken out within the electric utility. Loops that balance out the electric load to our customers, and so as our system grows, as our infrastructure ages, a need to invest to ensure that the reliability is there and the power can be delivered. Spare equipment strategy, as some of you may have heard in the past, and we've been public through our quarterly updates at SVP, a need for to review our spare equipment. The engine at our DVR power plant failed unexpectedly this past fiscal year. Our staff looked at that and determined that there's a needed investment for a 4th engine there, and then as well as any of the long lead time procurements here, a focus on making sure that we have the inventory needed to keep our system reliable, safe, and functioning. And then with regards to the next couple projects, as businesses expand, as a need for substations to be rebuilt, some dollars allocated for those projects. And then the last bullet here, transmission and distribution. This includes the poles that serve our residents, our businesses, around our 12 kV system, a change in the budget, our annual budget, from $3 to $6 million a year, in total $36 million over 5 years. To ensure that we have the dollars needed to maintain our electric system. This slide shows the peak growth and the annual growth of our electric system over roughly a 27-year period, over doubling in size and projected to continue to grow. Largely reflective of our large customers. I'll talk about them in this presentation. Our focus here from a planning standpoint, I talked about the CAISO projects. There will be additional CAISO projects that will be recommended in the latter years of our budget in the 5 years. We don't know what those projects are, so as those are determined, staff will bring forward amendments to that CIP on an annual or biannual basis. But that is an important process our city undertakes with the state in terms of planning and development. And then our long-term and short-term priorities focused on increased capacity of the system, maintenance and replacement of equipment, and then providing high service to our customers. In order to address those priorities, we talked about the 230 kV line and the transmission loop here. Just again, focus on these 4 key areas as high priority areas. It's not just expansion, it's reliability, focused on new business and then equipment to ensure that our system continues to operate on a reliable basis. The electric utility is not without risk. Like many utilities within the nation, there faces long lead times with key infrastructure equipment or transformers or both require advanced planning when it comes to our utility or staffing. We'll talk about recruitment and retention efforts around our utility, very specific types of workers. We have added 2 positions within our HR department to help assist with the backlog of recruitment across the whole city, but very specifically our SVP utility. And then project delays we have very large projects underway, under construction, and they're stacked back to back, and so very tight timelines that have risk and to the extent there's unanticipated delays for any given reason with the number of projects, very critical for our utility. And then tariffs. So we have some large equipment being delivered later this calendar year from Korea, and so that includes tariffs, and any given time can add uncertainty and costs to the utility. In the area of administrative facilities, this includes our bond program, notably here, Fire Station 5 and 7 replacements, changes to the fire training tower, security upgrades around our fire stations. In the police area, or real-time intelligence center, first responders for drones, infrastructure, and then I mentioned the roof on our Triton Museum. Beyond Measure I bonds, funding is allocated for parking improvements or historic and city facilities, ADA transition, and EV charging. Around community facilities, this includes our central library, and so within the bond projects, restrooms and access controls, redesign, central library lighting controls as that facility ages and need to retrofit and replace out and improve some of the key systems in that library. North Side and Mission Libraries, those branches, modest designs, and taking a look at some of the needs. And as the public's aware, the construction underway to our ISC, the picture there, both bond funded as well as other funds supporting that large investment and renovation. And then in the Central Park Library, I talked about the paint and the carpet needing some improvement there. In the convention center theme, I just want to highlight here, as we've had the Super Bowl and large events, the picture on the right there shows some of the key upgrades. The paint on the exterior, as well as a boiler, was replaced. I mentioned that there's an effort underway to prioritize some key projects. We'll be back before you with recommendations separately as part of our year-end process around the convention center. The other community projects theme area, this is the catch-all, but specific to some key areas. This includes the staffing necessary to implement our GO bond. It includes funding for furnitures, fixtures, and equipment, which cannot be allocated or funded through the bond, and so some general fund dollars here as in this catch-all theme area. Parks and trails, Measure I projects around Warburton, Henry Schmidt, and other playgrounds, Maywood, Carmichael, activity around the Central Community Park North effort, and then improvements across the city in some of the key areas. And then the picture there on the right, just one of the playgrounds recently turned over to the city through private development. In our sewer utility area, $157 million of improvements. Our water and sewer department, on an annual basis, reviews. They send down a video camera within the sewer system to inspect and code and clean out some of our sewers. And so this capital budget includes the continuation of those activities, as well as improvements at our wastewater treatment plant co-owned with San Jose. So it includes our share of those investments. And it's funded largely through our ratepayers, but within the 5-year planning cycle, we'll require an additional debt issuance to fund those improvements. In the solid waste theme area, focus here around our landfill, closed landfill, the monitoring of methane gas, as well as the collection system. This is funded through our solid waste fees, and monitored by our Public Works Department. The storm drain area, the focus around improvements to support flood protection for both 10-year and 100-year flood cycles, and so maintaining those storm drain pumps and lift stations to convey stormwater. Technology and equipment, I talked about these here. I just know that there's a long list of needs within the city for technology improvements within the finance area. I know our PeopleSoft system, our utility billing touches both all our employees and all our residents, and so dollars are allocated within the budget to ensure that those systems continue and are improved as within the 5-year cycle. Transportation, the key focus area here are bond projects as well as street maintenance and rehab program. Our streets are measured through a pavement condition index, which currently sits at 73, projected to improve to 74 over the 5-year CIP dollars and our GO bonds. It does include additional funding, grant funds and restricted funds for other improvements around neighborhood traffic calming, Vision Zero, ADA, bikes, crosswalks, and so a list of those funding sources are listed here. And then around water and recycled water, $24 million or so, the tanks, the pipes, including our recycled water system. I was given the fact that 20% of our water is sold is through recycled water, and so that's a significant clip, especially in the drought years. So we need to continue to make sure that businesses are connected to that system and funding is provided to invest in both the potable water and recycled water system. Now that was what was funded, a lot of key highlights, a lot of pictures and accomplishments to be proud of on this slide. Historically, I've talked about unfunded needs, and this number on the right was over $600 million with our $400 million bond. Our departments have updated that, and over the 5-year cycle of what's known, $250 million over a 5-year period. But when you look on the left and the bullets on the left, and in fact, the Parks and Recreation Master Plan is one that's will be before you shortly. The Library Master Plan was before the council earlier this fiscal year, as well as Vision Zero. When you add up some of those dollars within those master plans, well over $1 billion of need. And so we will continue to need to, as staff, recommendations to our city council, creative solutions to solve that gap with regards to dollars, funding, as well as resources to allocate to make progress in those key areas. Around the operating budget, almost there, roughly 12 slides or so, 10 slides or so left. Want to highlight key changes in the operating budget. As I mentioned, there is a 2-year adopted operating budget that was approved in June of 2025. Our staff, to my right, updates those line items on an annual basis, and so we've updated revenue estimates in the general fund, as well as other funds. We've updated costs, both resource and production costs in the enterprise funds, staffing costs with regards to our MOUs. It does incorporate enhancements around council priorities, restoration of frozen positions, and it also includes recommendations for roughly 24 new positions within the budget, and over the next couple slides we'll talk about it. There is a detailed line item section in the proposed budget in the appendix that outlines the operating budget amendments. Again, on June 9th, will require 5 votes to amend that budget, but want to acknowledge that this budget, while it's capital focused, does include a number of operating budget changes. Within a couple of key departments here, we are underway and close to conclusion of organizational reviews by our staffing consultants. Working with our Parks and Recreation Director and the consultant here, the recommendation here is for 6 additional positions net in our Parks and Recreation Department, listed here: management analysts, office assistants, recreation coordinators. It was a large effort to, as a consultant, make recommendations on both restructuring and allocation of positions to look at areas where we can trade in either vacant positions or perform some duties in a cost-effective manner. And so that second bullet does include a number of net zero reclassifications to better align staff with the needed duties. And so listed on here around assistant directors, division managers, maintenance workers. I won't list the whole name, but we did a comprehensive study working with a consultant to recommend the items before you as part of the budget. And then the third bullet here as part of the effort to fund the frozen positions and in this case trade in some of the frozen position classifications, removing those 4 positions from that frozen position list. In our Public Works Department, working with our Director of Public Works and our consultant, a net addition of 7 positions here. 1 was before the council around Vision Zero for a senior engineer. There are position additions here related to bond implementation, as well as our fleet, as we look at both succession planning as well as the needs in the future for staffing. And then with regards to frozen positions, the unfreezing of an assistant engineer and a division manager, the reclassification of 1 position, a deputy director to an assistant director, and then the removal of 5 positions from the frozen position list. In the area of our electric utility and finance, I know that when you look through the finance department, it shows a large number of FTE changes that reflects a consultant recommended restructure of the business services unit working in partnership with our electric utility, transition of that division over to finance. It does mean that from a process standpoint with regards to contracts and purchasing, working directly with our purchasing division manager and her staff to expedite some of the procurements. You've seen a large number of those procurements come through on any given Tuesday. Large dollar value, urgent need to move quickly on those items. And so part of that restructuring effort was an effort to streamline both procurement and then in the area of the finance unit within SVP as it relates to load forecasting, rate development, rate studies, having a direct kind of financial link and involvement in that. And so that shift is reflected in the budget as previously reported to the council. The budget also includes, with that restructuring, a management analyst over 3 locations, finance SVP at 881 Martin, and shortly the move to 831 Martin. The additional bandwidth needed to cover the administrative functions and oversight, and so a management analyst addition in the finance department recommended here. Within the electric utility, 4 positions here around engineering, customer service for large, complex customers, and then programs around our public benefits program. I know there is a large balance there within that program, and so a need to spend those dollars, allocate funding for some key areas, and we can talk about that through our electric utility departments. But an enhanced effort to restore and improve our public benefits program. And then there is an ongoing study around the organization for SVP, and set aside here, there will be additional positions recommended forthcoming, so we've set aside some funding in anticipation of that organization review. And then some of the other key position changes with regards to our city manager's office supporting small businesses. You've heard in the financial municipal fee schedule, some of the feedback from our small businesses, and we heard from you as council members, funding in this budget for a dedicated small business support under our economic development director. And then also some with aligning with the unfreezing of certain positions, unfreezing of a senior management analyst in our city manager's office. In our HR department, with the efforts around safety, we had a safety consultant come through every city department, review operations, and provide a work plan. And so last year in the budget, we did allocate a safety manager, and in this budget, 2 additional management analysts to fully build out a safe environment for our city workers. We've heard from bargaining units around this effort, and so a key investment toward the safety of our employees. And as well as a couple positions here around hiring. In a slide, I will show the efforts around filling vacancies. And then want to highlight here just some of the other areas around organizational reviews. I mentioned SVP, but there are efforts in community development. We've been before the board on a Tuesday to allocate some resources around our building development review to make sure that our development partners have the resources needed to respond quickly. Water and sewer is shortly going to kick off an organization review. So that effort to review department structures and provide input for future considerations of resources is ongoing. On this slide, I want to highlight just the change in hiring. Every year, there's a new state requirement that started last year to report out on city hiring efforts. So as part of the budget adoption on June 9th, there will be a separate resolution around that state requirement for hiring. Our HR department is very busy. And so as you can see here, 160 vacancies as of April 25th. Vacancy rate of 13% or so, down from 16% a year ago. Active recruitment's underway, 108.5 positions out of that 160 vacancies, 14 as needed. 4 classification studies. When you look at the near term, 115 new hires and rehires, 63 promotions against about 80 separations. So the goal here is to hire faster than people leave, and so our HR department's been very busy when it comes to hiring. And then I want to close out kind of the presentation around our reserves. I know the focus in the general fund is budget stabilization, our land sale, and our capital projects, which now includes that new infrastructure capital replacement fund. Very healthy reserves here. Our budget stabilization reserve continues at over $80 million, or 25% of our general fund budget. That aligns with council policy. Our general fund capital projects reserve with this budget, it does dip into that reserve. We do anticipate to replenish some of those dollars or a significant amount of those dollars as part of our year-end close activities. That will be brought forward separately in June and in December. Our land sale reserve by policy, as proceeds are from land sales, are allocated in this reserve for future land purchases. And then our pension trust, roughly $50 million projected in our general fund, a policy here of 1% of our unfunded liability every year to allocate to this reserve, and then $10.4 million to that new capital infrastructure replacement reserve. Over the 10-year forecast projected to grow over $100 million. That's important just from a fiscal management perspective to have that fund set aside in an effort to remain untouched and focused around keeping our capital infrastructure maintained. And so over the long term, goal there to really build up that fund for future improvements. And so with that concludes my presentation. There's a number of city staff here ready to answer questions. We'll take questions as the city manager mentioned. To the extent we can't answer those tonight, we'll bring that back to the council in the next meeting. And again, appreciate your engagement on this budget and your time. Thank you.
Take a breath, have a seat, relax. Thank you so much. That was a very impressive presentation, and it just shows the depth of our city and how busy we are and all the different departments and all the work that's going on. So we really appreciate all the work that went into making this budget. I use it as weightlifting. So it's awesome. So I think we're only going to have time for questions this evening. I'm going to ask the council for the questions, and then you can bring them back as you have in the past at the next budget study session. And then after the council questions, I want to make sure I have time to go to the public as well. So thank you so much. So we're going to start with the city council questions only. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, thank you very much to Ken and all of your staff and all the city employees, because, you know, this budget actually is a surplus. The reason why it shows zero balance is because we're putting money into capital reserves that we never did before. So it's actually kudos to everybody here, because, you know, I just heard today that LA, Sacramento, San Francisco, they have budget deficits. San Jose, I've known for a while, has had a budget deficit. So Santa Clara is really shining among our peers. And so, we're building up our reserves. So I wanted to say that I'm very happy to be in this position. I think in one of the briefings you said that you've been through 25 budget cycles and the vast majority of them had staffing cuts. And so here we're adding positions, so it's admirable. On slide 25, you talked about technology. And so I was reading through the Parks Master Plan, and there's a couple of technology things that seem to be lacking in the city. One is a GIS-based asset management system, and the other one is software to track the maintenance and performance of our equipment and all the maintenance that we have to do. So there should be software that tells us, okay, every 2 years you need to replace this filter or do whatever you need to do to our equipment. So I would like to see more technology being used to help us be more efficient and actually be on top of our maintenance issues. I have a concern about the $500 million CapEx for SVP. It seems like most of that is going to be through debt, and my concern is how are we going to pay off that debt? What percentage of that is going to be load development fees? What percentage is going to be future revenues from, say, data centers, which may not materialize, in which case we've put a burden on our ratepayers. So, and the other thing is with SVP, there's $50 million of public benefits money that's just sitting there not being used to help people decarbonize and be more efficient in their energy use. And I know that it seems like we're adding 2 people to that. So I'm pleased that we're actually going to add people. So now sort of my asks. So downtown hasn't really moved for a while. And, I know we have had Rena Brio working on that, but she's also our sustainability person. She's our economic development person. So I'm asking that somehow we find a position, either staff or a consultant, to be dedicated to be handling the RFPs and talking to developers and moving that project forward. I have been asking for over 10 years for a sustainability manager, and I know we have a management analyst for sustainability, but we're a $1.7 billion entity, and other places like Sunnyvale and Mountain View and Palo Alto, San Jose, Fremont, they have sustainability managers. So the SVP billing system, I've been asking for years, probably 8 years now, for Green Button Connect. And we don't have Green Button Connect because we have not upgraded our billing system. So we desperately need to upgrade the billing system for SVP. I've been attending the Lunar New Year Festival and the night markets, and they're packed. And everyone's asking me, how can we continue this? What are we going to do next year? So somehow we need to figure out how we're going to fund these ongoing, because there really is appetite, pun intended, for attending these night markets. And so we need to somehow allocate money for, whether it's in Parks and Rec or whether it's some sort of economic development money. Then 2 more things. The Berryessa Adobe and actually the Morse Mansion are in desperate need for some repairs. The paint is peeling on the Morse Mansion, and the Berryessa Adobe, the porch is really degraded, and we need to fix that porch. I know that the Historic Home Tour want to put the various Adobe on the tour this year, so it'd be nice to see that done. Finally, we sold Loyalton. I worked on that ever since I came here, since 2021, to sell Loyalton, and we finally were able to sell that. That's $6 million to SVP, and I would like to understand where that money is going to be spent, what the plan is to spend that $6 million. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. Well, the 650 pages, I read every single, just kidding. I did work through it very hard, and I do have a few higher level questions and then a few very specific. I will say it was very easy to read, and I appreciated the hard work that went into it. We have a 2-year CIP term, and we have a 2-year maintenance operational, and those basically what we've done is they don't overlap. Well, they do overlap, but we do every 2 years. So we're on the CIP this time, and we just do a little bit of tweaking if we need to. I wondered if that is working better because we've only been doing that for about 6 years, if that is a better way to handle it. When I look at the unfunded list, which is always frustrating, but, like 88 million in parks, 10.4 in convention center, 21 storm drain, 54 in transportation, and that was from your slide number 48. I'm just wondering how we prioritize that so that we don't let something go so long that it is a true problem. And because we have those listed, is there a way that they're prioritized, either critical or can wait or whatever? Also, under the enterprise funds, I was surprised. I knew we had SVP as our electric. I was a little surprised to see our water treatment plant listed under the enterprise funds. I wonder if that is because we are part owner with San Jose. But as far as our rates, we don't make money on that. That is, we pay for and only charge our residents by law what it actually costs. Now, I've had some people yell at me and say, it's going up. But I will say that we're having to rebuild the entire treatment plant while we're still running it. Now, it would have cost less if we turned it off and just did it all at once, but I thought that wasn't a very good choice, that we keep it running while we're working on that. So I just was surprised, like I said, to see that listed under the enterprise, and I wanted to completely understand. Now, the little tiny specific ones, I'm going to guess as gas prices go up, our revenue does not go up, that it may even go down because people will drive less or whatever. So I'm wondering if we're kind of thinking through that. I know it's a smaller portion, but it is part of it. We do not have an auditor at this point. I wondered if that was a priority situation as far as making certain where that position was never taken away, but it has not been filled, and I wondered if that was any kind of a priority. And on El Camino, you mentioned a bike lane. I know we do have the bicycle and pedestrian group really want to see that. A lot of us do. But since that is a state highway and you have to work with Caltrans, I'm wondering, is that something we're supposed to fund? Or is that on them and we are supposed to make certain it happened? You will recognize that when they restriped El Camino, when they did the repaving, we repaved it and striped it in such a way to leave that larger side. But my understanding is all we had to do was make certain that we made certain businesses were not using that as parking before that could be turned into a bike lane. I didn't think that was a cost we were supposed to handle. So I wanted to understand that. That was a very specific one. Thank you. Good work.
Thank you. Councilmember Cox? Microphone.
Thank you, got it. So I wanted to understand a little bit about our prioritization with the 252 million in high priority projects that are unfunded. I wanted to just make sure over the next 5 years that we weren't neglecting anything that was life-saving or legally mandated in that. The sinking fund is a great idea, but I'm wondering if we're setting that 3% allocation this year based on actual analysis or just what we have in capacity. Something we didn't talk about in the presentation, but I noticed as a risk, this ERAF fund, the Education Revenue Augmentation Fund, it says that 18% of those receipts are right now flagged at the county level for review and could possibly be pulled, and I want to know what impacts that would have if we didn't indeed lose 18%. And then I just want to understand the sales tax volatility here that we're relying on here. Again, if I'm understanding this right, we had this record year in 24-25 where we went up 28%, roughly. And now this year, it's saying in the first half of the year, we fell 2.5%. But if I'm understanding that, that's compared to the already very inflated 28% year. We're anticipating a steady state in 3 years back to, in 27, 28, back to the 3%. But the 3% is being compared then again to this really unusual year of unexpected growth. So we're calling this a conservative budget, but I want to know if we don't maintain that and the 2.5% trend happens, we've already acknowledged that this budget doesn't have built into it, the population growth that we're experiencing being the fastest growing city in the Bay. And so I want to know what that 0.5 percentage does to our budget. And then, again, I think that would go into the maintaining of the 24, 25 new positions that we're putting up, if we're not able to, because I guess what I'm saying is, this 3% growth is really being based off of the 28% growth 2 years ago. And so if we don't see that, and with AI and data centers being at the center of it, there's huge volatility in this right now. And so I want to know what the reality is of us being able to maintain a structure like that. And then I think the only other thing that stood out to me is Silicon Valley Hopper has been with us for several years, but it still is called a pilot program. And so what funding would either sunset, could we sunset it, or are we going to be able to permanently fund this so it doesn't look like the longest pilot program that's ever taken place?
Thank you. Anyone who hasn't spoken yet? Questions? Councilmember, Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of points. As far as the 3% reserve, I know I've kind of mentioned that we should have more than that, and I think it would be beneficial to have more of a data-driven number. As Councilmember Cox mentioned, I think that's 3% is too low. I think I mentioned it in the past, 4 or 5% is something that school districts have by law. The other question I had, if we do start to invest more in removing center dividers, maybe the Lafayette between Calle de Luna and Hope Street, as we look at some of the things that we're doing around that area, might be something where we can save some water in those areas and benefit the flow of traffic. I know there was bike, and I forgot what they were called, but the bike sticks that go along the bike lanes that were there for Super Bowl have been removed. So maybe, whether it's something that's more permanent for our bikers or what have you, but that's something that if we can have some answers as far as that. I know that we had the 50-mile-per-hour zone that we approved about a year ago or so. We haven't implemented that in any fashion. Is there a possibility of doing that around the schools? And have we talked to our school district partners to make sure that that's something that's, I think it's always needed in certain aspect to calm traffic around schools, around the drop-off and pickup times, but, you know, make sure that we don't make anything, for the situation any worse, right? So how does that look as far as possible implementation and dollars for that if we are moving in that direction? The other thing I was just going to say, I do concur with Councilmember Jean as far as how do we kind of get some priority around downtown and the possibility of doing more there. Obviously, the budget is a statement of our priorities and our values, and, you know, in that respect, how do we, you know, put more money to do something there? And lastly, just as far as overlooking the different aspects of city offices, and that, you know, that includes our enterprise departments or businesses. How do we look at in the future, basically looking at projecting, you know, what does it look like if we maintain, you know, City Hall here, those offices there, versus having some coordinated effort to bring them all together in some location, whether it's downtown or somewhere else, to look at that. I'm not sure if it would be in a 10-year plan. I mean, it's something that we might, hopefully it's sooner than that, but I know things take time. So, you know, how would that look like as far as our general fund? Would it help? Would it hurt? And, you know, CIP monies that would be available, or some facility money that would be available for that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Gonzalez, I've seen the 15-mile-an-hour signs around some of the schools, and maybe we can ask the police department to let us know which ones they're around. Oh, yeah, and it's hard to go 15 miles an hour. You really have to step on the brakes if you're going 25 miles an hour and really coast. It's a new experience, but they're starting to pop up. So maybe our like I said, our police department can let us know what schools they're at now. I can tell you a few. Councilmember Chahal, I didn't know you were with us. So Councilmember Chahal?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have been with you from the very beginning, just to make sure. Thank you, Director Kenley, for the presentation and some positive news about it. I know we are running out of time, but quick questions. With the latest tariff judgment from the Supreme Court, are we anticipating some tariff benefits, basically savings on the tariffs, what we projected for SVP? That's my first question. My next question is, I know you added some positions for different departments, but I did not see any position for AI implementation, which is pretty, seems like we can add a position and increase the efficiency of various offices, various departments within the organization. So I would like to see that details about that. And with that said, I would also like to see our fast tracking of technology implementation, as mentioned by Councilmember Jain, and as I've been stressing out for multiple years in the past. Concerns about the unfunded liability, although we are in a much better shape where we were a few years back, but still we have almost $1 billion unfunded liability, so we need to take care of those. Other question is, I did not see anything about public-private partnership. Like can be some projects where we can have a public-private partnerships, and that can help us out in our CIP, basically. So these are the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. My questions are more at a macro level. Looking at this report and in prior years, we're seeing consistent and material variances between what we budget and what actually occurs. So revenues are coming in significantly higher and expenditures are often well below budget, as we learned in the mid-year budget maybe it was January. And we're identifying issues like delayed revenue recognition and mid-year adjustments. But my concern isn't that we're doing well financially, because we are. The concern is that these gaps limit the council's ability to make informed decisions during the budget process. Instead, we're allocating large surpluses after the fact, just like we did last year. So I would like to see the fact that we've had record-breaking sales tax, property tax, hotel tax, and especially the massive growth in Silicon Valley Power. I don't understand. I want to find out from you how you're projecting our sales tax, our TOT and SVP and property tax, because I think, one or more, I think sales tax was projected less than last year. And last year was a banner year. So I want to know what you're thinking, why you make these projections, because if there's extra money we find during the budget process, the council should be determining how those funds are used, as opposed to finding out mid-year, and then the staff makes recommendations on how we should use the money, and we don't have a full budget process. So I want to know, I kind of see that happening again, so I'd like to know why and how you're doing what you're doing. And then, are we funding, because I'm not sure, are we funding vacant positions in this budget or frozen positions? I would like to know that, because last year there was positions that were funded that weren't filled, and then we came in under budget, and that was part of our, what did we have, 40 million left over at the mid-year report. So I want us to get a better handle on the expenses, like truly what are they? And then the revenues, truly what are they based on trends? So those are my questions. Councilmember Jane, you had an additional question? I need to go to the public.
Yes, I forgot about one of my questions, and then when Councilmember Emily Ramos came in the room, I was reminded of that. Last year when we were doing the CDBG and the home funds, I asked about whether we could fund a basic income pilot program. I know Mountain View has done that. People are really hurting out there, and we're in a enviable position of having surpluses, and I would like to do more to support people that are hurting out there. So something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to the public now. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this study session for the budget, or any questions? Does anybody have any? Do we have anyone online? We do. Wanda? Is it Wanda? Go ahead, Wanda.
Hi, this
Hello.
is a micro question, and it's my concern for senior advocacy. I really appreciate the budget and the challenges and the hard times we've been through, but I'm wondering if there's ever going to be a time, or if there's so much money collected from the seniors that the promise that they would never need to pay dues can ever be addressed again. And I don't know if it's this year or next year or last year that this should have been brought up. But I wish you would consider it and make a priority, because seniors have paid for a lot, a long time. And it's even ethical about the promises. So please consider that someplace at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. Do we have anybody else? No? All right, so you have our questions. We are now going to take a 10-minute break before we start our city council meeting. So thank you so much, everyone. And I assume you're all staying for the council meeting, right? See happy faces. Thank you. So 7:10. City Manager? Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority Concurrent Meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call. Assistant City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I do the roll call, I'd like to note for the record that Councilmember Shahal is participating remote today, and in accordance with the Brown Act, the Government Code Section 54953B, Councilmember Shahal is attending tonight's meeting via audio-only teleconference. The location from where Councilmember Shahal is attending was included on the agenda for this meeting. So at this time, Councilmember Shahal, could you please confirm that the agenda for this meeting is posted at your teleconference location?
Yes, it was posted.
Thank you. And that this location is accessible to the public?
That is correct.
Okay. Please also state whether any members of the public are in attendance at your teleconference location.
Nobody's here right now.
Thank you, Councilmember. All votes taken during this teleconference meeting tonight shall be by roll call vote. So with that, Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Park. Okay. Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Cox.
Here.
Vice Chair, Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Here.
And Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note, as the presiding officer, the mayor and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature shown on the screen now. If you would like to participate the public can still join via the link and or call into the Zoom meeting phone numbers shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for items that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move on to the council agenda now. City Attorney, holdover report from last council meeting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, on April 21st, the City Council met in closed session after the regular meeting. and Madam Mayor, you and I reported out at that time, but to the empty chambers. And when that happens, for full transparency, we like to re-report out at the next live meeting. And so I will report that council did meet in closed session on April 21st under conference with labor negotiators. The employee organization under discussion was unclassified fire management, Unit 9B. However, there was no reportable action. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Next, we have continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Do we have any from the council, staff, or the public?
Mayor.
Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I had my hand up, but somehow it disappeared. I would like to move item 9 to after public presentations because we have a number of representatives from the beneficiaries of the CDBG funds here.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that, okay. Next, we have, let's see, any other continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations? All right, seeing none, we are going to move into our special orders of business, and we have a few tonight. Our first special order of business this evening commends the Santa Clara City Library Foundation and Friends on the occasion of their 25th anniversary. The foundation is a nonprofit organization dedicated to supplementing public funding to expand and enhance the Santa Clara City Library's programs and services and enrich lifelong learning. The foundation actively seeks gifts, grants, and bequests, and the organization also raises funds through the sale of donated used books to fund classes, events, and resources. Since 2001, the foundation has raised over $4 million and continues to be a valuable resource and partner for libraries. 2026 marks the foundation's 25th anniversary to be celebrated at a fundraising gala on Saturday, May 16th, 2026 at the Triton Museum of Art. With us this evening from the foundation are Joanne Davis, Executive Director, and board members Kathy Betts, Emma Toole, Nuri Rahman, Steve Ricosa, and Camille Sakichi. I now invite Joanne Davis, Executive Director of the foundation, to the podium to speak and tell us more about the upcoming anniversary gala. Were you prepared, Joanne, to do that? More or less. Okay, more or less. That sounds good. We'll take the more. Welcome.
Thank you very much. We are really honored to be here tonight. Personally, I'm very honored to be associated with this organization that has done so much for the community of Santa Clara. Our 25th anniversary at the Triton Museum of Art will have wonderful food, we'll have music, we'll have an auction, and an interview with Alexis Madrigal, who is an author and journalist, co-host of KQED's Forum. It promises to be a really wonderful evening, and I hope to see all of you there. In addition, I just wanted to say that our partnership with the library, with the city librarian, Patty Wong, and her excellent staff, helps make what we do possible. Because if we weren't working together in a collaborative manner, it would be really hard for me to go out and raise money for them. So the staff is great. Our board of directors is very committed. And again, we just really thank you for this opportunity and for the acknowledgement of our anniversary.
Well, thank you. I'd now like to invite those that are with you that I mentioned or others that are on the foundation if they'd like to come forward. I think we can go down. Yeah. If the council would join me down there, please. And Joanne, could you tell us how we can get tickets to this event?
No? Okay. You can buy tickets at www.lovethelibrary.org and follow the link, and you can buy tickets online, or you can mail a check to the library at Central Park Library.
Is it LOVE, the library, or LUV?
LOVE.
LOVE.
thelibrary.org.
.org.
Yeah.
Very good.
All
Well,
right.
thank you, and I'll
Thank
see
you.
you there. And it's in a couple weeks.
It is a week from Saturday.
Very
Believe
exciting.
it or not, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. For our next special order of business, the city wishes to proclaim May as Affordable Housing Month and to recognize SV at Home for its important role in calling attention to the region's housing and community development challenges and highlighting effective solutions. Housing affordability continues to be a top concern in our city and throughout the region. We want to create a community where all residents have a safe place that they can call home. Effective partnerships are one tool to boost affordable housing production. The nonprofit SV at Home works with a broad coalition of partners, including the City of Santa Clara and our Community Development Department, to advocate for solutions that address the urgent need for housing. I now invite Emily Ramos, but I know her as Mayor Emily Ramos of Mountain View, who is the Tenant Protection and Empowerment Association from SV at Home, to the podium to say a few words. Welcome, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Emily Ann Ramos, and I am the Tenant Protection and Empowerment Associate at SV at Home. Thank you for inviting us to join you in recognizing Affordable Housing Month. We are proud to receive Santa Clara's Affordable Housing Month proclamation and glad to see this important recognition and how critical affordable housing is for our community. As a local nonprofit, SV at Home advocates for practical solutions to meet the housing needs of residents across Santa Clara County. Our theme for Affordable Housing Month this year is All In for Housing. We are excited to coordinate dozens of events throughout the month hosted by SV at Home and many of our partners. We encourage everyone to visit siliconvalleyathome.org/events to find virtual and in-person events where you can learn and connect with your neighbors. It is no secret that our need remains great across every city and town. Nearly half of Santa Clara County renters are cost burdened. Too many of our residents have been priced out of their homes, and local cities, schools, and small businesses struggle to recruit and retain talent due to housing costs. That is why your continued leadership is essential. Our work focuses on the 3 Ps: production, preservation, and protection. That means building new housing, preserving existing affordable housing that we have, and protecting our most vulnerable residents from housing instability. By investing in affordable housing, we are securing the future and well-being of all our residents and our community. We invite you to join us in envisioning, planning, and creating a future with safe, stable, and affordable homes for all. Thank you again for your partnership and leadership this Affordable Housing Month.
Thank you so much. And would you join us up here? And I'd also like to invite our Community Development Department to come forward for the photo, and the council back down again. Okay, moving along. This year, National Public Works Week is May 17th through the 23rd. And the theme that has been selected by the American Public Works Association is Rooted in Service, Powered by Community. This theme highlights the deeply rooted service-oriented reputation of public works professionals whose everyday efforts, both big and small, form the foundation of thriving communities. The City of Santa Clara has a dedicated staff that helps maintain and improve the city on a regular basis through public works. City staff delivers high-quality public works projects that provide critical infrastructure services in transportation, roadway and building maintenance, wastewater and stormwater treatment, water and solid waste systems, parks, power, emergency management and first response, and other facilities essential to our citizens. In honor of Public Works Week, I want to thank our staff in the Public Works, Silicon Valley Power, Water and Sewer Utility, and Parks and Recreation Departments for their continued resiliency and hard work, especially in these ever-changing and challenging times, in maintaining the utmost efficiency and providing the high-quality services that help keeps our city and community strong, safe, and thriving. In honor of Public Works Week, I invite Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works, to the podium to say a few words, or more than a few words, after what I just read and all you do. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, and I want to welcome some of our staff that I brought here with us. Certainly very happy and honored to celebrate Public Works Week. Again, it seems like we were just here last year doing the same thing. But community is what it's all about. That's why most of us are here and chose this profession and enjoy working here in Santa Clara. So I wanted to introduce some of our key managers. We've had a lot of change, a lot of retirements. So some of the faces I'm sure are familiar, but there's many new ones. And so I just wanted to introduce them to you. So I'll say their name. They'll call themselves out. And I'll start off with Mike Liu, who you know is our city engineer, assistant director,
yes,
and oversees our engineering functions. And we have Vince Lucchese, who is a newly promoted principal engineer who oversees our design functions, working with a variety of projects throughout the city. We also have Lourdes Marasagan, who is our management analyst. We heard budget tonight. She leads all our budget efforts, operating and the capital budgets, so always busy doing that. We have Jing Dang, who is our acting principal engineer in LPD. Of course, they're involved with all the development that comes through and reviewing the encroachments in the public right-of-way. We've got Kaveh Farui, who is our field services principal, and he oversees all the construction as well as all the utility permit work that gets done in the public right-of-way. Carol Shariat, recently promoted to transportation manager, so very happy to promote her, obviously overseeing all the traffic operations, maintenance, and planning. We also have Ken Winland. I'm sure you all know Ken. He makes sure all these facilities function at a high level, whether it's City Hall, the police departments, EOC, or the fire stations. And we also have Colleen Trussell. So Colleen accepted the challenge and is currently the acting deputy director of Public Works. So she oversees our largest division right now, which is streets. And of course, you know that encompasses a wide variety of efforts from all the maintenance to the fleet, trees, landscaping, and environmental programs, just to name some of those efforts. So I think I captured everybody. Oh, and I have, see, I did.
One more.
Matthew Nguyen, so a recent principal engineer who he was hired on with his expertise in capital projects to help us kick off all the bond projects. He's done a great job as we've moved a lot of those forward, so appreciate his efforts as well. So.
Thank you so much. I have a proclamation for him and ask you all to come up here and ask the council to stay up here. That's a big group down there, so the council would stay up.
looks good, all right. Microphone on. Okay, hold that, it looks good. Take a few more, hold that. And we're going to do one more here. Thank you.
Thanks, you guys, from up here.
Thank you.
Okay, and our last special order of business tonight, we are proclaiming the week of May 3rd through 9th as Municipal Clerks Week. The office of the professional municipal clerk is a time-honored and vital part of local government that exists throughout the world and is the oldest among public servants. Wow. Okay. Municipal clerks provide the professional link between citizens, local governing bodies, and government agencies at all other levels. They have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all, serving as the information center on functions of local government and community. This evening, we recognize professional municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. I now invite Nora Pimentel, Assistant City Clerk for the City of Santa Clara, I was going to say to the podium to speak. If you'd like to speak from your chair,
Yes,
that
thank
would
you.
be great. And then maybe afterwards, I'm going to ask our elected city clerk to say a few words as well. Go ahead, Nora.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council, Nora Pimentel, your Assistant City Clerk. And I appreciate the recognition of the 57th Annual Municipal Clerk Week. This is a great way to promote the profession. We are a group of folks that are continuous learners and are kept abreast of the different and best practices in the city clerk world. The Office of the Assistant City Clerk's Office currently has 4 FTEs. We are not as big as Public Works. However, my staff could not join me this evening, and I'd be remiss if I did not acknowledge them. The staff that work so hard and are dedicated in providing the services that we do is Jose Armas and Stephanie Davis, who are our staff aides 1, Yesenia Bozunski, who is an as-needed, and my right-hand man, Deputy City Clerk Vin Nguyen. Couldn't do it without him. Couldn't do it without this whole group. We're currently recruiting to fill a vacancy for our office record specialist position, and that will bring us to our full capacity. We may be a small group, but we are mighty in providing the services that we do. We work alongside our elected city clerk, Bob O'Keefe, and we've built a great rapport together. It has been my privilege serving the city of Santa Clara, the electeds, the community, for over 7.5 years, and I look forward to continuing to provide that service and that support. And we do this because we are people enjoy working with the public, and the office does strive to provide that excellent customer service to everyone. So thank you very much.
And we are one of the cities in California that has an elected city clerk who has certain responsibilities as well, and our elected city clerk is Bob O'Keefe. So Bob, if you'd like to say a few words.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you and the council for recognizing the professional services of our city clerk's office. As you well know, our city clerks, our assistant city clerk, by ordinance, has been ordained to do the lion's share of the city clerk's work. The professional service of the office is done by our assistant city clerk, Nora Pimentel, our deputy city clerk, Vin Nguyen, and the other employees of the city clerk's office. They are the ones who do the professional work. I have been honored to be elected to be the city clerk, which is mainly the elections official for the city, with some other ancillary duties involved in that. But as a lifelong resident of Santa Clara, I have seen our city clerk's office. I've been involved a few times with it, and I am glad that they are being recognized for the hard work they do every day. This group is hardworking. As Nora said, they're small and mighty. I guess they're mighty small, some might say, but they do a great job. And I can tell you from a citizen's point of view that the other citizens recognize that work too. So thank you, Nora, and the whole group.
Thank you, and I just can't tell you how much we appreciate your work on and off the dais for all of us. We appreciate everything you do, and you always have smiles for us, even when we're difficult, so we do appreciate that. So we have a proclamation for you. If you'd like to, we can all join down here. Okay, that was the fun part. Okay. All right, next is our consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item's pulled for discussion. Does the council have any items to pull? Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to pull item 3A for the Parks and Rec Commission meeting of March 9th, 2026 for a comment.
All right, anyone else? I have a question on 3G. I don't even want to pull it. It's the flag raising for FIFA World Cup. And it said it was, and I'm just going to ask the city manager, it's moving it from May 12th to July 19th, which is after all of our games. Are we doing that deliberately after all of our games?
Mayor, it's not moving it. It is authorizing the displaying of the flag for that entire period.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm glad I didn't pull it. Thank you. Okay, I thought we were moving it to after our games. I'm like, why would we do that? That didn't make any sense to me. Okay, is there anyone else? Any member of the public want to pull an item? All right, council, you all know what to do.
I'd like to make a motion.
No. Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
I'll make a motion to, for the rest of the consent calendar, minus 3A and that Parks Commission minutes.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Gonzalez, second by Councilmember Jane for the consent calendar minus 3A. We have to have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Cox.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vice Chair Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes.
And Councilmember Board Member Park is absent. Thank you.
Okay, it passes 6-0 with those present. Thank you. Public presentations. City Clerk, do you have a list? If anyone wants to make a public presentation, please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening. I will have time donated to me from Fred, who's online.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Former council member here, Anthony Becker. Public service is supposed to be about the public good and transparency, accountability, and doing what's right, right? Even when it's uncomfortable, correct? That's the standard this council should be held to, and it's the standard the public expects. I've been coming to council the last several council meetings with one simple goal, to get an item agendized. That request started on February 10th. Here we are, May 5th, Cinco de Mayo. And still, no action from this council nor the city manager on an issue that goes directly to public trust and the integrity of this body, which we keep talking about. I have asked repeatedly for an agenda item calling for the real investigation into the May 7, 2024 FIFA disclosure that appeared days later in the San Francisco Chronicle. At the time, I raised serious concerns about the integrity of that investigation, specifically that it seemed deliberately avoiding looking at everyone who was in that room, including the council members. And let's be clear about what happened in that room. While others were not taking notes, Mayor Gilmore was. She was actively writing things down, and at times asking the city attorney to repeat lines. Same lines that ended up in the press. This matters. Those details matter when we're talking about information that could have been captured and later disclosed. When I pressed the city manager on why the city employees were being investigated, and from what I recall him saying, to the extent of, she's just going to lie, referring to the mayor. So I have to ask, was the reasoning for not pursuing the truth fear, basically? Because if that's the case, that's a serious problem. And to be clear, this is not personal towards the city manager or staff. I believe he and others are in a very difficult position, but accountability is still responsibility of this council, city attorney, and city leadership as a whole. Now there's another layer of urgency. At one last council meeting, Councilmember Jane raised an important issue tied directly to my request, public records retention. Those records are subject to 2-year retention policy, which is May 7th, just 2 days away from now. How convenient. When those records could be gone. I, myself, put a public records request in. Many of you can go try to find that. And I know for a fact that there are emails specifically from me to the city manager raising those concerns about only why city employees were investigated and not members of the city council. Those records matter, and if they disappear, so does part of the truth. Since then, silence, no movement, no answers, and frankly, it follows a pattern. The same silence I've seen for other serious issues, ethics concerns involving the mayor's ethics advisor, meth injecting, questionable nonprofit dark money violations, legal matters involving former elected officials trying to run for mayor, and even a district attorney who appears more focused on campaigning and citing the mayor's blog rather than the real concerns raised in this city. Meanwhile, distractions, delays take center stage while the core issue here remains. Let's not lose sight of that core issue. A disclosure happened, information from a closed session ended up in the press. That's a breach, and the investigation into that focused only on city staff, though the circumstances suggested otherwise. At this point, the public good outweighs any claims of confidentiality. The public already knows about the disclosure, the aftermath, and the information that was released. What they don't have accountability is the real concerns that the city is protecting certain members of this council. So again, I've been asking, do we spend taxpayer money to investigate something that was never meant to find the truth? Are we applying accountability selectively? And are the potential Brown Act violations being ignored? Are we protecting one person? So again, for the 7th time, I'm formally requesting that this item be agendized for public discussion, leading to truly independent investigation, one that has authority to examine everybody who is present in closed session, and one that happened, and after the individual is held accountable. No exceptions, a straightforward decision. And until that happens, this issue still remains unresolved. And I'll close, and I have another item I do want to talk about very quickly, which is I'll close with this as an experience on this council, and what I continue to witness is exactly why I'm here. What started as a long-term effort to document and understand local government has only reinforced the lack of action we continue to see. The other item is about Public Records Request 26-412. For March 24th meeting, I requested information about video from the area front over here. And in the video, someone accused me and my husband of harassment. When I got the information from the city in that public records request, the video looked like it was altered. There was 3 minutes missing. I then ended up following up on that correspondence. Wait, why did this happen? The city responded with, "This camera stopped when the movements were too small for the camera to pick up due to its motion sensing setting. The retention period for City Hall cameras is 30 days, so we are unable to retrieve the video from that date." They have reference that go back to the original PRA that I filed, which is funny because 3 minutes are missing. I'm, in film, I know all about that. I know editing. 3 minutes are missing. And when we talk about, no motion was happening in there, well, there's a person from the 49ers standing in there. Unless he's the perfect person for the mannequin freeze challenge and not moving, then something was happening, including people who were accusing us of harassing them in the lobby area. So the city should start putting cameras outside and really investing into maybe some better security cameras, because 3 minutes missing out of a video is a lot of questions. And I do have a lot of concerns and questions about that, because it seems like every time that there's an accusation, and myself or others on this city council in the past have gone to prove it, things are always missing. So I'd start questioning that. Thank you, everybody, and have a great evening.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mary. Go ahead, Mary. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, members of the council. We are now 3 years past approval of the precise plan, and the city is still stuck in neutral. The Nexus study sometimes, or something that should have been completed last year, still is not finished. Worse, serious questions have been raised about whether the firm hired by the city even meets the qualifications necessary to perform the work properly. That should concern every resident, every policymaker in this room. At the same time, the RFP process appears to be falling into the exact same cycle that has stalled this project for years: controversy, delays, confusion, and a lack of public trust. Instead of momentum, the community sees another process becoming mired in conflict before anything is ever built. And throughout all of this, the public has largely been kept at arm's length. Residents who care deeply about downtown have repeatedly asked for transparency, interaction, and meaningful involvement, not just presentations after decisions are already moving forward behind closed doors. People are beginning to ask whether this city truly intends to build a downtown, or whether the process itself has become the excuse for endless delays. Because after 60 years of promises and 3 more years after the precise plan approval, the public deserves more than studies, consultants, and process. That they deserve visible progress. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Mary. Next, we have Brian. Brian, please unmute yourself. There you go. Oh, now you're gone? Is he gone?
Hi there.
Oh, there you go. Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead, please.
I wish I could have made it today. I'm sorry, but I had some, well, I spent at San Jose City Council. I just wanted to tell everybody thank you, and I'm glad you recognize the city clerk. That's a very tough job, and I don't know if I can get this question answered yet, but I have a report I did for San Jose about using manufactured homes. It's like about 25 pages long. It lists 100 different groups of people that provide manufactured homes for emergency housing and permanent housing. There's a limit on how much. It's a fairly big file to email it to the city clerk. So should I break it up, or I can bring it in too? I just didn't want to make them have to scan it. Okay, thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, and you may want to bring that in. Thank you so much, Brian. Appreciate it. Do we have anybody else that has a public presentation, something not on the agenda? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on. I'm actually going to put the consent item at the end so that we have so many public hearings to move ahead. So we're going to take the public hearing number 9. Public hearing opportunity for public comment and action on the final version of the fiscal year 2026-27 annual action plan for the use of federal housing and urban development HUD grant funds. And this is the second of 2 hearings, and the public hearing is open. So, City Manager. Sorry, I'm moving fast.
You are.
I'm on speed today. I mean, super speed fast, not on speed. Thank you. That didn't come out right.
Not going there.
And shame that you know what I'm talking about.
All right, thank you, Mayor. You jumped to item 9. This is a public hearing to provide an opportunity for comment and action on the final version of our fiscal year 26-27 annual action plan for HUD grants, as you noted. Important to note, annually the city receives HUD grants from CDBG and Home. The city must hold 2 public hearings on that process. The first one was held on March 24th. Staff is returning with updates and revisions and requesting that the City Council approve the action plan. Adam Marcus, our housing and community development manager, will make the presentation. Adam?
Thank you. Welcome, Adam.
Mayor, City Council. As the city manager mentioned, we're here tonight for our second and final hearing for the 26-27 annual action plan. The purpose of these funds is to assist low-income residents through a variety of programs and small capital improvement projects. Every 5 years, the city must create a consolidated plan to identify overall needs and goals, and we're here tonight to talk about that. In 2025, the city conducted a grant application process covering the first 3 years of this cycle. Agencies must apply in order to be considered for this grant funding, and the next NOFA is tentatively planned for fall of 2028. It requires 2 public meetings, as we mentioned. There was a 30-day comment period. It began on April 2nd and ends tonight. The action plan allocates funding for community development grants, home ARP, and local funds. And also, I wanted to give you some updates in that on April 3rd, the city actually received its actual numbers. So when I was here last, they were estimates. So we were very close. Our staff is really good at estimating these things. And there was a slight decrease in the CDBG funds and a very nominal change in the home funds. So those changes are reflected in the version of the document you're seeing tonight. In addition, on April 28th, the court granted a preliminary injunction in favor of the city, which will allow the city in the short term to process certain HUD funding requests. So some of these numbers have changed slightly since the first public hearing. Again, for CDBG, our actual resources are 1.5 million. For home, 761,000. For home ARP, 30,000, and local funds at 771,239. As you can see, each of these agencies is funded at, or proposed to be funded at $30,000 using CDBG funds. And these agencies would be funded, or are proposed to be funded using local funds. And we have a breakdown of our capital improvement projects, noting slight increases in the neighborhood conservation and improvement program to 671,000. And the rest are here for you to see. And for more specifics on our NCIP program, 2 parts: the minor repair program with Rebuilding Together, $200,000 for 10 to 20 minor repairs to homes, and for the major repair loan program, $671,000, which would help fund 5 to 7 major repairs for homes. And with that, we have our recommendations. We do have several agencies here tonight who are going to be making comments, but we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, do we have any questions from the council? Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I did raise this last time. I was concerned. I called out one of our partners who I had used 35 years ago and was happy with, but have had 2 separate situations call me and tell me they were not happy, were not taken care of. And I personally called them, called this entity, and had a bad experience as well, and had to essentially then call out and say, I'm a city council member and I'm not happy that we're not getting anything. when I read the report, I was a little surprised you went through the numbers real quick on 7 and 8. In the report, it said Project Sentinel was given $70,500, and there were only 18 households served, but yet according to here, it says 100, and then on the next one, it says 50. So I'm concerned about that discrepancy in numbers because I'm getting that from the reports that I read and wrote that down as I was working. So there's my concern, because as you see listed, that's one of the larger amounts, and it is under the housing situation. And I do know of one couple that called them that were not given correct information, and I even knew the information. And that is my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I had the same concern about Project Sentinel. I'd like to understand the accountability. How do we check accountability? I know when we do the HUD grants, those have very strict accountability. In fact, the reporting is a little onerous, in my opinion. But how do we, what is the process that we keep these organizations accountable? And then something that I've been concerned about is, we did the homelessness task force a while ago, and one of the number one suggestions was outreach in the creeks and parks. And so where is that in here? I'd like to understand that. Thank you.
Any other questions from the council? Okay, those are the questions, Adam.
Thank you.
Before I go out to the public. Thank you.
Okay. So I will mention, in terms of Project Sentinel, when we do get to the public comment period, Carol Kahn, the executive director for the agency, is here and has asked to comment. So I'll defer to Carol to answer some of those questions, specifically to Councilmember Hardy. But on the question about accountability and how the city oversees nonprofits, so we do require quarterly reporting. We collect data. We get quite a bit of data from each agency every quarter, and we review that data. And in this particular case, there's different types of services that they offer. So there's education that they give, and sometimes it's referrals and helping people understand what their next steps are. In some cases, it's more in the weeds with opening cases and really getting into more extensive work that requires multiple meetings and touch points and calls, 5, 10, 15, 20 calls, depending on the nature of the situation. So we do look at those reports. We do prepare the report every year and bring it to council, the CAPER report that you guys receive every year. We did actually meet after this council meeting. We did meet with Project Sentinel because we heard concern from the council and the staff, and they're very receptive to that. They really want to work with us. And one of the things that we were looking to do is really add some more metrics to their contract, to be able to collect more data to really help us understand specifically on the responsiveness piece, when a call comes in, when a call is responded to, and what the average response time is, and have that front and center in our quarterly reports. So that's sort of one example of one of the areas where we reached out. We were looking to respond to that concern, at least in terms of responsiveness, and we think that will help. To answer Councilmember Jane's question about homelessness, we are in the process of negotiating, completing the negotiation with a vendor, and we are supposed to hear from them literally this week. They had to go to their board and confirm that they wanted to move forward with that partnership. So as soon as we hear that, we're getting ready to sort of bring this back to council as soon as as possible, which would be within a few weeks. So really preparing all the things we would need to prepare to bring that contract to council for approval. But ultimately, the nonprofit needs to have its board give the green light.
Thank you. I just have to say, in both my position as mayor and because in my other job, I'm a real estate broker, I have referred many to Project Sentinel with very good results. So maybe these were one-off sort of situations, but they've really come through for people that have needed help over the years. So I felt like I needed to balance this a little bit. Thank you. All right, so now we have members of the public, if you'd like to speak. Do we have them listed? Okay, we're going to start with Carol. Please come forward. Welcome, Carol.
Thank you very much. I'm Carol Kahn. I'm the Executive Director of Project Sentinel. I understand that there are some very deeply held concerns, Councilmember Hardy and Jane and others, around the responsiveness, the quality of service provided by Project Sentinel. I really do want to address that concern straight on. And also thank you for this opportunity to respond and also provide a bit more of an overview of the totality of our services. We have enjoyed an 18-year partnership with the City of Santa Clara. We are headquartered here, just a 5-minute walk away, and we very much treasure this city and the services that we provide to the many in need. First, to respond to the responsiveness question, we have not heard of a complaint this fiscal year around what you've mentioned tonight, Councilmember Hardy. So I wonder if it does go back to a time in January 2025 when we did receive a complaint through you at our office, and we attempted to contact that client who allegedly had called us for months, to no response. We don't know exactly what happened. I want to emphasize that every client contact, whether it's in the form of a complaint, an inquiry, request for assistance, is cataloged in our database. And all complaints are responded to within 24 hours, if not the same day. An investigation is conducted in accordance with our grievance protocols, and we take every concern seriously, whether small or large, and we seek to resolve the matter constructively. To date, we, like I said, haven't been made of any specific complaints this fiscal year. We therefore believe that this concern may be connected to a single complaint received by City Council last January 2025. I understand there are others, however. Okay.
No, there's no trapdoor that opens that you fall into. You look down, like what happens? We have a 2-minute limit, so I think you got everything out, though. Thank you very much for that. Delinda, please come forward, followed by Pilar. So just be ready.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Gilroy and City Council members for Santa Clara City and staff. I'm Delinda Yaskovich. I'm the Program Director for Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley, and I'm here as a representation of my team to thank you for your past support and to emphasize how important your future support for the housing security here in Santa Clara City is. Our critical home repairs and safety modifications not only restore healthy living environments and improve the quality of life for each recipient, but our work strengthens neighborhoods, fosters connections, and preserves the culture and economic diversity of our community, all for a relatively low investment, while at the same time saving our community costs that far surpass the cost of those repairs. Our clients are longtime Santa Clara residents who've given so much to this community. 75% of our Santa Clara recipients are either extremely low or very low income, and that's 50% or below the median income for Santa Clara County, with our average family bringing in just $43,000 per year. We are helping meet the city's goal of assisting the lowest income residents, as these residents tend to experience housing insecurity at a more disproportionate rate. Your support for the work of Rebuilding Together directly addresses your annual action plans, goals to assist in the preservation of affordable housing for low-income and special needs households. 75% of our clients are older adults, and 43 have a registered disability. Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley has committed the last 35 years to preserving and protecting our current housing stock. Our work of stabilizing homes supports generational wealth by reducing the risk of displacement.
Thank you very much. Pilar? Is Pilar here? Thought I saw her. No? Is she online? Online. Pilar, go ahead.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm Pilar Furlong with Bill Wilson Center. As a longtime recipient of CDBG funds from the City of Santa Clara, I was very happy to hear staff say that they had just gotten the allocation notice from HUD, and it sounded positive, like things were going to be moving forward. I did just want to say thank you to the staff for taking some of my comments from the last meeting into account and some changes that were made on the draft plan. I did have a question, however. I noticed when staff was speaking, they were mentioning that many of the public service grants for CDBG and also perhaps one that is in the general fund for Bill Wilson Center was going to be at the $30,000 level. But when I'm looking at the document on page 17 and page 20, it says 36,000, and I just wasn't sure about that difference. And so I was hoping that that could be addressed. And otherwise, I encourage you to adopt the plan so we can continue funding public services for the residents in Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll have our staff address that at the end of the public comments. Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Hello again. I wish I was there today because I wanted to ask if those agencies, they do really good, and I do hope you support the work they do. If they need any kind of volunteer help, I would love to help out. I'm good with computers, AI, Word, and all that other great stuff. Anyways, thanks for the work they do, and thank you for your, the people brought up the concerns about some of the way they have a good process for dealing with complaints too. That's important for accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Alma? Is Alma here? Online. Go ahead, Alma.
Yes, hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. I would just like to address the council and state that, this last year has been quite difficult since we were unable to get the CDBG grant. Luckily, we've been able to find some funding that has been able to help supplement, but it was definitely difficult, and I'm thankful that we're here at this day being able to discuss this upcoming funding round. And I really do appreciate how much the city does help, especially when it comes to the services for the seniors, since they themselves are struggling, especially during this particular administration time. And I have been able to speak to many seniors within Santa Clara and within the surrounding service areas that we also do provide, how much they are struggling. And so I'm just really thankful that you guys are help supporting our services. And I'd also like to mention that I have recommended multiple seniors to Project Sentinel, and they have helped. So in relations to maybe this one-off situation, I have experienced great help within Project Sentinel. And I'm thankful for all of these entities that are helping our low-income, underserved community members. And thank you again to the city and to the city council for help supporting us for this following year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alma. Georgia.
Good evening.
Georgia Basile, Directing Attorney of Senior Adults Legal Assistance. I wanted to let you know that SALA provides free legal services to Santa Clara residents 60 or older, targeting clients that are low income or at risk of abuse or loss of independence. We are recommended for funding in the action plan before you. This funding will support the expanded availability of our services to your elder residents. We provide our services locally at monthly appointment sessions at Santa Clara Senior Center and by phone for clients that cannot leave their homes or with emergencies. We address a range of critical matters impacting our clients' lives. We address income insecurity by assisting clients with legal problems regarding public benefits they depend on to meet their needs, Social Security, SSI, Medicare, and Medi-Cal. We address housing instability by assisting clients worried about eviction, clients needing reasonable accommodation in their housing, or clients whose housing is otherwise in jeopardy. And we address elder abuse and domestic violence by assisting clients that are victims of abuse, usually by someone living in their homes or someone they know, such as adult children, grandchildren, caregivers, even tenants renting rooms in their homes. And often this involves obtaining restraining orders to prevent physical abuse. We can't charge fees for our services or accept fee-generating cases. The primary way we support our services is through grants like CDBG. So in this current climate, your funding is more critical than ever to enable us to provide the highest level of service possible. So we hope you will support the action plan recommendation. I do want to mention that we also submitted more details and written comments earlier today via email, and we will also be doing outreach and tabling at your senior center at the Live Long and Health and Wellness Fair on May 14th. So please stop by and say hello. Thank you.
Thank you for that as well. Thank you, Georgia. Do I have anyone else here that would like to speak on this issue? City Attorney, do I need a motion to close the public hearing? Councilmember Jane, your light's on.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just had some comments.
No, I just want a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, I'll make a motion to close public hearing.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Jane, second by Vice Mayor Gonzalez to close the public hearing.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Cox?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, so that passes unanimously. Thank you. Before Councilmember Jane, your comments, I was going to ask staff if they could address Bill Wilson Center's question about the funding, 30 or 36,000.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The number is 30,000. We believe the center was looking at a prior draft that had draft numbers in it based on a prior allocation estimate. The estimate here is 30,000 from the general fund. Bill Wilson Center is also funded from another pot of money, but the amount in this one is 30,000.
Thank you. So that was Pilar's question. Thank you very much. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, the reason why I pulled this item earlier was because I really appreciate the organizations coming and talking about your services. It's important for the public to know what's out there, what's available. In the past, years ago, this process was run through the Citizens Advisory Committee, and various nonprofits would come to the Citizens Advisory Committee. We have extensive discussions about services and such. And I think it's important to have the public hear what you offer. I just wanted to comment, I know Brian Darby would like to volunteer, and I know Rebuilding Together relies on volunteers to make repairs to people's homes. So that's a good connection, and anyone out there who would like to volunteer with Rebuilding Together, you can install grab bars or, fix ramps for older people and such. So anyone out there, please volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. So many of these do wonderful work, and we follow up on this all the time. I will say that I have, I hope we'll be bringing it soon, but I have been working with a group called Just Serve, where our nonprofits can put their needs, whether they're specific or if they're for an ongoing for volunteers, so that can show up and our local people who would like to help and have wonderful skills could be of use and service to a lot of our nonprofits. Thank you.
And thank you, everyone, for all of your comments this evening. It's so difficult. I wish we had a lot more money to give out because all of your organizations are so worthy and you give back so much to our community. So thank you for that. I'm looking for a motion for staff recommendation. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, so I just want to say thank you very much for coming out. Like I will repeat Councilmember Jane's comment, which is it's really nice that people get to hear about these services. I remember when the CAC, when the Citizens Advisory Committee would do the reviews for the grants for CDBG and other, and there was a lot of discussion. We would have people, services come talk, we'd have a lot of discussion with residents. I would really like to see that kind of discussion happen again. I do understand that we have a more efficient process with 2 meetings per year to go over the grants, but I think that the CAC meetings did more than just go over the grants. They also marketed the services to the people, and we invited people, and they could talk about these. We'd have the same discussion we'd have in council, but we'd have additional discussions in CAC. Also want to talk about Rebuilding Together. I still have a pair of slacks that has a lot of white paint flecks on it from painting a house. I remember that house very well. And for a while, people said, you should get rid of those pants. And I said, oh, no. I think there's a lot of good memories with those pants. So I want to say that there are real, there are easy ways to go out. Just go out when I wasn't even signed up to help. And I think that when I came to show up, they didn't say no. And I like these kinds of services. I like services where we can meet the people and do the work. And then afterwards, got a free T-shirt. Thank you very much.
Is there a motion? Councilmember Jane?
Yes, I'd like to.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion for staff's recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion for Councilmember Jane for staff's recommendation and a second from Councilmember Hardy. Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Cox.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, staff, for all the hard work on this, and thank you for all the organizations, both here and online. All right, we're going to move now to, moving along, to item number 5, a public hearing, adopt a resolution approving the California Municipal Finance Authority issuance of a tax-exempt bonds for financing of a 100% affordable multifamily rental housing project located at 3550 El Camino Real, and the public hearing's open. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. A quick intro on this item. It's required that you authorize tax-exempt bonds. You have done these items frequently for affordable projects. As you noted, this is a 120-unit affordable housing project. This presentation will be provided by Adam Marcus, our Housing and Community Development Manager.
Thank you, Adam. Welcome back.
Thanks. It's Affordable Housing Month, so I'm back again.
All right. We got your picture earlier, right? Yeah, we did. Okay, good.
In addition, also attending tonight, we have Nicole Brown, Senior Project Manager with the Affordable Housing Developer Resources for Community Development, RCD. And here, I believe in the council chambers, is Benjamin Barker, Financial Advisor from the California Municipal Finance Authority. Both Nicole and Benjamin are available to answer any questions, technical questions tonight. Quick overview, Resources for Community Development is a well-known affordable housing developer here in the Bay Area. They will be developing Clara Gardens, which is phase 2 of the redevelopment of the former Bella Vista Inn. The inn was initially converted to interim housing as phase 1, and phase 2, in phase 2, RCD will be adding units and converting the project to rental. The project will have a total of 120 residential units, with 64 extremely low-income units, 55 very low-income units, 1 manager's unit, And included in the 64 extremely low-income units are 30 set-aside units for formerly homeless individuals and families. The project will include a mix of studios, 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. The development will have 2 multi-purpose community rooms, exterior courtyards, and offices for property management and resident services. A building permit was issued in late 2025. So we're here this evening because the developer has applied for up to $50 million in tax-exempt revenue bonds to help finance construction of the project. These bonds are commonly used to finance affordable housing under the Tax Credit Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA. A public hearing is required prior to issuing tax-exempt bonds. Hosting this hearing does not make the city responsible for this project, financially or otherwise, and conducting the TEFRA hearing is a procedural action, and the city is required to take this step so the project can move forward. And with that, our recommendations are to conduct a public hearing and adopt the resolution. And again, we have folks here to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So Councilmember Hardy, questions only.
Yes. I will say I was there when the county opened that and talked with the very first resident who was thrilled to be there. My question is, when I read through this, it seemed to me that there was a time frame that it would be low income and that would then sunset, and I did not see that in any of the paperwork, so I wanted to make certain I understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, we don't answer questions. We get all the questions first, sorry. You must be new to our process here. Oh, okay. Were you paying attention? Okay, very good. I'm just kidding.
We didn't have that policy.
Well, we don't speak up either, do we? All right, Councilmember Jane.
I remember this project was interim supportive housing, and then it was going to transition to permanent housing. What is happening to the people that are there now when you're transitioning to permanent housing? And then, of course, we've seen with other housing complexes, affordable housing complexes, there's always an issue of parking. And I'm wondering how many parking spots are there, and what is the plan if, I know we're just approving the bonds.
This is on the bonds, it's not on the actual project, so keep it to the bonds, please.
I'd like to understand the project. What is the plan for parking? Thank you.
Again, keep it to the bonds, not on the actual building plan. Councilmember Cox.
That was exactly my question. I want to understand what we are really allowed to consider here. I think that's a question for city staff, because when I was reading the directive, it says it's an opportunity for individuals to express their views orally and writing on the proposed issue of bonds. But then it says, and the location and nature of the proposed project. So I don't know how much into the elements of the housing, the affordability issues we are going to talk about. What should we stick with right now?
So those are all the questions. Maybe city manager can answer the last one first.
Yeah, Adam, why don't you start and I'll supplement.
I just wanted the last one answered first. City attorney?
Yeah, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
The nature of the city council action, as you pointed out, is with respect to the bonds. It is fair, though, for the city to inquire as to the nature of the project and the details of the project, just so you understand the context and what the proposal is. There might be other permits that are required to be issued in connection with the project that are more land use oriented.
So we're down to parking spaces, number of parking spaces, like that level of detail. We're okay with that?
I'm okay with that being a question that's asked for people to understand the context of the project, but that consideration is more appropriate for if there is a discretionary permit in connection with the development of the project, as opposed to the issuance of the bonds itself. But council can ask and to understand the project, but the nature of the action really is, as was described by Mr. Marcus on the issuance of the bonds and the procedural requirement under the TEFRA hearing. Thank you,
Great,
Madam Mayor.
thank you. Adam, if you'd like to go ahead and answer, and then this gentleman can answer what you would like him to answer.
I was just going to say that I think specifics about parking and details about the project would be best answered either by.
Could you speak in the microphone? Thank you.
Specifics about the parking would be best answered by the developer. So if I don't know if they're on the line on Zoom. Yeah.
We had some other
And
questions,
also
though.
for the TEFRA, I'd like to bring up.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Hey, good evening. Ben Barker with the California Municipal Finance Authority. We're the CMFA, we're the state issuer for the bonds tonight. So tonight, we're asking the city to hold a public hearing. The public hearing would happen, and then the approval of a resolution. The resolution would approve that CMFA is the bond issuer. It takes away any moral, legal, or fiscal responsibility from the city. So the only thing that's being asked to happen tonight is just approving that the hearing took place and that the bonds are going to be issued by the CMFA, not by the city. In addition, I'm sure we can answer some questions about the actual projects, but I believe the zoning and permitting and everything else has already gone through that part of the process. Again, this is a not to exceed 50 million. The reality is it'll be about $31 million of tax exempt bonds. There'll be a couple phases of projects being built. There is currently residents that are there. They're going to be transitioned to the new housing. There was questions about the affordability period. When CMFA issues the bond, it automatically incurs a regulatory agreement by the CMFA, which is for 55 years. The project cannot go out of that affordability period for 55 years. City staff did a great job of already laying out what the affordability will be through the entire time of the 55 years. In reality, the project will probably come back before the board in the next 20, 30, next 20 years or so, because there'll need to be rehab work done, and you'll do new bonds for new rehab work. So I should probably let the developer, though, talk about parking, because I don't know a lot about the parking. Is there any other questions about TEFRA or financing that I could answer?
We have, is it Nicole?
Yes, I'm
Oh,
online.
hi, Nicole.
there.
Did you hear some of those questions, I hope?
Yep, I heard it all.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I can address those.
Okay,
So,
great.
yeah, Ben spoke about, I'll just go down the list. Ben spoke about the affordability period. He noted the 55 years of required affordability. Added on top of that, this site, the ground is going to be owned by the county. So RCD as the developer is going to own the building that's on top of the land, but the county will maintain ownership of, the LP will maintain ownership of the building, and the county will have the ownership of the land, which will last at least for 65 years is the period of the ground lease so far. So that's another layer of protection on that affordability. Moving to the next question, I think there was a question about what's happening to the people that were in the interim housing development. So currently the site is now vacant. All the interim housing residents were moved out by the end of March, and the majority of those moved into their planned permanent housing. The whole point of Bella Vista interim housing development was to be a transition place for homeless individuals, households, and move them into permanent housing. So the majority of residents that did occur, and there were a handful of residents that were moved into other county interim housing sites, and will then be placed into permanent housing once that's available for them. And for parking, so there are 83 parking spaces in this development. We have surface parking as well as parking that'll be available to residents in stack lifts, so mechanical parking stackers. So this is a fairly significant amount of parking at this development, and will be distributed to residents on a lottery basis.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. Thank you for answering those questions. Was there any other questions, City Manager? Was that it?
I think that's it. Staff is looking into the approval entitlement process for this development, and we can follow up with the City Council at a later date. I did just look on our website. The first project meeting happened in 2021. The project did utilize state density bonus and SB 35 for ministerial processing. And so details can be provided to the City Council, but that may be one reason why you're not remembering the particulars of the project.
Right. Did you want to say something, Community Development Director? Or if you had any additional information before I go to the public?
Yeah, just to support what the city manager just said, no discretionary permits were required. It did not require any council hearings.
Right, but we all visited the project originally and knew it was coming. We knew it was coming, so I'm glad to see it's here. Very good, thank you. Now it's a public hearing, so I'm going out to the public. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? We have Linda. Go ahead, Linda.
Hello. I actually have a question, and that is, if the county owns the land, does that make the residents, when they move in, when the project is built and they move in, does that make the residents only county residents? Meaning, what happens if they're school kids? Are they Santa Clara Unified School District residents or not? What happens if they are seniors and they need something from the senior center that needs to have a Santa Clara residency? That would be it.
Thank you, Linda. So City Manager, would you like to answer that question? Do we have a county island in Santa Clara?
No, we don't. Property ownership does not impact jurisdictional boundaries, and so even though the land is owned by the county, they would be Santa Clara residents and able to receive all services.
All the services, school district and senior center. Thank you. Do I have anybody else that would like to speak on this? I don't see anyone else online, City Clerk. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing? Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion by Vice Mayor Gonzalez, second by Councilmember Hardy to close the public hearing.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Cox.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, that passes unanimously. So now it's time for council comments and motion. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I want to take a point of personal privilege. Like, I understand that we have a process where we ask all the questions first and then we get all the answers. But that doesn't work because in this particular case, the answer to Councilmember Cox's question would have potentially generated more questions. And I had raised my hand, and we didn't get to see additional questions. We didn't have that. I think that when there are questions that can change, potentially get more questions from council, we need to consider that, which is why simply asking the questions and then stopping when at an uncertain point when we don't know if other questions can be asked is not a very good way to do it. I think that we should answer the questions as they go, and if those generate additional questions, or if, otherwise we have to guess in advance the answers to all the potential questions we may have and ask those all at once. That doesn't make any sense. It's much easier in many cases to simply ask a question, get a response, and then move on to something else, or ask a question, get a response, and ask a follow-on question, which we would not have known about because we didn't know the answer. And I'm going to say this again and again and again. We want efficient meetings. These are not about inefficient meetings. In fact, nothing in this packet or nothing in the meetings actually talks about efficient meetings. It talks about robust discussion.
Excuse me, Councilmember.
And this is a point of
Park, you're
personal
out of
privilege.
order.
This is a point of personal privilege.
Councilmember Park, you're out of order.
This was a point of personal
Please speak to the
privilege.
issue. This council voted on a process. We all approved the process.
The process expired.
You're unhappy with the process.
Process expired 4 years ago.
No, it didn't. And so you're out of order. Please speak to the issue at hand, which is the public hearing on the tax exempt bonds. If you have comments about that, we're happy to hear your comments. If you don't, I'm going to move on to Councilmember Hardy.
I'm going to say this was a point of personal privilege, and I did note that because I do realize that this is not on the subject. So again, we really need to look at this. My question was, I hear that there is a affordability period for 55 years. I had somebody in my district, and this is also in my district, who talked about who had purchased a BMR, a below market rate house, when they were much younger. And they also could not sell, they could not do things for, I think, a period of 50 years. But even 30 years later, they were much older, and they realized that, oh, I need to move someplace else because I cannot go up and down the stairs that when I was much younger, I was able to do. And they were forced to sell because they could no longer sustain living in a place that served them very well when they were much younger, but now had too many stairs for when they got older. Are there any ways that we address these kinds of issues? Do we have other remedies? Because they couldn't afford to sell. I mean, they sold and then they were put into much worse housing because they couldn't just do a straight swap, and I believe they had to sell at below market rate as well. So I want to know how we address these kinds of things, because 55 years, we don't think about that, but I've actually talked to people who've owned affordable housing for a long time. That affordable housing, when they were 40, didn't work for them when they were 60 or 70. Thank you.
City Manager, I believe this is rental housing we're talking about, so I don't know if you want to answer that question and explain about the rental housing.
Understood, but at some point, if there's rental, this is my question. Even if there are rentals, at some point they'll be forced to move someplace else. And what kind of accommodations will there be if, for example, personal situations change?
Sure. High-level response, not to delve into the specifics, because important to note, staff is actually looking into our affordability covenants and will be coming back to the City Council with recommendations. In general, affordability covenants for 30 to 50 years are actually more common and are best practice. The average price to build a unit in what's called in the industry sort of the cost per door is over $1 million. And so when we being the developer complying with city codes to provide inclusionary zoning, provides that level of subsidy, having a covenant that maintains that subsidy that may even outlast that individual tenant is considered to be a best practice, because that is quite a significant subsidy to provide for one person. And so if you have a very short period, that one person, while they may have met the criteria at one point, if their income rises, they may potentially be enriched by several $100,000 given the market rate. And so it is a best practice to have 30 to 50-year affordability covenants. We are actually looking at our affordability covenants, and we'll be coming back to council. I do not know at this point when, but I know that it's on the workload, and staff is working on it.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Yes, I was ready to make a motion for staff's recommendation because we have had the public hearing, and it's to adopt the resolution saying approving the financing and affordable housing project, and it's called the TEFRA requirements. So that's my motion.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Councilmember Cox. Councilmember Jane. Okay.
Yeah, so I had raised the issue about parking, and I'm pleased to see that there is a fair amount of parking there with stackers. One of the concern that's come up recently with some of these affordable housing complexes at Kiefer and at Agri-Hood is the number of police calls for service and fire calls. So I wanted to just try to understand how we're managing those in a facility like this? Because this puts a burden on the city when we approve these projects.
City manager, we're not managing this project, but I don't, is that just a concern, or are you actually asking a question about this project?
I'm asking a question about this project, yeah.
Sure. So,
And it could be to RCD.
I'm
The
sorry.
question could be to RCD. How they're going to manage the number of
Let's ask Nicole, since
public
she's on the
safety
line.
calls.
Yeah,
The
definitely. I can
developer,
speak
since they're
to-
managing the project. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we'll be the owner and manager of the project. We will also have, robust resident services on the property as well. We'll have 4.5 full-time staff members from Abode, who provides, in-depth case management services for permanent supportive housing households. Yeah, and we will also have, on-site security as well, a security guard that will be able to help and assist residents if they're having a crisis, or potentially step in if there's any events happening on site. So we hope that that'll be the first sort of level of, defense at the property to help our residents and, get them assistance as needed. But yes, there still may be calls to fire and police as well for city resources.
That's 24-hour?
So the services, it is not 24 hours, but it is during working hours. The security guard will be on site off hours and weekends.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. All right, Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Cox?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, and thank you for coming this evening. Thank you again, Adam and staff, City Manager. All right, next we have review and adopt the Parks and Recreation Master Plan and adopt a resolution approving the plan. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council, members of the public. One of the things that Santa Clara does often and does well is advanced planning, literally taking stock of where we are and engaging with the community to envision the future. We oftentimes see advanced planning with our long-range specific studies and focus area plans. This is a slightly different one. This is taking a look at our park and recreation system. As many of you know and we'll see in greater detail in the presentation, we have over 300 acres of parklands, 5 community centers, 3 regional trail networks, 6 baseball diamonds, and on and on and on. But what we also know is that we're the fastest growing city in the Bay Area, and there's a need to expand our park and recreation network. And so in 2023, you set about this process, and our Park and Recreation Director, Damon Sparacino, will introduce the item. We have our consultants available to support presenting the item for you today. And I will, without further ado, turn it over to Director Sparacino.
Thank you. Welcome, Director.
Thank you, City Manager, Honorable Mayor, and City Council. And as the City Manager mentioned, over the last 2.5 years, staff worked closely with WRT, the community, and its stakeholders on developing the first comprehensive Parks and Recreation Master Plan for the City of Santa Clara. A plan that will guide staff and council in delivering comprehensive parks and recreation services over the next 10 to 20 years for Santa Clara residents. And before I turn it over to our consultants to present the plan for council's consideration, I wanted to acknowledge key staff that worked on delivering the final draft master plan that's before council tonight. Former Assistant City Manager Cynthia Bajorquez, Kimberly Castro, Recreation Manager. Interim Parks Manager Ray Castro, no relation to Kimberly. Tammy Orlando, former management analyst in Parks and Recreation, currently in Fire Department. Lupe Fuentes, Parks Manager. Sandy Lee, Carolyn McDowell, Gina Saporito, Dale Seal, retired Parks and Recreation Deputy Director, and then, myself, so it's just on the list. But thank you for allowing me an opportunity to thank those staff that worked over the last 2.5 years closely with all the constituencies and the community members. At this time, I'd like to invite Madison Merrill and Peter Winch with WRT Planning and Design that work lockstep with staff and the community on creating and developing the plan, who will present the Parks and Recreation Plan for Council's consideration this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Damon, and it's good to be here tonight, Mayor and members of Council, and the wonderful staff that we've worked with these past years. We're here to talk about Parks and Recreation, which, can you hear me well? I think it's good. We're here to talk about Parks and Recreation, which is, I think, doesn't receive enough attention, though there are so many issues competing for our attention all the time. We know the multiple benefits that Parks, Recreation, and Open Space provides to our community. Tangible benefits like physical activity and the physical health that comes with that. Right behind that is the mental health benefits, and then some secondary things that we know more and more about around environmental benefits, resilience opportunities, even economic benefits to the community. So this means a lot, and it's an important opportunity for us to revisit our approach to Parks and Recreation. I'm Peter Winch. My colleague Madison Merrill is with me. We've been working with city staff closely, and we're eager to present the draft plan. I think we have a presentation that could get rolling. Oh, I'm the one who does that. So the presentation will follow the same format as the draft plan. I believe that you have had an opportunity, members of council, to look at the draft plan, and so we necessarily have to go through this much more quickly, but there's a lot of material in it. The master plan follows in this sequence, starting with an introduction and executive summary, followed by a chapter on the existing conditions that are relevant for us to think about the community and the parks that serve us. Vision and priorities, which is a summary of what we heard from the community, fused with what we learned in our technical analysis. Then we get into, in Chapter 4, goals, objectives, and recommendations. That's really the heart of the plan, setting the direction for the future, and realizing our vision, which is about implementation. Starting with the first section, introduction and executive summary. Why do we do a Parks and Recreation Master Plan? Well, we need to understand now, because it's been some time since such a plan has been done, what are the community priorities, and how should we actualize those priorities to direct precious public resources. More fundamentally, it's an opportunity for us to step back from the day-to-day operations of Parks and Recreation and look at the big picture, and then have a strong foundation on which to make those day-to-day decisions as they come up. The process at a high level started with a phase of understanding the existing environment and understanding the community. We call that our resource and data collection phase. That was followed by putting together goals and recommendations, then an implementation section, and finally the plan. But throughout this process, and particularly in the earlier stages of the process, there was a lot of community engagement. We tried to create a program that would reach a broad spectrum of the community by doing events in public places where people already were, using light touch, accessible methods that people could understand and engage with. We had these 5 pop-ups. We did online surveys. There was a statistically valid survey that was a really important foundation of community engagement. We met with focus groups, sort of specific stakeholders who understand specific issues. We met in groups of 2 and 3 with members of council. We checked in with the Planning Commission, and so really a lot of touch points along the way, and overall over 1,800 people were engaged with the process. Santa Clara today. There's a lot in this chapter, and I'm not going to bore you with all the details, though I don't think they're boring, but we don't have endless time. So we'll just touch high level, but questions could be on things that are not in the presentation, I understand. High level, we need to understand who the community is that is served by Parks and Recreation. Fundamentally important to our consideration is that Santa Clara is, while it is sort of built out technically, it is a community that continues to grow and is projected to continue to grow even by over 20,000 people during the planning horizon. And that's a lot of people that need to be served in addition to the people who are already being served by Parks and Recreation. We need to understand the demographics of the community in order to make sure that resources are delivered in a way that is relevant. And we know we have a diverse community. It's becoming more diverse. And it's an aging community, as many communities in this state and this country are. We need to understand the Parks and Recreation system. Santa Clara has over 300 acres of parkland, a little bit of open space mixed in there at Ulistac. Otherwise, we don't consider it open space. It's because it's quite developed. But we do have these 3 regional trail corridors and 5 community centers, in addition to many smaller recreation buildings throughout the system. We also, as we can see in this chart, are able to inventory the many, many, many recreation amenities that exist in these parks. Chapter 3, Vision and Priorities. This is a chapter where we sort of synthesize an understanding of the technical analysis that I've summarized very, very briefly and what we heard from the community. And I'm just going to touch on a few of the elements of that. First, this set of charts is a sort of greatest hits moment from the results of the statistically valid survey. They are showing what we call priority investment rating, which is a combination of importance and unmet need. So residents who responded to the survey, households who responded to the survey, they responded to questions on many, many, many amenities and recreation programs and indicated their level of importance and their level of unmet need. So these charts kind of fuse those 2 questions. And I'm just showing the sort of top priorities from the perspective of the community, of that engagement, that survey. In terms of facilities and amenities, those top priorities were multi-use trails, a swimming pool, open space and conservation areas, picnic areas and shelters, and indoor walking and jogging track. From the perspective of recreation programming, the top priorities were fitness and wellness programs, outdoor recreation, water fitness programs and lap swimming, community special events, and swim lessons. So just bear that in mind as we will get as we go forward into the recommendations. All in all, we identified these 9 guiding themes. These are not intended to be in order of importance. We deliberately did not number them, but they are capturing what we understood to be sort of the main points of our analysis. So these included, and I'm going to try to avoid using numbers. Paths and trails, a very important focus. Walking is the #1 participated in recreational activity nationwide by a long shot, and we definitely saw that coming through in the responses that we got from members of the community. So walking and other forms of exercise need to be supported. People need that in their parks and open space. Maintenance and aging infrastructure. There was a relatively lower level of satisfaction in Santa Clara's parks. While there was a high level of use, a relatively lower level of satisfaction. I think people understand, they're understanding that resources are strapped, but there's also a desire for a higher level of maintenance and recognizing that there's aging infrastructure and things that need to be improved over time. Aquatics has been historically such an important feature of recreation in Santa Clara, and we heard that being reinforced in our conversations with the community. You could see that coming through in the survey results as well. Program priorities in terms of recreation programming, in addition to aquatics programming, we also heard very high, I think this was the very top score that you could get on the PIR that I'd mentioned, was fitness and wellness programs. Really important. As well as outdoor recreation programs, so people wanting to get outdoors and into nature. Indoor recreation facilities. People were interested in an indoor track, a community center, indoor basketball courts, and indoor volleyball courts. These are actually things that Santa Clara doesn't offer. We're a pretty big city to not have those kind of recreation opportunities for everyone, though they do exist to a certain extent in the senior center and in the youth and teen center. Sports courts. additional outdoor sport court facilities, but especially multi-use and pickleball. Open space and conservation areas, just a hunger for more access to nature, I think, in a sense of the community being increasingly, part of this growing urban region, densifying urban region. Park comfort. While we often think of parks as being focused on active recreation amenities, there's a real importance for parks to be comfortable, appealing places for people to get respite from the rest of their lives. And then finally, community events. People love the events that Santa Clara does. They'd like to see more of them. They connect those events with the parks and the public spaces in our city. And so just kind of reinforces the role that parks and recreation, or that parks and open spaces play in community gathering, community cohesion. And I'm going to hand it off to Madison Merrill, my colleague, to continue this presentation on our recommendations.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Peter. The guiding themes that Peter just presented really lays the foundation for Chapter 4 here, which is going into the goals, objectives, and recommendations of the plan. So this chapter starts out by setting the stage for the chapter with 7 key goals that really set the vision for Santa Clara's parks and recreation system. They are organized by key topic areas, including parkland, indoor recreation facilities, aquatic facilities, paths and trails, environmental resiliency, and maintenance, and programs and events. The chapter then goes into more detail into these key topic areas, first looking at parks and park access. So park access is distributed somewhat unevenly in Santa Clara, with several neighborhoods not having parks within 10-minute walk from home. Gaps, areas outside of the blue service area on the map indicated, are especially noticeable in older areas of the city and along growth corridors. The map also indicates how currently planned parks that are part of planned future development, the orange circles, will help fill some of these access gaps. And then the purple circles indicate what it would look like if additional parks were built in gaps areas, so indicating how some of those access gaps could be filled. Another way to look at access is from an acreage standpoint. Santa Clara currently has about 2.3 acres per 1,000 residents. And the plan establishes a goal of 3 acres per 1,000 residents. This aligns with the framework outlined in the city's general plan, and also aligns with the park access needs from the previous slide, and also benchmarking analysis with other peer communities. This goal results in a projected need of 86 acres per 1,000, or just 86 acres of additional parkland by 2035. This additional acreage could be obtained in a variety of approaches, including acquiring and developing new parkland, development provided parkland, or through joint use partnerships with schools or other recreation providers. Schools are a particular opportunity for Santa Clara. School sites include 152 acres of fields, courts, and play areas. If the city were to develop a robust partnership with the school district, that could really help fill some of these access gaps in the community. So zooming in a little bit more and looking at specific amenities. This table compares the city's existing level of service for individual amenities that are typically tracked by the NRPA, and compares that with national average and also the community's priority as indicated in the survey that Peter presented. It then establishes a standard and estimates the additional amenities needed by 2035 according to that standard. So potential needs are diamond fields, multi-use fields, pickleball courts, splash pads, playgrounds, and reservable picnic areas. And again, school grounds presents a significant opportunity to help fill some of these gaps. The final column on this table shows how several of these amenities are present on school grounds and could potentially be publicly accessible through an agreement. Next, the plan establishes park types for all of Santa Clara's parks and open spaces. These types are based on the park's size, amenities, and just general role it plays in the community. And then for each park type, standards are developed to help provide guidance around typical size, amenities, landscape treatments, and other key design considerations. And the goal here is really to help provide consistent quality across the system while still having space for design to reflect its unique context and unique identity within the community. These standards can be used for both improving existing parks and developing new parks, whether it be the city or developer-provided parks. Next, recognizing that school sites are a key opportunity within Santa Clara, the plan goes into more detail about providing guidance for successful joint use agreements and also includes some key design considerations. These include ideas around thoughtful fencing to make sure that the school sites remain secure during school hours while also providing clear and welcoming access points with clearly defined and consistent hours. Also making park sites more comfortable for recreation and students. School sites typically sometimes lack shade, seating, and other basic comfort amenities. So there's some guidance around that as well. Shifting to indoor recreation facilities, as Peter mentioned, indoor jogging track, community programming space, and a gymnasium were all indicated as priority needs in the community engagement process. Additionally, in 2025, Santa Clara had about 0.67 square feet of indoor recreation space per resident. This is slightly below the national average, and several of the facilities are aged and in need of reinvestment. So in response to this, the recommendations for indoor facilities include remodeling several facilities to address aging infrastructure, including the senior center, youth and teen center, youth soccer park, and other small park buildings. Remodel and potentially expand the community recreation center, and also constructing 2 new facilities, the first being a North Santa Clara Library and Recreation Center. This is currently proposed as part of the Patrick Henry specific plan, and also another facility to provide a gymnasium, as that is something that's not currently provided in Santa Clara. Switching over to aquatics, the key recommendation for aquatics is further study and engagement to develop a comprehensive strategy. This strategy is needed to first focus city resources to address aging infrastructure for aquatics, better distribute aquatic facilities in the community. This map on the slide, the blue circles represent the existing pool service areas, so showing how aquatic facilities are really centralized in the central and southern part of the community. And also, the strategy is needed to deliver less small neighborhood pools and focus on more community-wide facilities that have a range of amenities. So this could potentially be achieved by first doing improvements to the International Swim Center, which the city is already on its way. Reimagining Warburton as a community-wide aquatic facility with more diverse features and elements. A potential new aquatic center in North Santa Clara to help balance the geographic distribution of aquatic facilities. Continued use of the senior center pools, and also reevaluation of Montague and Mary Gomez neighborhood pools, potentially considering them, phasing them out in the long run, considering their size and condition. Shifting to programming. So the programming recommendations really focus on establishing a more data-informed and community-responsive program model. Key recommendations include increasing programming participation across all geographic areas, prioritizing staff time and investment in high-demand programs while potentially phasing out lower interest offerings, developing a formal marketing program, and also a formal partnership policy for outside providers. The maintenance and sustainability recommendations are focused primarily on improving efficiency and prioritizing efforts to expand staff capacity. Key recommendations include aligning work plans with community priorities, having an asset management system that includes mobile tools for staff to use in the field, and supporting hiring and staff retention for both day-to-day maintenance and operations, and also to oversee construction projects, particularly for bond-funded and life cycle replacement. So that covers the recommendations, and the last chapter of the plan is realizing our vision. So it's focused all on implementation. The main part of this chapter is the action plan, which takes all the key capital and operational actions from Chapter 4 and estimates their cost and establishes a phasing plan. So there are 4 key phases. The first is short-term, which is 1 to 5 years, mid-term 6 to 10 years, and long-term 11 plus years. And then there's also ongoing projects, recognizing that some of these things require ongoing effort. So just quickly here highlighting key ongoing priorities. This includes establishing a vision for and developing the new 35-acre North Santa Clara Park that's part of the related development. Improving existing parks through the Kitchell Report implementation and also through other comfort improvements such as shade and other comfort amenities. Developing the planned trail network and pursuing parkland, additional parkland through acquisition, development, and joint use. Key short-term priorities include completing the planned International Swim Center improvements, again, already on your way there, developing a complete aquatic strategy, and implementing new high-priority amenities and programs, which this spans both short and midterm projects. And then for mid and long-term, key things are mostly encompass the investment in indoor recreation facilities. So completing the remodeling the senior center, expanding the community recreation center, and constructing the 2 new recreation facilities. So the action plan also established order of magnitude cost ranges for both capital and operational costs. Key high-cost categories here include new park acquisition and development, indoor recreation facilities, and existing park improvements. It's important to note that a lot of these costs can be reduced through partnerships, joint use agreements, and developer contributions, in addition to the 2024 bond funding. And then finally, the plan outlines Santa Clara's current funding mechanisms and identifies opportunities to support additional funding. The key categories for opportunity include tax support, development, grants, user fees, partnerships, and franchises and licenses. And with that, thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to answering any questions.
Thank you so much for that report. Is our director coming back? Oh, okay. All right, questions, council. Questions only. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. By the way, I thought the report was really well done and that the questions were asked in more than one way to get a really good picture of where we're at. I was especially happy with the 92% usage of our parks and people saying that they had done that. Now, to me, the low-hanging fruit is to work with the school districts. The largest one in Santa Clara being the Santa Clara Unified School District, but we also have part of the Cupertino down in the south part. And to me, that makes so much sense to work with them over usage. And I wonder where we're at with that. Also, we have talked about the park buildings don't get used that much because the picking up the keys, setting it up, reserving it, picking up the keys, using the building, taking the keys back, it has been laborious. I know I've done it personally. So I was surprised to not see any kind of system that talked about that. I will say the indoor use, especially if we work with the school districts, we have beautiful weather most of the year. We pay extra for the sunshine, and I like to enjoy it. So part of me is like, stay outside. But especially with working with the school district would help with our cricket pitch, because we don't have one, but the school district does have two. And I did see that that came up. And we've had a lot of requests for pickleball. And then the last one is the Memorial Cross Park condition. I went down there just the other day. That is our third mission site, and it is in deplorable condition. I wondered if that was a priority. I saw that it listed it as a bad condition. I wondered if that was something we were working on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director and the team for the presentation. So I had the same question, like school district collaboration. I have raised this issue earlier too. Like we are short technically, if our projections are 3 acres per 1,000, we are short by 80 plus acres of parkland. So two questions: what are our plans to fulfill that 80 acres, basically, short term and long term? Secondly, how we can proactively and on priority engage with school district. I know we have a YAC center agreement with them to how we are utilizing school district property on the YAC, but how we can collaborate to make sure we are taking this on priority and our residents are able to use 152 acres of the school district parks, right? Second is north side 35-acre park. What are our plans? Because related project development is, we are not definitely, there's no definite plans for that. Are we basically bound that unless they do it something, we will not be able to do it? So what are our plans, if at all, independently build that 35-acre plan, 35-acre park, basically? How we can make it happen outside of related development, basically, because that's our land, not related land. They agreed to give us some, I think, $5 million or something for it, but ultimately the city has to develop it, basically, on that. Use of technology, how we can implement the use of technology to book, having access to all the community centers or even the restrooms throughout the city. We are lacking in that implementation of that technology, and that hampers, or sometimes it's not even convenient for residents to make use of the facilities. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, thank you for the comprehensive report. The report states that, our population is aging, no surprise. And our senior center is pretty heavily used. And the warm pool there, the therapeutic pool, is very popular, but it seems to be broken quite a bit. I know the senior center, the report says was built in 1973, and the new pools were 2007. So those are 20 years old. I don't want to get into an issue with this ISC, where we didn't actually put money aside to repair the ISC for decades. So as we get aging population, we need to really cater more to senior activities. And I've been pushing, I pushed for the first community garden in Santa Clara. It's a great activity for seniors to get some outdoor time, exercise, have interactions with other seniors, what are you growing, what are your issues? So I didn't see any emphasis on community gardens. I know in the surveys it showed up. But the other thing is, we have climate change happening. So we should be actively adding shade structures to all of our playgrounds. I was wondering, you talk about neighborhood parks, and, neighborhood parks are like, if you have a toddler, you take your toddler to the park every day. So you want to have play structures there. So, like, for example, why don't we have a play structure at the Mission Library Park, So what is the plan then to add play structures to all of our neighborhood parks? I really resonate with the idea of not enough picnic reservations. I believe the only places that we allow to reserve picnic areas is Home Ridge Park and Central Park. And we need to have more picnic areas, because if you're living in apartments and you need to have a family gathering, you do it in the parks. And you want to be able to hopefully bring a jump house if, we can figure out how to do those. But have your family enjoy the parks. Absolutely sharing with Santa Clara Unified. I mean, we need 86 acres of parks. I usually calculate land in Santa Clara at $5 million an acre. That's $430 million just to acquire land, not even to develop the park. And I know the report states 194 to 259 million for acquiring parkland. That's at $3 million an acre, which I think is low. So we absolutely have to share with Santa Clara Unified, and I've mentioned this to the director several times. Last summer, Santa Clara Unified at Wilcox had built brand new tennis courts, and all summer they were completely empty. So I want to see those courts open to the public this summer. I don't know how we can get these arrangements with the school district going. And there should be lights. Every time we have new parks, we should plan for lights. I mean, in the summertime, you'll be out there till 10 p.m. And you want to be able to play tennis till 10 p.m. since there's a shortage of tennis courts and people are working. So that's the time that they can play. Finally, the San Tomas Aquino Trail is very, very popular, but it's too narrow. And as Prologis is going to be developing the Great America Park, and as Graystar is developing that parcel, there's an opportunity to widen the San Tomas Aquino Trail so that we can have people walking and biking and running all at the same time. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cox.
Thank you, Director Sparacino. So to just piggyback on that about the trails, again, I'm trying to look on the action plan to see where trails really come in, because I see that those are highest priority listed. But on the action plan, I'm not finding them on the 1 to 5 or 6 to 10. I'm assuming this is a high priority program, and it's just not listed under there. But again, I want to make sure, as somebody who's on San Tomas Aquino Trail quite often, I think that bridging something to the north side would be awesome. I think everybody's asked about the school district, so I'm skipping that. We talk a lot about this being a cost recovery kind of system for some of the programs here. And as we move into new facilities and new amenities, I want to make sure that we're considering how low-income families aren't priced out of that model in a cost recovery system. You guys talk about using kind of a report card that will be an annual service satisfaction tool, and I want to know what part of the action plan that will be implemented in. And then I think, one of the things I'm always concerned with is when we talk about, an Asian population as an aggregated group that represents, 7 to 10 demographics of people that have vastly different priorities of what they would want to see. I mean, so we can look at cricket, but we're serving a different Asian population. And so I wonder if you guys are going to disaggregate your data so that you can really closely look at, these different demographics of people that may make up 50% of our population, but to say that, we want to do cultural celebrations and then tag it all as Asian, I think is a disservice to really all of the variety that Asian represents in our city. And I think it would mean very different things based on whether I was a Hindu and didn't have a high interest in going swimming, but really wanted outdoor facilities. So I think that would be important for our city to start disaggregating data.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, thank you for the report. It's extensive. I know that I think most of the council members had got to see parts of it as it was being drafted and gave input on it. As far as the monies that we're looking at for acquiring and developing the parks in the future, obviously it's an ongoing endeavor, but how are we going to get that money? There's certain things that we're looking at. I know on the school district side, bond measures are a little bit easier to pass. So as far as working with the school district, I know that's been something that's been talked about for years. How do we get that done? In my conversations with their facilities person today, they're moving to a digital card kind of based system. So I know in the past when I was serving on the school board, we talked about providing Parks and Rec a key to open up facilities, right? In the future, that won't be needed. We'll be able to address, that a little bit easier. But how do we get that collaboration a little bit sooner, whether we have a champion there or not, and work with them to do that? I think is important in the short term. In the long term, as we look at building out some of the parks that have been mentioned, especially on the north side, it'd be if there is more more property there, maybe that you can build a whole sports complex, something like other cities have done, where you have an indoor complex as well as the outdoor, to do something that we might not have space or land acreage somewhere else in the city. And the other question I had was, I can't remember, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you very much. I know that people have been asking about access to community centers and access to different facilities. I know that San Jose gives management of a lot of its community centers to local groups, and they manage the primary access, and they also manage the secondary access. So if you want access to a community group, then usually there's a listing, you call a number, and the organization that manages the primary access, for themselves to that facility also manage the secondary access. So they've got, every 10 years, I believe, they've got a program in which they assign community centers, different rooms, different facilities to community groups. They would apply, they would have an application, they would be responsible. I've always wanted to give, I've talked to a lot of people throughout the years about what Santa Clara can do, and I said, we don't have that kind of a program. But I think that maybe if we could look into that program. It's not called Parks and Rec in San Jose. I believe it's called Neighborhoods and Parks and Rec or something like that. And I think that that's an interesting way to consider it. Puts you much more in touch with the people and the communities, the organizations that are using the facilities. I have also, I do like Councilmember Cox's comment about cost recovery. I've thought about this for a long time, and I realized that cost recovery is a good idea if you're looking just from a fiscal perspective. We don't want to give services for free, or at least we want to get maintenance costs back. But I realized that's not a great way to look at it when we're looking at city or public services, which is people pay taxes and governments provide
Excuse
services.
me, is there questions in here? This is question only. I'm waiting for the question.
Okay, but I'm saying maybe we should consider what that means, because again, government should not be run like businesses for exactly this reason. People pay taxes, they should get services. So going on to questions, I noticed that on-site parking is not for neighborhood or mini parks, which is, 0.5 acres to 1 acre, 1 acre to 5 acres. But I've noticed that a lot of parties, a lot of events need drop-off. They have, and there's requirement for ADA access. I thought there should be maybe some minimum for disabled parking or for loading. I don't know if that would be considered, but I noticed that there were not any dots for parking in those things, but I've noticed that at least in one situation, I've had to help somebody because it was not easy to get from where they were to some place where they needed to be, and it wasn't because there wasn't parking, it's because there wasn't parking where they needed to be. My question during the study sessions were, how do we engage people who use facilities often but are not located in the city? For example, I know that there's a Magical Bridge up north, park that has water amenities, and we use that all the time. And I happened to be talking to somebody there, and they said, "Oh, I'm actually one of the people that manages this facility," and we had a long talk about this. And they said, "We have a session where we invite people that we meet in parks to come and talk, and this is how we get input, because we know that because of our special." We have a special feature that people come for this special feature. So that would be interesting to know how we get input from people who are not located in the city. I've also noticed that when we get to parks, we have to look at how people are getting to parks. So I've been riding my bike with my daughter quite a bit, and I've noticed that it's not always easy to get to parks, especially if you're riding a bike. I mean, walking is safer because you can access all the crosswalk buttons. There are some special places, there are some great intersections that have crosswalk buttons for people on bikes, but not every crosswalk, and it's surprising. We actually had to find different ways to get there because we wanted to find the bicycle accessible crosswalk buttons because we thought maybe that's what the bicycle paths would be, but that's not always the case. So we should think about not just the distance, but also how people get there. Walking is always good, but as children learn how to bike and as children learn how to scooter, that doesn't become their primary method. I know that Councilmember Chahal asked about related amenities, like when are the related amenities scheduled? Do we have to wait until after development starts, or could we, because, there are people moving in already nearby, there are small parks nearby, but there's a lot of land there that could be used for larger uses, pickleball courts, et cetera, that would not necessarily fit on the smaller parcels that are already developed or being developed. And then what's funded? Like, I know that we have a lot of ideas, but I want to know what the funding gap is and how we're going to cross that gap. When we look at the number of acres we need to go from what we have, the ratio of how much open space we have compared to the population, the question I had before was, how much land have we lost? How much open space, how much park space have we lost through in lieu fees? Meaning, I know that when the Hearth Apartments were developed, I think they paid $4 million in lieu fees. And I thought that was kind of criminally low compared to what we lost in terms of land. And when we talk about land values today, they're even higher. I mean, the amount that they paid would not have paid for a single acre, and they probably should have put it in 3. I asked about how much we can use by reusing designs, meaning we have this idea that we would like parks to be individual, we would like them to be, but for a lot of for toddler parks, for example, I don't know that the individuality is that important. I think that having some consistency is also a good thing. So rather than redesign or design everything from scratch, maybe we could have a couple of things we can just drop in, put places, and because it's kind of funny. I go to a lot of parks and I realize, oh, this one doesn't actually have swings that adults can use, or this one doesn't actually have something that, and it'd be nice to have some consistency, especially when you have a toddler, because that's when you want to be active with them the most. And then lastly, parks are not just places, they're not just places people go. That's also places where people stop. We go to the park all the time just to ride bikes around the paths or ride bikes around the areas, and it'd be really nice to have bicycle oases. I do hear, I believe is Councilmember Hardy's comment about, or somebody's comment about shade, maybe it was Councilmember Jane's comment, but I see a lot of parks that there's seating, but nobody's sitting in the seating because it's a hot day and nobody wants to be there. I go to a lot of the magical parks in this area, and I always tell people Santa Clara has the best magical park because not only does it have a lot of seating, but it has a lot of natural shade. And that's the number one reason I think that the Santa Clara Park, I may be a little bit biased, is one of the best parks here. But what we've learned and what we designed with the Santa Clara Magical Park needs to be everywhere. There are lots of parks, including the one, the Hunter Storm Park, where there are benches. And every single time I see a bench, I see no tree, I see no shade whatsoever. I go back there. Every time I go to Costco, I sometimes walk across just to see what it's like, and I don't see anyone sitting there. And I'd like people to consciously think about, maybe have a requirement, that if there is seating, there should be some kind of shade, some kind of cover, because isolated seating with no cover whatsoever, I take a look, I note this every single time I go. I note this every single time I see an older person pushing a pram, pushing a buggy. They're not using the seating that's in the sun. Thank you.
Okay, a lot of the questions I had were asked already, so I'm not going to repeat. I had a question about the teen center, and I wanted to know what our lease arrangement was with the school district. I thought we didn't have control of that anymore, but I could be wrong on that. Also, I think there should be an explanation of who has jurisdiction over the creek trails, because I know there's been a lot of discussion of what council members want the city to do on the creek trails. And so if you could talk about who owns it and what agency owns it and has jurisdiction over the creek trails. The 86 acres you talked about that are needed in the city in the report, did that include the 35-acre Central Park North or not? It didn't include it. So if we add that in, then we cut it by, like your hand movements, we cut it by 35 acres. I'm just trying to do the math on some of this.
It's 86 in addition. That's counted into, but it's also accounting for a 20-year build-out.
Okay.
So that's in the plan.
It's in the plan.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Talking about phasing out some swimming pools, and it's probably the fact that Mary Gomez, since I live near there, is so busy. That swimming pool is super busy, and it was even busy when the ISC was open. So I think there was a lot of senior swim at Mary Gomez. So I'm just sensitive to the fact that swimming is so important in our community, and we talk about potentially phasing out, it's going to cause a lot of angst in the community. And I think that's all I had for now. Councilmember Jane, your light's on again. Do you have an additional short question?
The related 35-acre park, or now 32 acres, has been promised for over 10 years. There doesn't seem to be any progress. The issue was that as we were building Tasman East, everyone said, oh, we don't need to build parks here because we're going to build them at related City Place. But that's not happening. So how are we serving all of the residents at Tasman East when we have no idea when that park is going to get built?
That was asked a few times, but okay.
I wanted
All
to
right,
relate it to
so
Tasman East, Mayor.
Thank you very much for that again. So, Director, do you need some time? I'll go to the public. It might buy you a few minutes.
Sure. Yeah, please. There's couple of questions about the creek trails. I want to confer with the Director of Public Works.
Thank you.
And then I think I have answers to most of the other ones.
All right, there was a few repeats in there. Thank you. So it is a public hearing. Is there anyone here that's in the audience that would like to speak to the Parks Master Plan? If not, we have Linda. Go ahead, Linda.
Thank you. I have lots of things.
Okay.
One is bathrooms. Bathrooms are needed for senior citizens in every park, and bathrooms are needed for homeless, which of course, everybody doesn't like homeless, but they need to go somewhere. And I would much prefer them to have a bathroom than to have to encounter something. So it's usually teenagers who are trashing bathrooms, not the homeless. Next thing is, we had a good relationship 30 years ago with with the school board. And a lot of things were done cooperatively, including the yak. So I don't know where that fell out, but it definitely did. We do have the adult ed can be used a lot. They do have indoor facilities for both gatherings, which the school board has used for questions, and also various athletic equipment, et cetera, at the adult ed, which is Scott and Benton. Let's see, pools. Pools use a lot of pools have been filled in because they're asbestos and they would be hazardous to do anything with. So when they need repaired, they are filled in. At least the district pools have been filled in. I know that Mary Gomez and Warburton are both fading pools, but they're very well used when they're open. Senior Center warm pool, hot pool, I think it's the calcium, the hard water that keeps jamming up the system. That's it.
Thank you, Linda. Next, we have Wanda. Go ahead, Wanda. You can unmute yourself. There you go.
Hi. It's really wonderful that we have all this money because it's a wonderful plan. And there's even more money that could be concerned, and money is an issue, that we aren't.
Wanda, you're fading in and out. Do you want to, Wanda, can you hear me? Hello, Wanda. She's still on, but she's fading. Wanda, you're fading in and out. We can't hear you now. You may want to hang up and call back. Okay, unmute. Unmute yourself, Wanda. There you go. Okay, let's try it. Let's try again. Let's start again.
Did you hear me?
We only heard the very first things. You said something about us having a lot of money, and then you faded out.
Okay. It's wonderful that we have all this money, that we're doing better, because it's a wonderful plan, and I think we could spend even more. I do have some concerns, and both Mayor Gilmore and Councilman Jane and Park addressed some of my concerns, which were parking and the pool and the money and the tax. And I don't feel that we're utilizing the big, beautiful building that we have called the Senior Center, because the hours aren't open because we don't have enough lifeguards. When you pull the pool away, the Senior Center pool is closed a lot. And so the Gomez Park is an alternative. And I love the Senior Center, and I think we're spoiled to have all this. And I think these parks are wonderful. But, you know, I just raised a kid for 12 years through the school system, and we really utilize the parks. I've hardly gone to a park that eventually there wasn't a creep in it. So there is some concern about security, and it's a good idea financially to try and combine the schools, but that would be another ongoing cost to think about. So once again, and then we started charging fees in the park that are extra. I don't know how much, that's going to help do all of this. So there's so many things that I'm thinking about on it. But once again, for all this money, why are we charging seniors? How much do we get to use the senior center when we said that would never be done? So it's a good start, what's happening, and I'll be following. And thank you for your work on it, everybody.
Thank you for calling in. Thank you, Wanda.
Welcome.
Do we have anyone else? No one else? Okay. Did that give you enough time for your questions?
think I've asked City Manager Grogan to kind of help kick it off
Okay, very good.
for related park questions, and then I'll come in and try to get all the other ones.
Sure.
Thank you.
Let me do a quick high level. There were a number of questions on the related parcel. I think we could almost have a whole meeting on that, but just as a high level, I think it's important to remind council and the public of a few components of the related entitlement. So as has been said, the related entitlement included a park, sort of Central Park North, roughly 35 acres. Important to note, in the original entitlements, that park was to be delivered with phase 2. With the re-entitlement, Related has the ability to start on the northeast parcel first. We all know the unfortunate market dynamics that are going on now with new office, retail, not a lot of residential tied to that project, but also a hotel. And so Related is continually looking at opportunities to move forward, but certainly most of our conversations right now with them have centered on the entitlement change for the northeast parcel. Also important to note, while the delivery of that is, and by delivery I mean providing the city access to that property, because there's $5 million included in the Related entitlement that is due to the city. We could pull down that money now. That $5 million is for design, but the city would not have full access to that parcel until phase 2 of the original plan. Also important to note, Related has the ability to use that parcel for a laydown yard for construction, certainly for phase 1, and I also believe for a part of phase 2. Also important to note, the current Stars and Stripes roadway is a temporary alignment. They need to build the permanent alignment of Stars and Stripes, or whatever that future road is called, in order for us to get access to the parcel. Development of that park will be far in excess of $100 million, right? Oftentimes, city build one municipal facility for $50 million. And so that project is really in alignment with a lot of the things we talked about with our budget 10-year forecast. There are a number of service enhancements that are not funded. One of the primary funding sources we've talked about for the money to develop that large park in the north is park impact fees connected to development in the north. The Patrick Henry specific plan, the developments in Tasman East, the Irvine project, the Freedom Circle project. We all know where, unfortunately, development is right now. Those projects are not breaking ground. In large measure, there are one or two projects. Irvine is a great example where the developer recently came in and they're self-funded, right, in that project. But in large measure, the projects in the north are not moving forward because of the current market conditions. All of that pushes back the financing and the plans for the park in the north. While we can pull down the $5 million to start design, staff has had conversations. There's both a workload conversation, but then there's also a conversation on when do you start that process so that the design is timed early enough so that you can gather money and start to develop your plan, but you also don't want to do your design potentially 15 years away from when the project starts. And so lots of conversations on that. Don't want to really drill down the rabbit hole. Totally know it's a very important part of our future park system, but it truly is long-range visioning.
Thank you. So Director, when you're ready for the other
Few questions.
50 questions.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So several council members, will start with the Santa Clara Unified School District Partnership. We're meeting regularly with the school district. We weren't as far along as we'd like to have been when we were finalizing the master plan. Otherwise, it may have had some different language in there. But the school district did work closely with us to identify what their total acreage was, what their assets were. It was very helpful to completing our plan to say that these are the things the school district has, and these are the areas that we can do. I'm currently working with school district staff. They had some other things that came up. We've had some things that come up, but we're working on an agreement to gain better, to codify public access during non-school hours. Additionally, we're looking at ways to increase the partnership where possible, especially where we see opportunities on depreciating assets such as tennis courts, as mentioned by Councilmember Jane. One of the other things we heard was an indoor walking facility. While we might not be able to come up with an indoor, we could do an outdoor all-weather facility in partnership with the school district. So there's things such as that that we're working on and to call out in the master agreement, as well as codifying community access outside of hours. The question will then be how many of those acres, the 152, do we count towards actual park acres based on availability to the public? It'd be weekends, evenings, and summers. So do we count 40%, 30%, 50%? So it would come into play in that regard.
And if I can, just to caveat that, I just want to caution that the agreement that we're discussing will not open up all of the school facilities to public use. There's potentially a cost attached to that, as well as significant conversations with the school district and potentially even a philosophical difference between the city's position and the school's district's position on specific facilities. And so while we're working on creating a baseline agreement and there is traction on
looking into it, yes.
A few facilities, I just want to make caution,
Absolutely.
Throw caution to the wind because there's much work that needs to be done on that.
There'd be a lot of work to be done on that.
Yes, there's a lot of work. There's a lot of work, but we're doing it.
All the sites are fenced in.
Yeah.
Since the pandemic.
Yeah, and then
so
also
it's gonna be
making sure that
tough.
they get opened after hours. Yeah, so that summarizes the school district. We had some operational questions about giving access to park buildings, making it easier to get in. There's other things we're looking into for both our park restrooms as well as our park buildings, which would be electronic locking mechanisms, especially for our restroom facilities that then they would lock when it's dark, would mitigate some of the vandalism we see after hours, either before staff or janitorial services can get in there and clean. We could apply the same technology applications to some of the doors where you can have a code, and when a customer rents a facility, you can give them a unique code, and then the code's therefore voided after. So there's ways around that. We just we'll have to build the infrastructure, and then we'll have to implement it. And of course, none of these things are free. Cricket pitch, correct, counting that as part of the partnership with the school. Pickleball came up as well. I will let council know that staff is currently working on a community engagement pickleball and or tennis process that we plan on launching sometime between May and June, where we'll do both online surveys, directly engage the tennis playing, pickleball playing community, and then do a few pop-ups to inform what are we gonna do with, for instance, the CRC tennis courts, or what will we do with our outlying tennis courts, or if we were able to someday codify or become, partners with the school district on use of some of their tennis courts, could we then convert some of our existing tennis courts to pickleball? So there's a lot of options. I will tell you that we're, just like a lot of these that we're gonna get through, we're working on these as we speak. Let's see, Memorial Cross Park, thank you for your input on that. I will talk with staff tomorrow to make sure we get out there, get eyes on it, and see what we can do. So fulfilling the Councilmember Chahal talked about fulfilling the shortfall. I think we answered that already. The North Side Park he asked about, I think we addressed that. And then online access, I will let council know that All of our facilities are online and available to book or at least engage staff on access. You don't have to come in person, except for to get the key to the park buildings. But booking them, you do not. So we'll have to think of how we can take it all the way digital and also fund that. We talked about the pool. So I have on good authority that staff tells me that one of our best pool pumps is the senior center pump. So that's running, and we've had other issues with the senior center, which is the air circulation, and then we also had it shut down recently to replaster everything. But generally speaking, they've told me that if we can have all of our pumps be that trusted, that we'd be in good shape. So that's what we endeavor for. One of the callers called in about access, and that's true that it's difficult to staff, trained lifeguards to monitor that facility, and that will be an ongoing challenge. However, the pool itself is in good working condition. Again, also to follow up on a comment or question from Councilmember Jane about programming and or making sure that we're meeting the needs of our senior population. We're currently working on a senior needs assessment, which originally was initiated by WHO, but now is administered through ARP. And so we took the standardized engagement from AARP, and we're using that to engage our local public senior population in Santa Clara to help inform staff what needs they have and what programs they're interested in looking in. Shade structures versus trees, it's an infrastructure cost and maintenance issue. I think, planting trees and making, it's hard to get trees to be the maturity level you need them to be when you plant them, just like the station area plan. A lot of the park that just went in there has all brand new trees, but in 10 or 20 years, it's gonna have mature trees with shade. Putting shade structures in parks throughout is both cost prohibitive and maintenance and ongoing maintenance prohibitive. So if that's something we would look at doing, we'd need to cost that out. The other thing that was mentioned was adding playgrounds in all of our parks, and then also Councilmember Park mentioned standardization of equipment. We do have park design standards, and the best way to respond to that question, why aren't we putting playgrounds in all of our parks, and or do we or do we not have standard? We have park standards, and then when we go to renovate any of our parks, we do engagement of the community to see what they would like to see. So when we go to redo the park that downtown, we would engage the community. If they'd like to see a playground, we would propose that to both the Park and Rec Commission and Council for adoption. Let's see. Wilcox tennis courts, again, mentioned as part of the response on the school district. Lights, sure, especially where there's hard surfaces. So when we go to either redo any of our courts that don't have lights or endeavor to build new courts with lights, we will ask in our community outreach process and our park design process if that meets the needs or desires of the community when we're building that. Widening the San Tomas, I'll do one Creek Trail response. Let me get through a couple of Councilmember Cox questions. So cost recovery systems in low-income families, watching out for. A lot of the cost, although we have a cost recovery system, I think it would be better, the terminology would be better like a subsidy system. We're not able to recover the costs of our programs either at the complete cost recovery level. I think a lot of the cost recovery we're looking at is the direct cost, like if there's an instructor teaching it, then can we at least recover the cost of that instructor and the materials? We very rarely build in full-time staff, all the part-time staff to deliver all of these programs. So our cost recovery model, although we use that phraseology, isn't a true, in the business sense, a cost recovery. I will also mention that we're looking into working with both finance and the city manager's office on implementing a recreation scholarship program to help those families in need avail themselves to either swim lessons or camps. And of course, there'll be a cap on that, so we can try to distribute it to as many families as possible. But the goal will be that every kid should be able to take a summer camp and have a great time. So, and then the other comment that I wanted to address or question Councilmember Cox was on the disaggregation of some of our survey data. I think it's important to note that whenever we go into a park and I think I've mentioned it, which is, and then design, we would charrette out what that park may or may not include, and then ask the community what they would like to see. So although things showed up in the citywide survey that informed the master plan, we would present those opportunities. Like, not every park can fit a cricket pitch, but if it could, if it was the right shape or size, we would definitely ask the community if they wanted to see a cricket pitch in that area, and then we would go with the consensus at the time we were developing the park. You used cricket, I think, when you mentioned and that's just one example. The other example would be, what type of game tables do you like to see? Do you want a playground? Do you want a walking loop? So another question you had brought up was trails and not having a trail plan necessarily as part of the master plan for parks. One of our park standards when developing and going to the public is creating walking loops where there were none before in all of our parks, and that those that have them, we would rehabilitate them. But for those that don't, we would try our best to either engage or include that in the park plan. So you would effectively have a mini trail, it would be within the park. So for larger trails that were brought up by several of the council members, the creek trails or the San Tomas trails, those are within the Department of Public Works purview, and some of them are covered within the Trails Master Plan, and then some of them are also, while they're maintained by Public Works, a lot of those properties are either owned by the county or by Valley Water. Let me see. Councilmember Gonzalez asked about how we might come up with some of the dollars that were outlined in the to either add parks or purchase or develop parks, and a lot of that would come through developer fees in the future, park development fees, and in some cases, maybe part of the development or remodeling of parks would be through general fund. There was different funding mechanisms that were mentioned at the very end of the report. Private partnerships, public partnerships although the total acreage was called out and some council members were doing the math on what it would cost to actually build the 80 some odd acres we really need to work with the school district and other partners to bridge that gap. So while you can't ignore the dollars that it might take us as an organization to deliver those products, there's different ways to achieve that.
And Director, if I can expound upon that point really quickly. In regard to development fees for new parks, one of the things we have heard before is, hey, you've had a lot of development in other parts of the city, utilize that money to build new parks or rehab our parks. It's important to note that there really needs to be a nexus between the money that a new development will pay and the park investment that money goes to. So rebuilding some of our parks in the older parts of town really is going to take more locally specific dollars not tied to development.
Yeah. I was trying to think of, I think I covered some of Councilmember Park's questions with funding gaps related. I don't have a number on how many, I can't quantify how many or how much in lieu fees we've lost. Yeah, to private development versus, you know, either paying into fees versus feeing out is what we refer to it as, versus building parks or buying acreage. We've covered natural shade, design standards. And then one question about the mini parks and the neighborhood parks. The dots represented things that were required when designing or categorizing certain parks as they're either built or exist. It doesn't preclude a mini park or a neighborhood park from having a parking lot. It's just saying that that's not necessarily a requirement. A lot of times also mini parks are already ADA accessible, and they're not necessarily a destination park, so they're along your way. It's kind of how the parks are designed to be used or enjoyed. And the same thing with neighborhood parks. They're meant to be within the neighborhood with which you live or can walk to or ride a bike to. So requiring those to have parking lots or other amenities, that's really what the dot matrix was. It doesn't preclude it from having it, but it's not a requirement, and then those parks may or may not have those things. I think that's a majority, unless there's any that...
You didn't answer a single one of my questions.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Teen Center. Sorry.
Yeah,
okay. Well, we got you. I got your 86-acre one. Okay.
Yeah, you did. Luckily, I got that one.
The Teen Center now sits on a separate operating or joint use agreement. It's a 5-year agreement that started in 2023, and it's for the use of the Teen Center portion of the.
With the city?
Between the city and the school district.
No options on that?
No, they wanted to. When it comes up, and it was in place when I started. And one of the goals of what might be a successor master agreement will be to roll some of these one-off agreements into one. So, for instance, the Teen Center, the Performing Arts Center, some of those things, to get them all rolled into one. But as it sits, they were just trying to buy us some time for a master agreement and not commit to something longer at the time. And then the phasing out of the swim, it has a lot to do also when you mention Gomez. It's the geographic locality to the international swim, the largest body of water in the entire city. And if you look at the service bubbles, we're low in the north. So it's just one of those things where, you know, we were here a couple of months ago talking about International Swim Center and the aging infrastructure and keeping these facilities afloat. So when we're faced as a city with looking at what the long-term renovation and infrastructure rebuild is on any one of those facilities, we should also examine whether or not we continue them or we look at other options like building a pool in the north. But
yeah, I mean, it's really who's using them, and I know that's seniors, but if we can incorporate it in the ISC, that's
yeah.
Okay. And then the creek, ownership of the creek.
The creek is valley water, and then along the expressways is county So was that question around the trails or
Well, there's questions expanding the creek trails and
Oh.
how come the creek trails aren't in our, our report and all that.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking about ownership. I think the council needs to know.
Yeah.
Who has jurisdiction over those creek trails?
Yeah, so Public Works manages our city's trails and creek trails in partnership with both the county and Valley Water. And that's why they don't, we had Public Works review our master plan for the mention of trails, but it's not a robust creek trail or trail master plan in our plan.
My question was, who owns the creek trail?
Who owns the creek trail?
Yeah, that's my question. Like, I know we may work together with them, but who owns them?
I'm gonna ask the Public Works Director, Craig Mobeck, to come up and help me with some of the ownership of Creek Trail and/or other trails in the city.
I know other trails, I'm just interested in the creek trails.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. Yes, in terms of the creek trails that are built along, like, for instance,
Yeah,
Santa Aquino
Tomas
Creek
and
Trail, Valley Water owns all that jurisdiction. Typically, those were built through an agreement with the city, and then the city of Santa Clara maintains that infrastructure.
So we maintain, they own.
Correct.
All right, thank you. I think people should know that. Thank you so much. Okay, is that it? I mean, do you have any closing comments you'd like to make to us?
I just want to say again that, thank our consultants, and then I took the opportunity, the liberty to thank all the staff that worked on this and thank the support of the city manager's office and all the other departments that poured into this, as well as council and the Parks and Rec Commission. It's been a long and I think rewarding process, and I'm looking forward to delivering this to the community. So.
Thank you. It looks like it took a village to put this together.
It did.
You've all done an amazing job. Thank you so much.
Mayor, if I can make one quick clarification on the related answer. I said that $5 million was available for design. The actual fine language says $5 million available for design and construction, but only $500,000 of that $5 million is available for design. So that's a very small amount to design that whole park, so we would have to supplement.
Probably wasn't 10 years ago. All right, so I'm looking for a motion for approval of this. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I have a number of questions. I know full well that the Creek Trail is covered by multiple jurisdictions. I've been asking for years about this, and everyone just says, oh, well, it's handled by Valley Water, the Army Corps of Engineers has something to do with this, the Open Space District has some say over it, so somebody has to take the lead if we're going to expand that trail. I mean, it's a very popular trail. It's just too narrow when you have, Intel employees walking there, and you have bicyclists, and you have runners, and we have a unique opportunity right now as Great America is being developed. We have properties adjacent to that trail that are being developed, and somebody has to take the lead on this. So I've been asking for years. I know full well there's lots of jurisdictions, there are lots of authorities that we have to go through, but we built that trail before, and it's not our land. So the second thing was that I want to focus on Tasman East parks, because as the city manager said, we're not getting that related park for 15 years. So what are we going to do to serve the residents of Tasman East? There was an opportunity to maybe buy some of those lands. I know there were some bankruptcies there and such, but there is potentially opportunities to buy lands at Tasman East. We need to be very actively engaging in land acquisition if we're going to try to get to 86 acres. And finally, you didn't address the community gardens question.
City Manager, can you,
Yes.
refresh our memories on the Tasman East specific plan and the park plan in Tasman East, because we all voted on that.
Sure. At a high level, and I will let the Parks and Rec Director.
Very high level, thank you.
Address community gardens. Couple pieces. 15 years to develop the park in the north. That was for example. It will take a significant amount of time. Not sure exactly how long. With regard to Tasman East, important to note, Tasman East, we do have funds to acquire new parklands. One of the things that we've updated the city council on, I believe in the Q&A for tonight, was that we are actively engaged with a real estate agent and are finalizing that contract for a real estate agent to go out to look at acquisition of property for parks and other city needs. And so that we do have funds to acquire property, and we will be doing that. With regard to additional parks at Tasman East, there is a portion of a park that has been built. We are currently in conversations with the developer of the adjacent parcel. So I believe that 1 acre parcel will become two acres once the second half of that project is done. But you're absolutely right. Tasman East, there has been a number of units developed there. There is a need for additional park space there. The reality is the value that those properties have may or may not be beneficial for the city to actually acquire the property. And so we are also looking at other opportunities, for example, potentially partnering with future developers to have park facilities that we would own potentially in a condo format built in to a future development. And so, you know, everything from pickleball courts on roofs and other courts. And I say courts because that is one thing that is actually lacking in the Tasman East area is courts. Also, a note about Tasman East is that a number of the market rate buildings are more amenitized than the affordable buildings. And so we are also looking into that aspect when we think about, okay, what amenities need to be attracted and developed by the city to this particular area.
Thank you. Was there more questions in there?
Yeah, I was just gonna respond to, and there's another one that was asked, and I'm sorry I missed it, on picnic areas. So, picnic areas, we heard, or I heard, when we did our focus groups with council on the plan. And since we heard about that, we were already actively working both the parks and the recreation side in identifying at a minimum one reservable picnic site at every park. I understand we've brought a couple online, but it's gonna take us some time because in some cases we have to reconfigure tables or make sure that we have it's discrete or it appears as though it's a reservable and individual area. So it's something that they are working on currently, and it will continue to work on it over the next year or so. So thank you for that feedback. We appreciated that. That way in the future, every time you want a picnic, maybe there'll be one and you don't have to go at 5 in the morning and sit at it. To answer that, yeah, we've all done that. To answer the community garden question, I would liken that, so it showed up, although in the presentation we showed the top 5 things that really resonated with the community, it did rank as something, it's in a medium priority. And just like every other amenity we have when we go to redo a park, we will engage the community to see what elements they would like to see in that, and that will be one of them. So if that's something that the community so desires in any one of the neighborhood community or other parks that we're redesigning or building from the beginning. So we can also engage that's a good opportunity when developers are also designing parks that are either private parks for their residents or public parks that'll be open to the public. So that's where we'll look at opportunities, and very similar to how we integrated that into the Lawrence Station area plan.
Thank you.
Sorry, yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so there were a number of feedback I want to give when we talked about these things. Like I know that when we look at features, when we look at different things that we want to integrate, Home Ridge Park used to have an electronic animal noises feature that was broken almost immediately, like a week or two after it was installed. And now when I went there recently, it was completely removed. I mean, it's just boarded up essentially. And I don't know how we give that feedback back, because we paid money for that. It seems like it would be an expensive feature, and I don't know what we got out of it. It just feels like it's a complete loss because it's been essentially completely removed. And rightly so, because it's a very easy thing to break, like whether it was sand, whether it was water, whether it was, I mean, I saw somebody putting hand sanitizer all over the thing, and it
Can we
just
stick
stopped
to the
taking.
parks master plan, please?
Yeah, but I'm saying, this is feedback. Like, how do we ensure that things that are not working make it back? How do we get that kind of feedback? It's just not, we talk about what we'd like to put in, and we put these things in, and then it stops, then we work on other things. How do we get continual feedback on this? I wanted to note that it's not just the walking paths, not just putting parks accessible, but you've got to consider how people get there. And as children get older, when they turn 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, they don't get there just by walking. They don't get there just by being pushed in strollers. They get there by biking and on scooters. And this is not always easy to do. In fact, some of the paths, again, I went from my house to Mary Gomez Park, which is a fantastic park. And a lot of people that were there, I was telling them, hey, you can go on to the tennis courts. And they said, there are tennis courts? And I said, yes. We went to the back, and they were not being used. I was like, holy cow, how is it possible that you've got tennis courts here that are not being used? And then they said, and there's a pool. And I said, yes, there's a pool. Like, nobody knows about these things. But if the trail along San Tomas actually went down that side of the park, maybe you'd get a lot more people using that park, but it stops right at Homestead. I mean, then you have to cut over, but it doesn't continue down the path down San Tomas by Mary Gomez. So that's something that I want to look at. Again, I understand that even though there is no dot for the parking spaces, it does not preclude parks from having parking spaces, but I'm saying maybe there ought to be a minimum requirement for a parking space for ADA access or for loading or things like that, especially for a park that's 1 or 2 acres. 3 acres is not a small park. I mean, that is something that you can have small birthday parties at. People will want to go to if there are, all access equipment. I mean, there in Homeridge Park has places where you can swing with young children and things like that, but maybe you should have a requirement for 1 ADA parking space, especially for the smaller parks that are for neighborhoods. And lastly, what if we looked at, and maybe this has to be with other things, but what if we looked at partnering with community groups and organizations, and like San Jose, the neighborhoods, that's not just Parks and Rec, I believe it's Parks, Rec, and neighborhoods, like they do, partner with different organizations so that they can help manage the parks. And that way we would have people that are vetted. You don't have to get access there. You would have an organization that uses the facilities, after hours, also manage access to other groups that would use the facilities. And lastly, Lawrence Station, there was Lawrence Station Community Room. I believe that Director Sparacino helped with that. There was a Sister Cities event there. And what I'll note is that the restrooms were separate from the community rooms, and during the event, somebody locked the restrooms. And there was no way to get those unlocked. There was no one to talk to. There was no number. Nobody was responding. I called probably 3 or 4 numbers. I then went to the housing across the way. Nobody would let us in. Nobody would, and there were no public restrooms there. I went to the businesses, and there were no public restrooms there. They said the closest thing is probably Costco. And that was not a good thing to tell people to go across the street, a couple of blocks down, then across the street to go to Costco. But it was surprising that there was no one told us that they were going to close, that they were going to lock the restrooms. That happened while we were in the main room. And then when we came out to use them, there was no way to talk to somebody to undo that. I mean, a lot of children went home because they needed to use the restroom. And there was just no way, there was no one to contact, and there was no other public restrooms or no other public amenities around. So I wanted to say we need to find a way to control the access.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. My understanding is we've gone through all the questions. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and I'm glad we have one. We've needed one for quite a while, so thank you for the hard work on that.
We have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Councilmember Cox to approve the Parks Master Plan and staff recommendation. Excellent job, everyone. Councilmember Chahal, your light's on.
Yes, Mayor, I had a comment to make. We talked about parks under our jurisdiction, and there are parks which are to be maintained by the private landlords, basically, within their jurisdiction. And some of those parks, I know in my district, I've already spoken to the city manager on that. They are not in a good shape. They are not maintained at all, almost at nothing maintained for those parks. So I want Park and Rec Department to make sure we enforce the development agreements or whatever permitting we did, and those parks were mandated by the city, by these private landlords, but they have to be maintained. So anything we can do on priority to maintain those parks, that would be great. And even open to discussion like public-private partnerships for maintaining those parks so that residents can use it. That would be wonderful. And I am a little bit concerned about not being able to use the 35 acres for multi years down the line. And that is in our plans. So putting that thing into our plans without having with indefinite period of time when we don't even know when that will come up, that's a little bit disturbing. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Park, you have some last comments?
Yeah, I mean, I think Councilmember Chahal said a lot of different things. I do know that there are parks that are managed privately, and I made a complaint about a play structure that was damaged, and I wanted to make sure that it was fixed, and I submitted a My Santa Clara app report, and I was told, well, this isn't a city park. It's managed by somebody else. You should talk to them. And I thought, well, why can't you just talk to them or tell me how to access? I don't even know if that got resolved, because I know that the piece that I complained about is still broken to this day. Like, I was there maybe last week and I saw that it was still broken. There doesn't seem to be a way. I don't know who to talk to for doing stuff like that.
I don't want to talk about a specific park.
No,
City
but I'm
manager,
saying
we have a motion and a second.
in general,
So in
there
general,
has to be a way to
fix the
ensure that
parks if something's wrong.
that are publicly available, even if they're privately owned, have one point of contact for fix. Because if we have to go to a different person for a privately owned park, for every park that we go to, this is going to be a problem. There should be one place that you go to, and maybe staff who knows who the owners are can go to staff and say, this is what they need to do.
Thank you, City Clerk.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes, and just for record, nobody has been with me since start of the meeting.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Cox.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
And I vote yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, and thank you for that excellent, excellent report. All right, moving on. Next item. Item number 7. Adopt a resolution to declare the City of Santa Clara's intention to renew the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District, SCTID, and fix a time and place for a public meeting and public hearing. Assistant City Manager, Araceli.
Good evening,
Azevedo,
Mayor and
welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Over the last several months, staff has been working with several individuals. Christine Lawson, President and CEO of Discover Santa Clara, Kelly Rankin with Civitas, and the steering committee, which is comprised of several representatives from the Santa Clara hotels. During this time, we reviewed the proposed renewal of the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District Plan for a 5-year term beginning July 1st, 2026. I just want to say thank you and extend my appreciation for their collaboration and partnership during this review process. I especially want to thank them for their patience. During this time, we did have a transition of staff in the city manager's office who had to come up to speed to support the DMO, and they've been very patient with us in providing some education and background on the SCTID, so I appreciate their patience for that. Staff does support the proposed DMO plan as proposed. The item before you is not the renewal of the plan, it's a notice of intent to renew the plan. There are several required steps, including a public hearing that will be scheduled at some future council meeting. I will turn it over to Kelly and to Christine, who will provide some background and the timeline that will be required to complete this process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So when you're ready, ladies, if you'd like to come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. Are you going, where are you? Maybe I'm like, woo! Okay. Well, good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor's not here, and esteemed council members. I also want to return the gratitude. It has been a long, process, and I think we've all learned a lot, so my deep gratitude to City Manager Grogan and Assistant City Manager Araceli, Assistant City Attorney Jennifer Byers, and also Assistant to the City Manager Maria Lee, who is a gift, if I do say so myself. She's lovely. So we're just going to go through a brief presentation just to kind of get everybody up to speed and give a foundation of what we're here to do today for our intent to renew. And I'll pass it to Kelly to go over. Oh, I forgot that we have to advance. It's like an IQ test for me.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Kelly Rankin. I am here.
Oh, Kelly, do you mind starting again? Stop, give it matters a minute, and speak in the microphone so people at home can hear you.
We couldn't get to.
Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Kelly Rankin. I'm here on behalf of Civitas. So we are a legal consulting firm that specializes in improvement districts, and we've been Discover Santa Clara's partner on this renewal process. So quickly here, we'll cover tonight an overview on the STID, Discover Santa Clara, their key accomplishments and impact, the proposed parameters and why this renewal matters, and then the timeline ahead of us. So I will quickly go over the background, and then I'll turn it back over to Christine. So the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District is a special benefit assessment district. It includes 11 lodging businesses within a portion of the city's boundary, all with 10 rooms or more and on stays of under 30 days. It's funded by a 2% assessment, which is collected on the overnight guests at the hotels. It's then remitted to the city. Discover Santa Clara serves as the owners association, who then administers those funds in accordance with the management district plan. Those funds support sales and marketing efforts that drive overnight visitation, group business, and economic impact to the city. The TID was initially formed in 2005 under the 1989 Parking and Business Improvement District Law. That iteration of the district actually required annual renewals. So in 2021, it was converted under the PBID law of 1994, which is the structure it's under today that allows for the multi-year term. So that current term is expiring June of this year, and Discover Santa Clara, and most importantly, the hotels are now seeking renewal for a 5-year term, which would extend through 2031.
I'll let you advance for me, Vanna. So just some quick overview. I know in the packet we put you have a copy of the management district plan and some accomplishments. But just to give a high-level overview, from a financial performance perspective, we've outperformed our assessment projections. This is based on last fiscal year, 24-25. We brought in $3.2 million versus our forecast of 2.6. We generated $160,000 in interest revenue, and we closed last fiscal year with a $600,000 surplus, which we could reinvest in future activities for the DMO and for our owners, which are the hotels, and also for our partners such as the convention center and other partners within the city. From an organizational perspective, a lot was achieved. So we built a 9-person team just to kind of remind everyone. I've been here about 3.5 years. It'll be 4 in October. And when I started, it was a startup. So I sucked my thumb under my desk a lot of evenings because there was a lot to create. So the fact that we have a 9-person team and we're have a fully operational structure is fantastic. We have board-approved financial and administrative infrastructure, policies and SOPs that are necessary to perform as needed. We've strengthened our governance through consistent reporting and board elections, and we continue to demonstrate strong financial stewardship, again, exceeding our assessments on an annual basis all 3 years that I've been here, and we've also had an annual surplus all 3 fiscal years that I have been here. When it comes to convention sales, incentives, and service wins, we have, if I look over the past couple of years, we've grown our lead volume by 46%, which really reflects the impact of having a sales team in place that is out working with customers and at various trade shows and building those relationships. We've expanded our group sales activity across all key segments, so I won't bore you with those, but different, corporate, association, sports segments, and securing and delivering high-value group business across current and future years. And we did have a $1 million P1, Priority 1 group, that was generated actually in 2023. We established a national sales strategy supported by strategic partnerships within the marketplace. We've enhanced our sales infrastructure. We are engaging with meeting planners, and we've been to annually now 25 trade shows each fiscal year that are strategically targeted to build relationships and grow our lead volume, and with the goal of converting that business for the future. Marketing, we've had an outstanding accomplishments in our marketing. So there's so much more than this, but we have established a core marketing platform. So we redesigned our website. We had our first ever visitor's guide, digital tools, and we have last year created through our agency of record a unified brand and PR strategy, which we're already seeing great success in with some really strong media hits. We have scaled our digital audience. So when we started with our marketing department, we were at near 0. We're now at 32,000 followers on Instagram and over 50,000 email subscribers, and that continues to grow. We've generated 5.1 million impressions through influencer campaigns. Our senior marketing manager is quite the expert in the influencer arena. So these strategic partnerships have really helped gain awareness for the city and build our brand, and also gain followers for our hotel partners. And then just general global event readiness. Obviously with Super Bowl and FIFA, over a year ago, our Director of Marketing and Comms, Caitlin, and myself, and our agency of record, we worked to put together a Super Bowl and FIFA activation plan, which encompassed, all types of tools with that, from PR, from a sports guide. We also put together the Global Games Food Trail, which features 24 restaurants that are both family-owned and also, more recognized names. And we've already received placements about the Global Games Food Trail in Forbes and Vogue, in addition to others. So really, these types of hits and this type of recognition, again, is just really building the brand of Santa Clara, and also building that brand helps us attract meeting planners and close business. We also just hosted our first meeting planner and media familiarization trip. So when we bring meeting planners into the city to showcase what we're about and what we can offer, we added the chef's kiss of media, and that was fantastic. We had 15 meeting planners for media. We've already gotten articles written. We've already gotten leads sent. We did all kinds of activities to really show what we can do to host groups and meetings in between this unique time of Super Bowl and FIFA. Mayor Gilmore was on a panel, which was great. People were so impressed that she was there and took the time to really address the importance of the meetings and events market. And then this, we just wanted to showcase as a team, because we're super cute, all of just kind of the fun activities that we have done. So just to kind of showcase that. And then on the next slide, to also showcase all the work that marketing has done from a branding perspective, which is really important. Again, that branding and just that perpetuation of the brand and proliferation of the brand continues to be important for the city.
All right, so here quickly is a side-by-side of what's changing upon renewal. So the district term will remain the same, 5 years right now, 5 years upon renewal. The boundary will also stay the same. So a few things I'll highlight quickly that we are revising a bit upon renewal. So the assessment right now is at 2%. It will remain 2% going into the renewal. And just like the current iteration of the district, we're also building in an assessment ladder. So the current version of the district started at 1.5%. There was a ladder built in that allowed it to be increased to 2%, which occurred in 2022. So this version of the district will have the assessment start at 2%, and then only by 0.5% at a time on an annual basis, it can go up to 3%. So this is not an automatic increase. It does require a vote of the Discover Santa Clara Board and also a majority vote by the hotels. So there's those added checks and balances there. Secondly, we're also expressly excluding short-term rentals. That just clarifies the scope of who's assessed and who is not. We're also revising just a bit the service categories, so we broadened how we are describing them. We've combined marketing, communications, and convention center partner sales. This just gives the organization a little bit of flexibility as market conditions evolve over the next 5 years of the district term. And on the budget side, you're looking at last year's budget, which was roughly $3.6 million compared to a projected budget looking to the renewed district's first year term of $4 million looking ahead. So here is just a visual of the budget I described. On the left is the current budget allocation, and on the right is the one that we're proposing for renewal. The city continues to retain 2% of the annual budget for its admin costs to collect the assessment on the district's behalf. And then you'll see that the district shifts just a bit towards the programmatic work. So 70% is going to the marketing, communication, and sales, and then we've reduced admin just a little bit to account for that.
And then just why renewal matters. As you can see, I decided to bold on this slide just for something fun and different. So just renewing ensures continued return on significant sales and marketing investment. So we've maintained and we've started this momentum, and it's really important that we continue it. We're starting to see even more return on everything we're doing from a sales and marketing perspective. It protects and builds on that proven momentum so that we get a return on our investment and continue to develop these partner relationships and keep those in motion. The goal of driving overnight visitation and hotel occupancy, strengthening our group demand and leisure travel segments, especially over the weekends, which helps with TOT as well. It strengthens our citywide economic impact by driving group demand to the convention center and partner venues. And again, builds on significant progress to date, continuing to really elevate our brand as the city of Santa Clara, our visibility and credibility so that we continue to compete in a very competitive marketplace. And again, it's a sustainable model. We're a self-funded, hotel-driven model, so delivering direct benefits to our lodging businesses while also generating economic impact for the city and working with our partners, the convention center and other partner hotels. Did you want to go over the timeline, or I can go over it?
I will do it. I will close us out.
Cool.
All right. So here's where we're at in the renewal process. As you can see, majority of the work has been completed. The management district plan for the renewal was developed initially last year and reviewed and approved by city staff, as Araceli said, and the petition drive was recently completed. And I also want to pause for a second on the petition drive. So the steering committee in Discover Santa Clara obtained 10 out of the 11 possible petitions to move this process forward. And they also did that in kind of record time. So the state allows for, or excuse me, it mandates that you get 50% or more based on the assessed value in order to move this forward. And usually when I do these projects, I see just above 50%, or maybe they hit the 70, but these guys hit 93. So I wanted to highlight that for you because it really just promotes how much the hotels want to see this move forward in the alignment in the lodging community. So tonight is the resolution of intention. It's the first stop of 3 here at council. From here, the public notice will be mailed to all of the hotels that will be assessed in the district. And then we'll be back on June 9th for the public meeting. This allows for public comment specifically on this item. No action is taken by council. And the third and final stop for the public hearing where the district would officially be renewed is June 23rd. Running parallel to this, we're also working with staff to update the agreement to administer, which is the contract between Discover Santa Clara and the city as it relates to the TID.
Questions? Very good. Thank you for that presentation. Is there questions by the council? Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Well, I have a horrible vision of Christine sucking her thumb under her
I know.
desk.
I'm sorry.
I'll have
Take
to
that
get
with you this evening.
I can appreciate that from starting from scratch on your own. I will tell, the one question I had is I want to make real clear to everyone, it looks to me like you are getting your funding from the hotels. I think we affectionately call that soak the tourists. But that you are going out and promoting not just our convention center, but all of our businesses, all of our hotels, especially in that area. But it's just the hotels in that area that are paying for this and are voting on that. I will tell you, I was really happy, of course I wasn't surprised, to see your Discover Santa Clara magazine at San Jose, but I was even happier to see it at the Oakland airport as well. And I liked that thought that was there, of course, picked it up and made certain I showed off to everybody.
Caitlin's very competitive. She likes to put things, in other people's
I appreciated
backyards.
that. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is a self-assessment on the hotels, but, the city's TOT tax is at 13.5. And if you add, say, 3% to that, you're at 16.5. Does that make us non-competitive for non-convention activities, like if we have concerts at Levi's Stadium? Is a 16.5% hotel tax, I'm just trying to understand, I don't understand the business, but does that make it so that people want to stay in San Jose over staying in Santa Clara when they come to Levi's? And then I know this is centered around the convention center, but you're promoting the hotels as well. So when you go to these 25 trade shows, like for example, I'm in the Northern California Power Agency and we have annual conferences and they're just in hotels, like it's in a big hotel in Monterey. So would you be attracting those kinds of annual conferences that would just reside in one of the hotels? It's unrelated to the convention center. People wouldn't be in this convention center, but we certainly want to promote any activity of people coming to the city. So those are my questions.
Councilmember Cox.
Thanks. I'm always tagging up to Councilmember Jane's questions here. I think mine really specifically is just going to be about the annual budget changes that you guys listed here. Because the convention center sales are an opportunity for us, I'm wondering if you can clarify convention center sales in the last 5-year budget were their own categorical group, and they were at $1.4 million. In this year's, or this 5-year budget, you've actually grouped those together with marketing now. So I want to understand that decision, and I want to know if you can speak to if the convention sales and incentives are being increased, staying the same, or if those have declined, and if so, why?
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I appreciate, I want to disclose, I did meet with Jalway and CEO Lawson, and I couldn't help thinking, I went through the history of this area, and we used to have the Convention Center Visitors Bureau that was managed by the Chamber of Commerce. And there was a very big fallout, a very well-known fallout in 2018, where the council at that time basically dissolved the Chamber of Commerce and the Convention Center Visitors Bureau. And at that time, we had a Chamber of Commerce was being subsidized, and I think that was the issue, but it was $1.5 million. And with that $1.5 million, they not only supported local businesses citywide, but they also managed the Convention Center Visitors Bureau. And they had tier 1 events. They had huge events. They made sure they had relationships years out, because in some cases you have to make reservations a year or 2 years in advance because you want to have things in a row. I mean, for example, we used to have the Pacific International Quilting Festival there. And I don't think I've seen that. I don't think I've heard of that since 2024. And the last time they had it, I believe, was here in Santa Clara Convention Center. I've been to that quilting festival because I know people who used to attend. And it was an annual thing here at Santa Clara. And I think that I'm worried that we may have killed it because of the changes that we made in 2024. I mean, they complained to council. We have a lot of emails that I've responded to. I've called people about how difficult it was to get a reservation there. All the fees had gone up considerably. They closed off all the parking when they did have the event. There was so many problems with that. And I don't think that they've had another Pacific International Quilting Festival since that time. You know, and I'm worried that that was kind of us. And I do know that the Convention Center Visitors Bureau, they looked at, I mean, the events that Councilmember Jane is talking about in hotels, they did look at that. They weren't just looking for events at the convention center. They were looking at, you know, the reason that they didn't make as much money, the reason that they didn't have a P&L that looked great is because they weren't the people that were supposed to be making the money. They were supposed to be looking for opportunities on behalf of the other businesses, including the hotels. And again, the Chamber of Commerce that managed them, you know, they were looking at the local businesses across the city and how, you know, if they could have found another event at a banquet hall, they did that. They didn't close the deals. They basically connected the people that would make the deals themselves. And I think the Convention Center was a big client of theirs. I'm looking at, we have multiple organizations now managing these events. And I don't know how many, you know, tier 1, you know, events that we've had during that time. And our costs have gone up multiple times. We've got another organization, I forgot what they do, but they do something slightly different from what the DMO does. But we didn't need to have these different groups. We had a kind of tightly knit group. Now we've got at least 3. We've got a convention center, you know, group. We've got someone that's doing different events. And I think, again, I'm worried that we killed the Pacific International Quilting Festival. I'd really love it if we can reach out to some of these customers, some of these people that we've had, because we used to be known for this event. And then we've got the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce now is running with no subsidy whatsoever. It's going on membership only. And these were all benefits that we used to get as a city. I've talked to a number of people. I've talked to them all during 2018 when I was trying to understand why the city was trying to come down so hard on the Chamber of Commerce and the Convention Center Visitors Bureau, when I understood that, like even in business, you don't have research organizations have their own profit and loss, because research is not intended to make money. It's not intended to make money for itself. It's intended to make money for the company, right? And by having very narrow views on how we treated the Chamber of Commerce and the Convention Center Visitors Bureau, this is very important.
You're going into, you are.
I'm going into your history.
Creating revisionist history now?
It's not
but do you
revisionist history.
have
Anyone can
any-
go back and take a look at
Excuse me.
this. So
You're
it's
out of order. Excuse me.
my input.
Excuse me. Councilmember Park, please stay with the subject at hand, which is the Santa Clara Tourist Improvement District. Do you have a question?
I am supportive, but I
for
would like to
the
know how
Santa
the
Clara-
management,
Okay,
and how
please have your
all the
question.
different organizations, how they work together, and why it is so much more expensive than it would have been, under the management of the Chamber of Commerce with the Convention Center's Visitors Bureau, and what can we do to bring it back to a place where even small organizations can have their events, annual events, here in the city. Because again, it's not just to become profitable for their event, but we're bringing in, monies from all over for the entire city. How are we tracking that, and how are we ensuring that the losses that we've made are being accounted for? And we're trying to keep even the small things alive, because having a history, having a legacy, being known for something brings people here. 2024, I went there. It was very, very small. I think it was in 1 or 2 ballrooms. We had cordoned off the convention center. That was nothing like I had seen. It was 2024, right after the COVID. But again, there was nothing to compare it to afterwards, because I think that was the last time that they had their event here, because they could no longer support being in Santa Clara.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, team, for the presentation. I have a couple of questions, tagging on to what Councilmember Park was mentioning. How are we collaborating with Chamber of Commerce, Central Chamber of Commerce, so that we can synergize the activities with the same goal, basically supporting the local businesses and bringing in more business? And I would like to see some real examples where your organization were instrumental in getting the events booked within the city of Santa Clara. Just like taking example, like stadium team books concerts at the stadium, basically. Something like that, like where your team was instrumental in getting those things into Santa Clara. Thank you.
All right, that's it for the questions. When you're ready.
Okay. Well, I'll start. Feel free to jump in. I'll start with Councilmember Hardy, which it wasn't necessarily an exact question, but just to acknowledge that we are funded solely by the 11 hotels in the Tourism Improvement District. They pay 100% of the Discover Santa Clara expenses. At the same time, we are promoting the entire city of Santa Clara. And their businesses, which I think, you don't see as much on the sales side. That's, when we're out with clients, but on the marketing side, I think that you've all seen that firsthand. Councilmember Jane, the self-assessment on the hotels, the 3% and the tax rate and being competitive, I think that's a great question. So right now, we are going into the renewal. That's the request at our current 2% assessment. So our current tax rate would stay the same. And in the event we ever did go up to 3%, there's a lot of gates around that. It's not a foregone conclusion that we would go up to 3%. It's really put in there as a protectant in the event that we don't know what's going to happen from a market perspective, but we can only go up 0.5% per year, and it does have to be based on both the board of directors for Discover Santa Clara and the majority vote of the hotels. And clearly, the taxes would be taken into consideration. Our city manager, Grogan, that was, something that he was also very cognizant about when we were talking about the management district plan. In terms of our competitiveness, our assessment rate, if you look at other DMOs across the Bay Area, is very standard, so we don't stand out in particular. Packaged all together with a tax rate, that is something that I think that everyone, our hotel community, all of you are sensitive to, so that we do continue to get all the transient and the group business, because it is competitive. I will tell you that, from an occupancy perspective, we're right in line with San Jose. Our rate is much higher than San Jose's. But I don't feel at this point that we're at a disadvantage. But that would be something that would be part of the conversation if that were a reason that we went to get that raised. You also brought up a great point about the issue of not just the larger pieces of business that impact the convention center, but what we call self-contained business, which was the example that you spoke to. And just so you know, that is an area, we have a new director of sales who's on his 5th week, so he's an expert now, who's fantastic. This is our 3rd one in 3 years, so 3rd time's the charm for sure. But one of the areas we're focused on, besides the larger pieces of business, is self-contained pieces of business. And from a lead perspective, those leads are up year-to-date by over 43%. It's a real focus area for us because it's a high-demand area, so we don't want to ignore it. So we're really trying to manage and spread our time in a strategic way across the large pieces of business and self-contained. So we're very aware of that and understand the importance of that. Councilmember Cox, the convention center sales and the grouping of marketing and convention center and partner sales. There are 5 programs in our budget. There's sales, marketing, there's administration, and then there's admin and contingency. And those 2 are just 5%. What we've noticed is through the current management district plan, you can only increase by 20% your budget. So if I have 20% in marketing and need to increase marketing, I can only go up by 20% per year based on the current fiscal year's budget. So what we realized, this year we did a lot of dancing around because we had Super Bowl and FIFA and this activation plan and selling it and promoting it through PR and all of the, the guides that were being put together that have all been very potent for us. The thought was when we put together the management district plan now was, let's combine those so that we have flexibility. So if marketing needs, a little extra money and sales has a little extra money in their budget, we have the ability to move the nutshells. That really is where the rubber meets the road in terms of getting groups and, building and deepening the brand awareness for the city. As it relates to the amount allocated, that's a good question because right now we're working on our fiscal year 26 budget. So the goal right now isn't necessarily, we've been having conversations about it, to have one be, to inflate marketing or inflate sales, but to really be thoughtful about what's working in both, what are we keeping from both, and what are areas that we need to add either to sales or to marketing to ensure that we're being as productive as we can. So more to come on that, but great question. But really, it was more about having flexibility. Councilmember Park, you brought up a lot of items here and interesting items, and we talked about this also when we met. And a couple of things. Obviously, I wasn't here when the Chamber of Commerce and Visit Santa Clara was in play. And I have no doubt that they did a tremendous job. As it relates to first things first, the convention center and the structure. So we do have a unique structure. We've got Discover Santa Clara with a sales team. We have OVG, who runs the operations of the convention center with a sales team, and Levy, who provides all of the catering in the building with a sales team. Definitely, you know, it has its challenges. I will say that we have a very good relationship. This is an area, I think if I say, I'm gonna make a revenue manager out of City Manager Grogan if it's the last thing I do, because those two words, revenue management. I think what we're really trying to understand now, before I get to the point about Quilt, that group and just those types of groups in general, is there's been commitment on both the city side and the steering committee side, and everyone, OVG, Levy, and Discover Santa Clara, and the city, obviously city staff, to just look at the structure and look at how we can be more efficient. So that's something that we'll be doing. And that parlays into the Quilting Festival, and also just kind of how we are rev maxing groups. So I remember when Quilt was here, it was moving out my first day at the convention at Discover Santa Clara. And I know that it got to be rather contentious. I think one of the challenges is that very kind of skillful marriage between being sensitive to groups and their budget and those that have supported us historically, and also making sure that we maximize revenue during peak times. So just to let you know, as it relates to quilting, that was not my group. That was our former general manager, Kelly Carr, managed that group. And I was there through all the conversations, and it was, I know, difficult for them, but there were a lot of offers of different times that would be less expensive and that they would get a lot more incentives. And I know they had their last group. I think one of the things that you, myself, and Jaiwei from our team spoke about when we met, and we've talked a lot about it with Raul, the new GM at OVG, and City Manager Grogan, is just revenue management. How do we make sure, there's plenty of times where, you know, it's not peak season, how do we make sure that we maximize revenue, and at the same time, really kind of nurture those relationships that have been with us, you know, for years. So, you know, that's something that everybody is very sensitive about when we look at pieces of business, whether it's the DMO, OVG, or Levy. You know, the director of sales at Levy's been there 22 years, so she knows all of these people personally. So that's something I think we just need to skillfully navigate. And I believe you were the one that also talked about increases in price, or was that Councilmember Shahal? I think it was you, Councilmember Park. So prices, you know, prices have gone up. They've gone up everywhere. You know, our new director of sales is currently working on a survey of other convention centers in the Bay Area and also convention centers outside of the Bay Area that we typically lose business to, and also some of those larger hotels in San Francisco or in San Jose that can take self-contained groups that would typically fit in the convention center. And he's doing a full survey on all the costs, rental, F&B. So I think once we get that information, we'll be able to evaluate based on data, you know, where we really stand, and where we, you know, may need to flex a little bit, or where we're under everyone else. But that's something that we also think is important. So we're getting that data so that we can be smarter about the decisions that we make. As it relates to the Chamber of Commerce, you know, I have all due respect for her beer. I know she works incredibly hard. We've had meetings with her beer. We've presented to the Board of Directors for the Chamber of Commerce. We often promote her events on our website. There are times to just be fully transparent, where we haven't been able to kind of meet in the middle to get particular projects done based on Proposition 26 and how we use our funds, because they do need to benefit the payee, which are the hotels. But please know that we have a good working relationship with Harbier and her team, and our marketing and sales team. We're, continually looking at ways that we can work together. And Councilmember Shahal, I'm thinking, but please let me know if I didn't, that my answer just now to Councilmember Park potentially answered your question in terms of how we're collaborating with the Chamber of Commerce. We did actually seek to partner with Harbier on some, Super Bowl and FIFA efforts, and a lot of it was just misalignment of timing. We had a plane that was landing, she was working on ascending. So we just, continue to speak and figure out ways that we can support her and support each other, since we're all here to impact economic, have strong economic impact for the city. Then I wrote down instrument, and now I can't recall what that meant.
You're playing an instrument now, next.
What was that? Yeah. Was that, would you clarify that question? Would you mind, Councilmember Shahal?
Sure. I was trying to ask if you have a real examples when your organization basically proactively approach someone and your marketing approach someone and you really book those events, like few events which you booked. Just like a stadium team books a concert for XYZ at the stadium, basically. So your real-time example, and I got your answer about the chamber. Thank you for that. That's good enough.
Got it.
But I want some real examples of business booked by your effort, your team's efforts in Santa Clara.
Okay.
Where you were instrumental to booking the event.
Got it, Kevin.
Yeah, so a couple of things. I'll probably have to come back to you with names because of the time, but, we have, I think one thing to be clear on is that there is a lot of cross-pollination between the OVG sales team and the DMO. So for example, the P1 group that was $1 million sensors, that was a collaborative effort. The sales team at Discover Santa Clara, besides the groups that we have been booking, whose names are now escaping me due to the hour, but I will get you specifics, Councilmember Shahal. Our team does actually work with all of the hotels to book every single hotel room that's part of every group, whether that's Levy or OVG. That isn't recognized in our KPIs, but we are the group sourcing all of that business and working together. So sensors is one, and I can certainly put together a list for you of the other groups that we have on the books that have either been booked and consumed or that we have on the books for future.
Maybe you can bring that to one of the next 2 or 3
I will
times
do that.
you're,
Yep,
we're going to hear this.
absolutely. I think I answered all the questions.
Well, thank you. I know we have a list of people that would like to speak, so we'll go to our public members now. And then back to the council after that. We have, is it Nanny? Please come forward. It's your turn now. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Nanny Fulmore. I'm the general manager at the Santa Clara Marriott Hotel, celebrating 50 years this year, so very proud. I have to tell you, I've served as the steering committee chair in the renewal process and the collaboration between the city, the hotel owners, and several of my co-general managers in the city. Really wanted the best for the city, which if we increase our occupancy, that is more TOT to the city and exposure to the destination and everything that it offers, so colorful, so diverse. I absolutely believe in the work that the DMO has done. It's young, and it is really spent the last cycle building a strong foundation, and I truly believe that we have an opportunity to continue to elevate our destination and make a greater economic impact to the city of Santa Clara. So please support.
Thank you so much. All right, Aaron, please come forward, followed by Jack, followed by Billy. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. I'm Erin Henry, General Manager at the Hyatt Regency, Santa Clara. Again, I would be remiss if I didn't thank the DMO and all the hard work and the effort that the sales team puts in to really put heads in all of our beds and seats in the restaurants and everything else in Santa Clara. But we thank you for your support from the city. We really look forward to this renewal, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Next, we have Jack. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jack Bloom, General Manager of Embassy Suites, Santa Clara. We're not quite as old as the Marriott, but we celebrated 40 years last year. I'm speaking on behalf of management of the hotel and ownership. We also support this renewal, as Nanny had mentioned, certainly to drive hotel occupancy first and foremost, which drives transient occupancy tax, and then efforts beyond for the greater good of the city of Santa Clara. And I commend Discover Santa Clara, Christine, and fellow colleagues for all their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Billy.
Good evening. My name is Billy Mendez. I'm the general manager for the Delta here in Santa Clara. As before it was known as the Biltmore property, which we did convert it in 2021. Part of the management team ownership for the hotel, we strongly support the Discover Santa Clara and the renewal of the agreement. I just wanted to share a little bit that I've been in this market, work in different cities as well, and different organizations like Discover Santa Clara, and I'm very proud to be part of this the organization as an all, because they've done a great job. Been at this hotel for more than 2.5 years, and I've just seen a very strong leadership from Christine, as well as for the whole entire team working really hard to it. Just to kind of make a little bit more easier, Discover Santa Clara is really about the tourism and really helping the hotels to really bring more traffic into the city and be able to be recognized in different locations as well too. And just as I heard about the chamber really works on local businesses, but they're in a different, working the same type of thing, but the Discover Santa Clara is more to work towards a bigger scale of tourism that comes into it. And I'm just very happy to see how things are progressing and working well for the city as well. So I'm very happy, and we support it as well too. Thank you.
Thank you, Billy. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Please come forward. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Kevin Dominguez. I'm the general manager at the Element Santa Clara. And I just wanted to give my support to the DMO. What I've seen since I've been at the hotel and their efforts has been very professional, and I appreciate all the current marketing efforts that they've been put into promoting our hotel as well as the city. It's great to have some great collateral. I know you've seen that at the airports, but we also, our guests have that ready to take with them. And in that collateral, if you haven't seen it, it promotes the entire city. So it's a proud thing to have, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out as well. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Okay. Thank you to all these general managers in one place, all these hotels. Thank you for being with us at this hour, especially. Don't say food, because we don't want to talk about food right now. Sounds good. All right, Councilmember Hardy, I hope you have a motion.
Yes, I do. I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution of intention declaring the city's intent to renew the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District for 5 years starting July 1st, 2026. And I will say I was double checking my own when I traveled to Salt Lake for the national cities, and theirs was 16%.
Boo.
So,
Boo.
Yeah, I was a little appalled when I saw that. So I don't feel bad where we're at all. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy and a second by Vice Mayor Gonzalez. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I do appreciate all the work that you're doing, and I'm very supportive of the Santa Clara TID. Like, we need something like this. At the same time, I hear what you're saying about you've got to make sure that the hotels have a benefit. I mean, Prop 26, a lot of these things. And I would think that working with the chamber, especially for areas that are outside of this hotel group, and said, why would we do things outside of this hotel group? Because, again, if you're only looking at these hotels, then you're missing opportunities that could be much smaller in banquet halls and small halls. And why would you look at small events like this? And the short answer is because, you know, I hear about efficiency, and efficiency always wants large events with lots of people in, you know, very specialized places. But I've said this before, I hear about revenue maxing, but business is about a relationship. And every single time that you're looking at something, it shouldn't be just the revenue that you're looking at. It should be, well, where is this relationship going to go? Right. I said that you only care about cost if you don't have a relationship. But if you've got a relationship, that should mean something. That should be meaningful, right? And the relationships are the things that we should be looking to create. So when I heard that in 2024 we were, you know, not really excited about the Quilt Festival coming back to Santa Clara, I thought, do you not understand what the importance of legacy of people having a place, of being known for an event is? And the short answer was no. And I think it was OVG that managed that. You said it was Kelly Carr. But I was surprised to see that. I was surprised to have this conversation. And it can't just be about maximizing revenue. And if you're only looking, it must be for these hotels. I can't help but feel that there are a lot of opportunities, there are a lot of events, there are a lot of things that are being missed. I mean, I would really like to see a closer relationship with, it doesn't have to be Chamber of Commerce, but with something that is looking for opportunities, that's looking to build relationships, not just with the hotels, but in the rest of Santa Clara. And my understanding is that's what the Convention Center Visitors Bureau did. They didn't just book things at hotels. They booked things at motels, at small places, because they were looking for Santa Clara, for events to come to Santa Clara. And they managed those events year after year after year so that they weren't one-off events, but they became, this is where we have the annual conference, this is where we have the annual meet. And it didn't matter if you had an organization, a group that was large enough to fill the convention center or to fill a hotel. They were small things. But they managed the large things too. And I just like to make sure that we are looking at all the different ways that we could reach out. Because, you know, in my mind, we had all of that and it was only 1.5 million, right? It was paid for by the city. I'm glad that you've got other revenue sources to do this. But I'm thinking, how is it possible that they had, you know, these kinds of things? They didn't have Levy, they didn't have OVG, they didn't have 3 different organizations. Everything was very tight. They didn't even have a lot of people. I don't think they had more than 4 people, 5 people in the group. And they were managing all of these. And they were managing it, and it was easy because they had relationships spanning years, decades. And I think that has to mean something. And I want to be sure that we're looking at this. I want to be sure that we're reaching out, partnering with the other groups in this city that are looking at other parts that you are not looking at.
No, sorry, no.
Okay.
You don't need to answer that. Thank you.
Yeah, and again, like, I think I would really like it if you also considered all of council. I can recall one of the first instances where I talked to the DMO, where we had presentation with DMO, was when Taylor Swift came to our city. And you had a mayor featured video, and we renamed the city to Swifty Clara, but that wasn't the DMO's idea. It wasn't even the mayor's idea. That idea came from Michael Barkley, a resident from Menlo Park, who raised the issue in an email. And it's something that I wanted to raise as an 030, but I was dissuaded from raising this as an 030 because I was told, oh, people are working on it. And then to come to council and have that idea be taken over with no credit given was very surprising to me. And it's these kinds of relationships, it's these kinds of things that I really don't like to see in this city. I'd like to see as many, to be as inclusive as possible. Right, but, you know, I really want the Santa Clara TID. Like, I know when it was set up, I know why it was set up, but I just think, and I just hope, it can be much more than what we're doing with it, that we're not just looking at maximization, at efficiency. Like, I know a lot of people on this council talk about efficiency, but the people's lives, they're not about efficiency. It's about how do we provide a value, how do we provide a value long-term, and maximization is a very short-term, very small, very point-in-time type of thing. And it's the relationships that we build that make the year upon year work easier. And I'm saying if we can get maybe not maximum revenue, but we can get good revenue with a relationship easily, with less effort, that's got to be worth something. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for the presentation. When we created the TID a few years ago, I wasn't sure how it was going to work, but taking our entertainment district and putting the stakeholders together, I think really has turned out even better than I had imagined, because you all have skin in the game, and that is what makes it successful. I think you are all working together to make sure that you maximize revenue. I'm for maximizing revenue for our city, for our hotels. I'm all about the business, and you've taken that very seriously, and I really appreciate that. But what I really like is that the approach that you take to how you market and advertise our hotels, our convention center, our stadium, our city. It's so creative and contemporary. And that's what was missing in the city, your contemporary approach to everything you do. I think you take sometimes, risks, but they pay off. I think they're fantastic. Like, wow, I'm not creative like that at all, but I really am proud when I see some of your campaigns out there on behalf of our city. And I really appreciate the way you expose Santa Clara and the brand of Santa Clara, because we are a brand. We're a very unique city. I don't know anyone like any cities like us, especially for our size, to have the big city amenities, and you do such a fantastic job. And we see that in our hotel tax. I know our occupancy isn't up to what it was before pre-pandemic, but our sales are, and our taxes. So you are really doing good work, and there's a vibrancy out there and an excitement, and you've brought that to Santa Clara. And I appreciate what you do. It's successful. I'm proud to support it, and keep doing what you're doing because it's working. And the fact that you have the general managers of hotels that are in here at this hour, 11:28, speaking for the DMO, even though their speeches were shorter, they probably would have been longer if it was a couple hours ago. But I know you're all tired and you want to go home. So City Clerk, may I have start the roll call vote? And even Christine, you're under the weather, I heard, and you're still here. Thank you.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Cox.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
And I vote yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll see you, a couple more times on this? Make sure we get you on earlier. Thank you very much. All right, our second to last item on the agenda is item number 8. We're going to keep moving because we have a 12 o'clock deadline. Action to waive first reading and introduce an ordinance adding Chapter 12.65 entitled Encroachments of Private Improvements into Public Right-of-Way to the City Code to establish procedures for the administrative approval of private encroachments within the public right-of-way. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. As you noted, this next item is a streamlining item to delegate authority to the city manager and city engineer to approve private encroachments into the public right-of-way. If approved, this will streamline the current process, which allows homeowners an opportunity to request minor encroachments for things such as short retaining walls and fences while preserving the public's enjoyment of the right-of-way. Tonight's presentation will be presented by Mike Liu, the Assistant Director and City Engineer of Public Works. Mike, thank you.
Good, great. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Mike Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. I'll go through this presentation quickly in light of the hour. So, what we have in front of us here today is an action to, as the City Manager mentioned, on an ordinance to add a chapter to the city code related to private encroachments in the right-of-way. This is being brought forward as a potential process and streamlining improvement and was developed in coordination with the City Attorney's Office. So next slide is background. So in 1977, the City Council of Santa Clara approved Resolution 3899, and that really governs private encroachments in the public right-of-way. If you read that resolution, it really focuses on minor improvements such as walls, fences, landscape pavers, planters, and things of that nature. What's important in that resolution is that encroachment should not interfere with the pedestrian use of the public right-of-way, and it should also, what was required is an encroachment agreement. So this is an agreement between the property owner and the city related to long-term maintenance, insurance, indemnification, and potential future removal in the case where the city needs to do work in that area or has a street improvement project. Then the property owner would likely be required to relocate the facilities so that way the city could proceed with what we wanted to do. It is important to note this is kind of a unique process where the city council's approval for these types of requests are required, as well as any protests related to these private improvements, which could be denied by staff at a staff level. This next slide is just some sample encroachments. As I mentioned earlier, there's a small variety of improvements, but on the top left is a retaining wall. So that retaining wall there is right next to the sidewalk. That retaining wall is allowed to, staff proposed that for it to remain, obviously with the property owners. Property owner wanted to maintain as well to protect that tree. There's a large tree there. When you're building a sidewalk next to a tree in an existing landscape area, as you start to cut that sidewalk into the slope area, then you need to make sure you retain soil in order to preserve the tree for long-term health. The middle picture is really special pavers and benches. This is on La Rambla Street in the Lord Station area plan, and really is the fact that there's special pavers and benches in the public right-of-way, some other features as well. And then the last item on the right is fencing. So not uncommon for property owners to request fencing at the back of a sidewalk in order to provide some either security. Fencing could be the type you see on that picture where it's metal. It's not also uncommon to see white picket fences, which is pretty common in residential areas. So those types of encroachments are examples of where we've seen them in the past. So here's the current process. It's an 8-step process. Starts with an application. Staff reviews the encroachment. There's obviously coordination with the property owner. If there's staff support for the encroachment, that's great. Then at that point, we would prepare an encroachment agreement. And this is anticipating that council will hopefully approve it. We prepare a council report. We schedule it. And we have city council consideration. In the past, we've had some folks talk about the extended timeline in order to process these. There is additional staff time, obviously, that's put into it. For the most part, these items were approved on consent at council. So that was the intent behind this, is to streamline it and hopefully help with council agendas a little bit, as well as staff time. So this streamlining proposal is really geared towards a delegation of authority to the city engineer, which is myself, for approval of the encroachment in terms of concept, and then obviously working with the manager if there's an appeal, for instance, if the encroachment is denied. But ultimately, the city manager has approval authority for the actual encroachment agreement itself. So this would take it out of the hands of council. And it's also important to note that this is, so there are other cities that do these types of encroachments, cities such as Palo Alto, Sunnyvale, Redwood City, and it's really to kind of keep things moving. So the proposed ordinance tonight basically repeals Resolution 3899, the one I mentioned that was adopted in 1977, and it adds a chapter 1265 to the city code related to kind of these 4 items here, authorizing the city engineer to approve encroachments, city manager for encroachment agreements, appeals process, and then some exemptions as well, things that are not, that don't require encroachment agreements. And then these are the 3 alternatives. I don't necessarily feel like I should read these, but the first one is to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance. Second is do not waive it. And then third is to provide additional and/or alternative direction to staff. The staff's recommendation is to, with alternative number 1. So with that, I'm conclude my presentation, available for any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Cox?
Thank you. I think mostly I'm trying to understand what problem we're trying to solve here. So I understand efforts to streamline and make processes more simple, certainly. But I'm wondering right now, I don't know, since I've been here, that I've seen too many come to council. And so I'm wondering, what is our typical month like in terms of these requests for private encroachments on public right-of-way? And what is the time that's actually being expended by staff right now on something of this nature?
Oh, wait, Councilmember Hardy.
It's good that we're taking this process this way because we may be saying it just in a different way. I want to make certain I understand before, or what we have right now in the council ordinance, it looks like it was a variance process or similar to that. So is there a difference in the payment? I understand trying to streamline this. Also, I think it's important for to explain what it means to waive the first reading, because I understand it's to waive it through to start the process, but I think a lot of our residents think that means to get rid of or to say something is not a problem. So that would help. And is there a reason why we have to take off the ordinance that was there before to do a different process? Is that because it was requiring the city council before? And like I said, I just wanted to make certain I understood what perpetrated this, so I understand. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
I agree with Councilmember Cox. I have seen almost none of these come to council. I don't know why they come to council rather than the Planning Commission, which usually does waivers of setbacks and all kinds of things. And I'm trying to understand what is covered by the encroachments. Like, for example, the parking strip in front of my house. If I were to plant like a shrub or grass there, is that encroaching? I don't think so, because I see people do all kinds of things in that parking strip. But that is technically, I think, city-owned land. Can you give us more concrete examples? I know you said that there was the retaining wall. Why wouldn't somebody just put that on their property? I mean, people have fights with their neighbors over 1 inch of fencing, and they make people move fences because of 1 inch. Why do people have to come into the public right-of-way? I don't really understand what we're trying to solve here. Are we talking about maybe an appeals process? If somebody doesn't like what the city admin does, can it be appealed to council? If there seems to be a problem, sounds like this must have been started by a code enforcement complaint that was over 2 years old that staff just didn't respond to. I don't understand why it took staff this long to deal with this, and now I think we're trying to maybe solve that problem.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Want to understand that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question as far as, is there a time sensitive where we have to waive, or can we just take input, take a look at it, you know, in the normal process?
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mike, for the presentation. I have similar concerns like, you know, the council deals with variances and planning commission deals with variances. And there were instances which were very small in nature, but still came to the council. Only very, very, very few. So are we trying to dismantle the variances in process basically over here? And my other concern is there is no public participation. Like if I as a homeowner want to make a fence into public right of way, not right of, sort of public right of way, and my application being taken up by staff without any notification to my neighbors, I think there's a lack of transparency. There's a lack of notification to other neighbors. That's my one concern. The other concern is it's mentioned in the ordinance that the city manager decision will be final. So I have concerns with that. Without any notification, if the city manager appeal decision final, that's another issue. I'm trying to see whether it should go to Planning Commission for a public hearing or something like that. And I did receive an email from a resident about some pending issues related to this same issue for last couple of years, and without any resolution for that. So those are my concerns, and I need some answers on those. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I'm also concerned about what precipitated this, because I have been tracking and I'm looking at the number of emails that I've sent, and I've sent a number of emails just in the last 6 months, and the issue has been going on for a year and a half longer than that. And I've received absolutely no response on this, not from staff, not from city management. I've brought this up in one-on-ones with city manager, and I've received no response other than, we are looking at your issue one time. We have forwarded this to the appropriate people, and there was no response. I've talked to the people who submitted the complaint, and they said, we heard nothing either. And I think this is very concerning to me. My questions are, I think people have talked about it, which is, how do people appeal if the encroachment was approved and it's not? You know, how do people complain about something? Like, I like an open process. I like people having to go to planning, ask for a variance if there's something to be done. They talk to their neighbors. The neighbors write letters of support, or they write letters of complaint. What about complaints that are currently in process? Like, if this is a way to negate or nullify any issues that are currently in process, I think this is a very bad way to do it. I would think that if we're going to change this, this may be for the future, but if we have issues that we can't resolve timely and well today, I don't know that I want to go to a faster process in the future if we can't resolve these well today. Again, people have asked this question: what is precipitating this change? Why is it so important that we're putting this change here?
Okay,
How can people?
three people will ask that, so I'm going to ask.
You know, and
we're running out of time, so I'd like to ask him to answer the question.
The fact that multiple people ask the same question is, in a way,
our process,
a statement.
Excuse me, point of order. In our meeting management process, we are not supposed to repeat. And if we're repeating, I'm supposed to interrupt to say, point of order, please stop repeating. I'm just following our own process.
Okay,
All right.
so I want to know about complaints that are currently in process. What happens with those?
Thank you. All right, that's it for the question.
Yeah, thank you for all the comments. I'll try to address them hopefully in order, but I'll group some together as well. So I think the first question, maybe the overriding question, is what precipitated the need to try to move this item forward. So, you know, in Public Works in particular, my role as the city engineer, I'm always looking to streamline if I can. I did that when I was in San Jose. Like for instance, in San Jose, we took track maps that get approved by council. We basically delegated that to the city engineer at the time, and then basically it was just a notice, because those are all so basic. They always seem to get approved, and there's really not a lot of discussion. There is a good amount of staff work that goes into it, so I think that's part of the nexus behind this. I think at the same time, we look at this, when we were thinking of this, we didn't think this was a major item. We were really considering this a process improvement to streamline something that we thought the council would adopt, right? So if there's opposition to this, if there's serious concern, we're not here to say this has to happen today, and that this is, the highest priority for at least for our department is considered for us a process improvement to help streamline. I know there are concerns from the community. I've seen the emails, responded to them, talked to one of the residents in terms of, existing violations or listing potential code violations, and how that relates to this. So I would like, if I could, try to separate the two, because this is ultimately a delegation of authority to staff for something that we think is typically not that significant. However, it is getting conflated with the notion that is tied extremely closely with some existing code violations that have since yet been resolved, right? So we do recognize the timeline there, and some uncooperative property owners, some cooperative, the cooperative ones kind of dragging their feet and kind of stringing us along a little bit. So we do need to be more aggressive in that sense. I don't do code for a living, but that is something that we recognize based on all the feedback we've gotten so far. In terms of volume, it's not a significant volume. So it's not as if we have 20 or 30 a year. It's probably a handful, and they come and go. I think what's important to note is there's also not a significant volume, because oftentimes we're telling people no. So instead of even trying to do this, we talk folks off the ledge, if that's the right term, or we just tell them no, they're not going to try to force the issue, because really there's no benefit. So it's not, there are developers that want to encroach into our right-of-way for their own benefit, really no benefit for the city. Most of the time we say no. So when we're looking at these situations, we're looking at, like if there's a fence here, that, a property owner wants to put a fence at the back of their walk, we look at the neighboring property, there's a fence there, right? There's a fence there, so we don't really see the harm. When there's the retaining structure that was asked earlier, why do we allow a private retaining structure in our right-of-way? It's really to preserve a tree, that if without the retaining structure on the sidewalk side of the tree, we would likely lose that tree in the long term. And it's really because the tree has roots that would be exposed and really kind of keeps that area. So for those situations, as a part of the planning permit, we'll require the tree to be preserved, install a retaining structure, and oftentimes we're the ones saying put that retaining structure, because we absolutely want to keep that tree preserved, right? So I think that's important, because there are parts of Santa Clara where there are no sidewalks today, and in order to put a sidewalk in, you need to cut into the landscaping. That landscaping is right up on top of the curb. There's typically a nice slope, so you cut here without that wall, that tree is going to have issues in the long term. And then the last picture, the picture that I showed earlier, relative to the examples, that's really more beautification. Somebody wants to put nice pavers in the right-of-way. We just want to make sure they're going to maintain it. And ultimately, for the benches, we feel like that's a public amenity. I think what's important to note is that, our view of this is really to not have it negatively affect the right-of-way, negatively affect the public's use of the right-of-way. I know there's some differing opinions on the extent of that, but that is kind of the decision-making that I think we're looking to take on. In terms of the appeal process, yes, currently the way it's structured is that if the city engineer, myself, approves it, then, denies it, then the appeal is to the city manager. Could that be to the city council? It could be, if that's what the council desires. Let me see if I can, I think the other piece, just to kind of go through these, there's a comment related to the actual description and the title, action to waive the first reading. We had a comment related to that earlier. I did talk with our city attorney rep. My understanding is the waiving of the first reading is not waiving the reading as if it's not important. It's waiving the reading of the actual ordinance itself, the full text in front of at the council meeting. I believe that's my understanding of that.
Yeah, that's right. That's just the process of adopting an ordinance. It's a two-step process because it's considered a significant matter, making a law. And so when you first adopt it, you have to put it in, basically introduce the ordinance. You waive first reading so that you don't have to read the whole thing as our charter contemplates. And that's all that is.
Yeah. Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, City Attorney. There's a question related to park strips or parking strips, whether or not if somebody were to landscape their park strip, would that be required? That's actually currently exempt in the code under a different section. So there's section 1235, from what I recall, that allows today parkway landscaping is exempt from needing a permit for installation and maintenance. So residents do that free of the city's permitting process and encroachment permitting process. It's mentioned in our ordinance that this does not take away from that. It's basically not, it's not in conflict with that piece. Sorry, just trying to go through my notes here.
While you're looking at that, I might comment on one of the kind of issues, kind of questions raised obliquely. One of the reasons why our office is supportive of at least the idea of formalizing the encroachment permit process and codifying it is that for really due process and enforcement reasons, we are much better off with a codified ordinance than we are with a resolution. Resolution, and this one was adopted way back, it was in 1977, isn't really forward-facing and easily discoverable by the public. If you want the public to understand what the rules are and how they go about getting that permit, and if you want to be able to, if those rules aren't followed, have all the tools at your disposal to require that process and to enforce the process if you don't, if someone doesn't follow it, a codified ordinance from a legal standpoint is the best way to do this. And so there's a lot of different nuances and elements to this that I've heard that you may want to tweak a little bit or have it work this way or that way or the other thing. But no matter what, I would recommend ultimately that we end up developing some form of codified ordinance in order to manage this process. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
And
City Manager?
Sure. Just let me chime in on that for a little bit of the background on how this came to you. Based exactly on what the city attorney said. Once they took a look at the 1977 ordinance, there was some recommendations to update it and change it. And the city attorney's office, working with the departmental staff, took that effort on. And I know when the departmental staff took that effort on, they looked at the current process, which involves going to the city council and potentially an appeal to the city council, like they do when they look at all codes and regulations. They assessed it and said, is that typical? Is that an onerous process? And it was the assessment that this is typically a minor item that is delegated to staff. And so in bringing the clarification back to you, it was decided that we would seek to align with other cities, and we provided a little bit of that benchmarking, but in alignment with how we delegate other minor issues to staff, fences, things that are on the back of sidewalk. That's why you have that proposal with you. I think with regard to the code enforcement items, I know staff was very clear that this actually does not address those two prior code enforcement items. And I have looked at the trail of communications. There was certainly a delay in getting back to this. I think this thing dates back to 2024. However, I do see where late in 2025 and in 2026, staff was following up with the requester. A status of the code enforcement cases were provided. I do know that unfortunately, while staff was were communicating, it was viewed as this is an active item, and so the final closeout communication did not go back to council. We also had a community member that while they were communicating directly with staff, they would copy many, many people, including council. right? And staff kept communicating with that resident, and that communication chain did not get back to council. And so there are some certainly improvements in our communication loop that we're working on and ways to better track that. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to Assistant Director Mike Liu.
I'm going to remind everyone it's 5 minutes to 12, so.
I believe I feel like it addressed all the questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to the public before we turn into pumpkins at midnight. Rob, go ahead, please.
Can you bring the slide up before you start my time, please? It was of the fence. It was the one slide that you had there, because I want to address something there. Yes, that one. Okay. Rob Mayer, architect, local architect. So we've been talking about process and everything, but I want to talk about design. And neighborhoods are super important to me. Sidewalks are super important to me. When I design houses in town, there's a front setback. And the fence, you can still build a fence. That fence on the right is set back from the sidewalk. The property lines typically in the residential neighborhoods are anywhere from 18 inches to 24 inches from inside edge of sidewalk. And so there's no reason they can't build the fence to protect their yard on the property line. That's the way the ordinance is currently written. Now, this code enforcement action, I actually was one that initiated it in December of 2023, because the property across the street from me built a 6-foot fence right against the sidewalk. Then code enforcement said, well, we took care of it. They cut the fence down to 3 foot. I explained to them the property line is not at the rear of the sidewalk. And the city engineering has good maps, face of curb to property lines. Why is this an issue? Have you walked down a sidewalk side by side with somebody, or somebody with a stroller, or an elderly person? You need some room to move, okay? When a fence is built right up to the side of the sidewalk, I'm always shifting over and we go single file because it's just not comfortable. A kid in a stroller can put its hands out and get its hand caught in the fence. Somebody in a wheelchair. It's not acceptable. Why do you need to build into the public right-of-way to put a 3-foot fence? If you want to preserve a tree on the left, commercial is different. Sidewalks are typically wider in commercial elements, but in a residential neighborhood, having fences right up to the sidewalk's horrible. So the complaint was in 2023. It still hasn't been addressed. And then this ordinance comes up. Well, this ordinance would allow that one to be done. They could do what they want. And that's not okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Adam. Go ahead, Adam.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. So I want to just be clear, this is the public right-of-way, not the city right-of-way. And I think that's the biggest problem with this, is that the city manager, an appointed bureaucrat, would be allowed to make a decision without having a public hearing and without anyone being accountable, or him being accountable, or her at that time, to the residents. I mean, this is so important that it is a public hearing, that if it's not to council, then fine. Codify it and make it go to Planning Commission. I am the gentleman that has been going back and forth and following up. That's because I'm a project manager at heart, and follow up is what project manager's mantra. I've been extremely disappointed and disrespected by the city staff. Glenn Guggen, city attorney, has, ghosted me, sent me to multiple departments, and not been able to answer any question. The building department and the planning department have not identified and, noticed the 2 violators, just like they should for any kind of code infraction or violation. To say that this resolution was not easy to find, it was very easy to find and very easy to digest. And we sent all of the information highlighted, spelled out to code enforcement, building, planning, legal, city attorney, city management, and nothing has been done. And then we see this. No follow-up to say this ordinance was coming tonight. I found it randomly by searching through an agenda. So you wonder why people don't want to participate in Santa Clara and don't feel good about the city anymore? Because the city staff doesn't respect the residents, doesn't respect the rules, isn't capable of enforcing them, and lies and tells council what they want them to know, so they make poor decisions on behalf of the residents. I hope you will vote no for this and keep the control in the public realm, keep transparency, and keep the bureaucrats out of making decisions that impact the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's 12 o'clock, so according to our meeting management policy, we are going to adjourn this meeting unless the staff says that there is an emergency item on that we need to continue. City Attorney.
Hey, Madam Mayor, I appreciate that. I know that that's an interpretation of how it's the
It's
protocol
written in our
is
policy,
drafted.
City Attorney. I know the council can overturn their policy, but that's what's
Yeah,
written
no, I
in the
just wanted to
policy.
clarify, Mayor, one of the things I know that we've
No,
done.
you
in-
said in my interpretation, we all passed that.
A reasonable interpretation, Mayor. I was the one who drafted it, and it probably needs some updating and clarifying. I think what we've been doing as a matter of practice, if we're deep into an item, that the practice has been to
I
to
agree
finish
with you
that
there.
item.
I'm
Yeah.
just going by the policy.
Yeah, no,
So
I-
if the council would like to, make an alternative motion to continue on, we can do that. But our policy says 12 o'clock unless the city staff identifies an emergency item.
Yeah, Mayor, and you are reading the policy correctly. The staff might suggest, even without emergency, that council could consider, if you feel like you're close enough to finishing the item, to finish the item. As the staff member indicated, though, it isn't urgent, and so I wouldn't say, and I don't think the city manager would say, other than the invested time already, that it's necessary for you to act
All right,
tonight.
Councilmember Hardy.
Well, I'm willing to make a motion to finish this item.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to not follow our policy and finish this item. City Clerk, when you're ready.
Mayor, just noting 3A would be continued. That's the
Yes,
item that was
this
pulled,
is
and
it.
that item is not
We're
urgent.
done, yeah.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Cox.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
That was a tired yes, okay. And that passes unanimously. Okay, now we're down to council comments and motion on this item. Councilmember Jane.
My hand was actually up to continue the meeting, but in any case, given that we are taking away public land without really a process to engage the public, I'm not in favor of this ordinance.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I'm going to say that if we really cared about where people found them, we could just codify the original resolution, but we didn't do that. And I'm looking through my emails, and again, there were quite a few that went unresponded. And I hear that communication chain did not come back to council. I asked about this explicitly, and I didn't get a follow-up on that either. So I think that is really bad to me. It makes me feel like things aren't being addressed. If this actually is pretty small, and there is we don't get that many, I'm surprised we haven't seen this in 2 years. Like, it is very surprising that we have not seen this in 2 years. I was under the impression there were two different issues here. One of them was working relatively well, and the other one wasn't. And I never heard the difference. I asked for what there are two issues here. What are the differences between these issues? Because I was told there was a difference. And then I was told, well, they could look for a variance. Why don't they just go through the standard process of asking for a variance? There were so many questions that went completely unanswered. And now we get this thing, which is not urgent, but put on an agenda where we're trying to schedule multiple meetings, in a very short time. I just feel like this was not great agenda management or meeting management when you're putting something that, bless you, admittedly not urgent on a council agenda where we've got a lot of things to do between now and, I don't know, the 10th. It's just, Doesn't make any sense. And I've seen the public right-of-way encroaching on city trees that are destroying private walkways, and the city's done nothing there. The city's protected the trees, protected the right-of-way. I feel like the city is very inconsistent, and very inconsistent in a way that's not supportive, not productive for the residents that live there and their neighbors. And I'm just thinking, I would like to see a better process. I would like to see better responsiveness. I would like to see so many different things before we go to a process which removes the public input, gives all of the rights to city staff who, from my experience, has not been responsive, and removes visibility to these projects. We still haven't gotten a question on what if people want to appeal city staff approvals. Like, I don't know what we do there. That's not taken care of. There are so many different things that are not here that I finding it very difficult to approve this the way it is. And how it was brought up to us was also a little disappointing, to be honest. Thank you.
I don't think putting something on the agenda is disappointing. Anyways, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. With all the reasons specified by Councilmember Jane and Councilmember Park, I will not be supporting this thing. Like, we need a public input into the decision-making process, and we need a process where anything being presented, like who are the stakeholders on that particular decision, basically. So that notification and transparency to all the people, neighborhood should be there. And the appeal process, and it has to be, like, Planning Commission, I think, is the right way where people can come and raise their issues. So as presented, I'll not be supporting this thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cox.
Yeah, my question regarding moving forward again, I think that across the board, transparency is the issue here. And certainly you don't want to remove public access when there are highly contentious issues and they want a forum to do it. I do want to understand if it helps solve the problem, if this does go to Planning Commission instead of us, which again, I think makes sense. So I'd like to see if that helps at all resolve the staff issue, but certainly codify it, but keep it something that the public participate in.
Sure.
Can we finish one more and then City Manager? Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I do appreciate that we need to codify. My question to City Attorney is, the way that it's written, could we have this instead go to Planning Commission, and Planning Commission can always, someone doesn't like that, they can always appeal to the City Council. If that was if we want to change it, would we need to bring it back completely, or is it a possibility of changing that because it says provide additional and/or alternative direction to staff?
And I'm going to throw something in there before you answer. First of all, I appreciate staff looking for ways to streamline things for us, things that have a process that was created in 1977 certainly needs updating. Is it possible to have staff approval and appealed to either the Planning Commission or the City Council? Something like that. It seems to me would make sense.
Madam Mayor, council members, any number of different permutations are possible. The staff's proposal, obviously, one option, but if council's not comfortable with not having a appointed or elected body, right, making, the final decision, either the Planning Commission and or the City Council could be, an appellant body. If there was 4 or more of you who decided now that that's the only change, that was necessary, and you gave a specific direction about that, you could act on this on first reading. I'm gathering there's a little more discussion that, would need to go on, and potentially a desire for some level of public outreach. So if you weren't sure about what you wanted to do tonight, it should be referred in some other way back to staff for further analysis.
So could we say yes, staff approval, appellate, planning commission, public body, planning commission or city council, but brought back to another hearing so we can have more community input, something like that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, you could absolutely direct that if the consensus of the council was we want to see some appeal opportunity beyond final decision by the city manager, and another opportunity for outreach to staff and consideration at your next meeting, you could move to direct staff to do that work and bring it back at a future meeting after some outreach has gone on.
City manager?
Yeah. I was just going to concur with that, but then also make a few comments on other statements that have been made. And so I don't want to detract from the discussion on this point, but I would like to make a few comments about transparency, because I think it's important to clarify and to have some articulation around this item, and comments around this item particularly not being transparent, as well as how staff has communicated to both the public and council members about this item. I do think that's important to clarify for the record.
Councilmember Hardy.
Well, if I'm understanding correctly, then I'd like to make a motion to refer this back to staff to have some sort of an appeal process for a denial at staff level.
Do you want to say planning or council or
I think it belongs at Planning Commission, and if Planning Commission makes a decision, we know that that's possible to bring it to council. So I'd like to see it go to Planning Commission. That's my motion, is to refer it back to staff with an appeal possibility to Planning Commission.
All right, is there a second on that?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. So to the motion, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, what I don't like about it going directly to staff first is that there's no noticing requirements. There have to be public noticing within 300 feet or something that, hey, your neighbor is trying to do this, and you need to, and this is what you can do to get your voice heard, your opinion heard, before it goes to staff. The architectural review, those are public meetings. Those are noticed. I like the way they worked before when they went through an architectural review that was actually planning commissioners rather than staff people. But because of due process reasons, we couldn't do that, and we had to turn it into a staff function. But I really want to make sure that somewhere in the process is a public noticing to the neighbors.
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I don't think, contrary to what executive staff has said, I don't think that it's about having an elected or appointed body making the decisions. I don't even think it's about having a public appeal. I think it's about having public input before a decision is made. It's about noticing, as Councilmember Jane has suggested, before even needing an appeal. I've seen how we've turned this into, well, let's refer it back to staff and come back with a public process for the appeal. It's not a public process for the appeal. It's about not needing to have an appeal before a public discussion about the issue in the first place. And I think that it's unfortunate that this is the way that it's been twisted. It's unfortunate that we have an executive staff that looks like they want to be supportive of a change here without understanding, without actually repeating, without being able to explain what the actual issue was. I don't think people talked about appeal. I'm taking a lot of notes and I'm looking at them. It was about the public process, the public input process to begin with. The appeal is something that you added, and this is not okay with me, and I will not be supporting this action.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Hello.
Yeah,
Oh,
thank you,
there you are.
Mayor. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I do agree, like, in addition to the appeal, what we are trying to resolve over here with this motion, the public noticing is very important factor. And we need to resolve that public noticing part of it along with the appeal process. So in the current form, I don't think I'll be supporting the motion, but I think we can refer it back to the staff or add like public noticing part of it at the outset to resolve this thing and go to planning commission. That would be the right process to me. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy?
I would like to ask council, if something is appealed, it goes to planning commission, there is notice, correct?
Yeah, there typically would be, and just to be clear on my own behalf, if I might, I was not suggesting there or trying to miss any point about there being noticing. There typically would be noticing, right, for those types of situations. And there could be noticing in the alternative that member Jane described, where it's even an administrative hearing among staff first, right, as an initial, decision. And so if council wants, if there's a consensus to add the concept of referral to staff for both noticing and an appeal process, that would be appropriate as well, and that could be included in what staff works on and brings back options for you at the next meeting.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I'm fine with that. I want to just make certain, I'm trying to think where there's any other time where it's ministerially handled that we do a public notice.
I think there are actually for certain like design review hearings where there's some noticing within the area of the project, isn't there?
Yes, but that's major work. And I just do want to make a larger conversation about the policy setting conversation we're having here. Truly, staff brought this to you, looking at an ordinance from 1977 and saying, hey, how can we streamline this and align it to how these others relatively minor things are handled? Totally understand the policy conversation we're having, which is this is public right-of-way. We would like additional outreach and comment. What's the best way to do that? I do think it's important to step back because I wouldn't want us to make policy without allowing staff to take back and think through how that will work. Because what I don't want is for us to have had this conversation and then realize for a relatively minor encroachment in the sidewalk, we've now added a public notice of 300 feet, a hearing at the Planning Commission, a potential appeal to City Council, and then we look back and we have the most onerous process of all cities for an encroachment in the public right-of-way. And so I understand the conversation. I understand the resident interest. I do think that staff has heard the concerns, and we can take this back with those concerns and bring back a policy option for you to consider that's a little bit more baked. I also want to say that this is distinctly disconnected from the two code enforcement cases. It does not allow staff to make a decision on those code enforcement cases, but yes, it was precipitated by looking into the ordinance because of those code enforcement cases. Additionally, the comments around having public comment or not having public outreach on the ordinance, we do that all the time, right? We do not do a mailed notice to the entire city anytime there's an ordinance change. In fact, our process is to put it on a public city council agenda so that there is legal notice to the community. This just happens to be a particular issue where this section of the municipal code is linked to a constituent concern that has had a lot of traction, and staff did not notice that constituent, recognizing that that constituent or several constituents would be interested in this. And so I don't want anyone from the public to walk out thinking because there was not a community meeting or some mailed notice due to an ordinance change that somehow staff erred and we were purposely being non-transparent. We've also talked a lot about council questions on constituent matters, and I know council knows that we are looking into that process and putting in new systems in place. I also just want to say for the record that oftentimes when staff is working on something and communicating that an item is open, it may take several months. And then council say, well, I haven't heard anything, no one's doing anything. But staff doesn't copy council on every communication to a resident because we're not trying to clutter your inboxes.
I'd like to stick to the.
Totally. With literally the hundreds of things we're working on. And so we will address that in a different form, but know that I think we've heard the concerns. Know that staff was truly trying to streamline and modernize an ordinance. And we can take that back if council would like to direct staff to take it back. We can do further analysis and bring Adam back to the board for
And my
consideration.
motion was just to refer back to staff with a possible appeal to Planning Commission.
And that's what was seconded. So
Yes.
that's what's on, and I'm going to stop discussion. We're going to call for the question. City Clerk?
So I would like to continue discussion.
No, I'm stopping. I've called for the question.
I believe a call for the question is a request, but the call for the question can be stopped with a request for further discussion.
Under our policy, when the presiding officer calls for the question, there can be a motion to extend debate with a 2/3 vote of the council.
And I would vote to extend debate. I mean, at some point, we've got a change in the motion. There should be some allowed discussion on the change to the motion as well.
Want to change.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to extend debate.
And basically, I'm seconding it too, so that staff knows everything. It can go back to staff and they can bring back the, in totality, what needs to be done, basically.
So-
That's why I'm.
So
supporting this.
basically, those asking to extend debate will then give new information and not repeated information, correct? Those of you wanting to extend debate? All right,
So
we have a motion and a second to extend debate. No, the motion's on the floor. I think you made it.
I did,
Okay.
but your
Councilmember
comments are
Shahal.
not correct.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
No.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Cox?
No.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez? No. Mayor Gilmore?
No. Can we go back to our original motion, please? That fails.
So original
3 to 4.
motion is to direct staff to look into an appeal process to the Planning Commission.
Correct.
Councilmember Shahal?
No.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
No.
Councilmember Jane?
No.
Councilmember Cox?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes 4 to 3. Thank you very much. Before I adjourn this meeting, I'd like to, thank you, staff. Thank you, everybody on that. Before I adjourn this meeting, I'd like to that we will be adjourning this May 5th, 2026 meeting in memory of Eliseo P. Velasco. Eliseo P. Velasco of Santa Clara peacefully passed away at the age of 82 on April 17th, 2026. Eliseo was born on December 2nd, 1943, born in Stay Cruz, Elko Sur. He grew up on a compound in Loreto, Manila, and graduated in FEU Manila. An accountant by profession, Eliseo worked most of his career in the engineering consulting industry. He was a devoted husband of his college sweetheart, Catalina, for 53 years. Eliseo moved to America in 2000 to take care of his ailing wife, a testament of his love for his life partner. Eliseo was an active member of St. Lawrence the Martyr Parish for 20 years. Eliseo is survived by his 4 children, Theri, who is a City of Santa Clara, Theri Velasco employee, Jasmine, Michael, and Mark Anthony Velasco, and his 5 grandchildren, whom he loved spending time with. So we will be adjourning the meeting in his memory. This meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everyone.